speaker. Today, I'd like to address and let's talk about the Green New Deal. You know, this is a serious issue right now. It used to be a piece of legislation that most Republicans in the country laughed at and thought was some sort of high school project turned in as a House resolution, but it's actually something that America needs to take serious because it's written in the infrastructure bill and it's written in the $3.5 trillion budget. So the Green New Deal is rapidly becoming a very real reality for America, which is tragic. First thing I'd like to talk about is I'm always shocked as a freshman member of Congress in the dysfunction of Congress. You see, tonight I'm starting a speech that was difficult to schedule, not knowing when we would be able to start the speech based on the House floor constantly changing. But this is the order of affairs in Washington that's always shocking to me. You see, I come from the private sector in the real world where people work every single day, do a good job, solve problems, and they make a profit. But the difference in the real world and what I would consider a very messed up world here in Washington, D.C., is here in Congress, everything's upside down. We're not able to keep a schedule that runs well. As a matter of fact, it runs wrong most of the time. Another problem is everything that's produced with the taxpayer dollars here in Congress produces a loss, continuing to keep the American people in debt. Everything that happens here in Congress is shocking to me because I can't believe how opposite the bills and the discussions are of what freedom stands for in our Constitution, especially on the wall where it says, "In God we trust." So as just a regular American citizen that decided to run for Congress and won my race representing Georgia's 14th District, I'm here to speak on behalf of the American people and how outraged we are at the policies of the Green New Deal, which are in the $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill and the $3.5 trillion budget, because these policies are the most America last policies. As a matter of fact, they do nothing but put China first. Taylor, you can put up number 2 now. So we'll go ahead and address what these policies are that are so shocking to me. And if the American people actually knew what these policies are, these globalist America last policies are, I believe they would be ringing every single phone up here, probably demanding that Congress go home because America is only safe when Congress is out of session. But unfortunately, Congress is in session, so let's tell the truth about what's happening. You see, this is a simple meme that you would find on the internet, but this meme is very real. The Green New Deal, surprise, serves China and China only. You can go ahead and put number 1 up. So today, talking about the Green New Deal and the all-out war on the men and women who built this country, which is definitely happening every single day here in Congress, Democrats want to turn the lights out on America. They want to shut down our economy. They want to end our energy independence and surrender America, putting us on our knees to China, dependent on China, yes, just to drive a car or a truck. And that's not at some distance time in the future. That's pretty soon, especially in less than 10 years. In his last 6 months as president, Joe Biden has demonstrated that he'd rather listen to Bernie Sanders, AOC, and the climate Democrats that want to do what's best for America. He's raising an army of vaccine police and climate justice troops to track your every single move. Yes, American citizens, the government wants to track you. On top of that, Democrats in Congress are happy to take every penny of Americans' hard-earned paycheck to destroy our economy through the so-called Green New Deal. A complete government takeover of every aspect of our lives under the excuse of so-called climate justice. This is not a theoretical idea for these people. Unfortunately, you would think it's a joke, but it's not. No, they want to transform America into a third world country, and that's exactly what these policies will do. To quote Senator Ed Markey, "The Green New Deal isn't just a resolution, it's a revolution." In the past 2 years, the Green New Deal has become the DNA of climate action, and the principles of jobs, justice, and climate action are now widely represented in legislation and state and local actions across the country. The Green New Deal provides the framework we need to confront the intersecting crises our country faces: climate change, a public health pandemic, racial injustice, and economic inequality. We can transform our economy and our democracy for all Americans by addressing the generational challenge of climate change. We have the technology to do it. We have the economic imperative. We have the moral obligation. We just need the political will. So let's talk a little bit more about the people that believe in this. One of my colleagues here in the House of Representatives, my colleague, Democrat from New York, I had asked her to debate this policy because, you see, I believe in debate. I believe the American people deserve to know exactly what's in these bills and the outcome and the effect on the economy. As a successful business owner who makes a profit and not a loss, I would like to debate my colleague from New York and talk to her about how her policies are actually going to destroy jobs and do nothing for the climate, because the reality is the climate's changed in the entire history of the earth, and no amount of taxes that anyone can pay is going to change the climate, and that's just the truth. That's not made up like climate change and climate justice. So according to Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, the dozens of bills that have sprung from this resolution since we introduced it 2 years all contain, number one, a commitment to creating good-paying union jobs. Number two, prioritizing frontline and vulnerable communities disproportionately affected by climate change. I didn't know the climate affected some communities and not others. I'm from Georgia. It's pretty hot and humid. I didn't know that it had anything to do with the color of our skin or how much money that we made, but apparently, according to Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, it does. You see, she says, number three, reducing greenhouse gas emissions from human sources by 40 to 60% within 10 years, and net zero global emissions by 2050, in line with the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's finding that global temperatures must not increase more than 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrialized levels in order to avoid the most severe impacts of climate change. I find it pretty shocking that people actually think that members of Congress and their legislation is actually going to control the Earth's temperature or the climate. You know, really what all of this is going to do is help this man out the most, President Xi of China. It's sad, really, really sad. The White House proudly stated that President Biden rejoined the Paris Agreement on day one and organized a national climate task force to establish a new 2030 emissions target. In April, President Biden committed to halving greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and creating a carbon pollution-free power sector by 2035. As other countries race past us, President Biden wants to dismantle and cripple the United States energy grid in order to look good at climate events in Europe, while China laughs at our decline. And oh yes, President Xi will be laughing, and he's already laughing at President Joe Biden right now, because President Xi himself knows one thing very clear. If we're going to reduce our carbon emissions, cutting them down in half by 2030, that means we're cutting our economy in half by 2030. So President Xi of China, who's very clever and thinks the long game, is planning on ramping up his economy, as a matter of fact, increasing carbon output, he says, until at least 2035. And then while President Joe Biden says, oh, America's carbon will be net zero by 2050, President Xi is still laughing, saying, oh, well, maybe China can try to get to net zero by 2060. You see, China is gaming us at our own stupidity. We have a president in the White House that is looking to do everything he can to serve China, and maybe that'll help out his son in his business dealings in foreign countries like China. Under the woke ideology of Biden's Environmental Protection Agency, public waters could mean any source of standing water the government feels constitutes waters of the United States. What does that apply to? Does that apply to someone's pond on their private land or a private lake in someone's on their farm? what does that apply to? A puddle in your front yard or your swimming pool in your backyard? Are those going to be considered waters of the United States that the federal government can come and say whatever they want to do with them? Who knows? That means the federal government can claim jurisdiction over millions of acres of privately owned land and water under the excuse of ensuring conservation. Seems the federal government thinks it's knows better than the American people. Well, see, here's the truth. Families who have passed down land through generations could see their property carved up and controlled by bureaucrats in Washington. And I think this past year has shown that bureaucrats in Washington are the ones screwing everything up. Biden's executive order implements a socialist agenda by creating well-paying union jobs, including more for women and people of color in occupations where they are underrepresented to combat the climate crisis and reduce greenhouse gas emissions, sequester carbon in soils, grasses, trees, and other vegetation, and source of sustainable bioproducts and fuels, cows, cow flatulence, and whatever else. Biden's policies regarding electric vehicles and batteries could cripple the American economy, and this is where the real danger lies. Let's switch this up and put number 5 up, please. Thank you. The infrastructure plan, which the speaker would very much like to pass, the progressives would very much like the $1.2 trillion infrastructure deal, matched with the $3.5 trillion budget, because that is the whole package of the Green New Deal, and they would have a lot to celebrate. This plan includes $7.5 billion, this is in the infrastructure, billion for a network of 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations across the country, and another $7.5 billion for electric buses. Can you put up this one, America's Charging Network?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Olson, the Foreign Agents Registration Act, or FARA, which requires those representing foreign principals to register with DOJ, is a law administered by your office, the National Security Division. Is that fair?
That is correct, sir. Yes.
I have behind me an email from 2016 during the Obama-Biden administration between Hunter Biden and Miguel Alemán, the son of a Mexican billionaire and grandson of the former Mexican president. The first lines say, "We are arriving late tonight on Air Force 2 to Mexico City. We'll be there for Thursday. I'm attending meeting with President meaning President Nieto, with Dad." Highlighted are the comments, "We have been talking about business deals and partnerships for 7 years. I've brought every single person you've ever asked me to bring to the effing White House and the Vice President's house and the inauguration. I've delivered on every single thing you've ever asked." In this email, Hunter Biden acknowledges his attendance at a meeting between Mexican President Nieto and then Vice President Biden, discusses business deals and partnerships with a wealthy and politically connected Mexican family, references access provided to Mexican businessmen at the White House and Vice President's house, and states he had already delivered on every single thing you've ever asked. Did this email, or does this email, raise concerns that Hunter Biden might have acted contrary to FARA, since it appears he never registered to represent foreign principals?
So I'm not familiar with the email that you're referring to. What I can tell you is that it is a fundamental principle of the Justice Department and consistent with my almost 20-year career that we follow the facts and the law in every case without
So you're not familiar with, but you're not familiar with this
ideology.
You're not familiar with this this email here.
I'm not.
We have next up, we're going to show you a picture of Vice President Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, Miguel Alemán, his father, and Carlos Slim, one of the richest men in the world, in 2015, while Joe Biden was vice president. This picture seems to conflict with President Biden's statement that he has never met with his son's business associates. Much of the information regarding Hunter Biden's foreign business dealings has come from the laptop that was abandoned by Hunter Biden and labeled by the media as misinformation, as well as by 51 former intelligence officers in a weird letter dated October 19, 2020, which I will submit for the record. This week, we learned FBI whistleblowers have come forward and reported the FBI committed a widespread effort within the FBI to downplay or discredit negative information about Hunter Biden. Are you familiar with that reporting?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Has any investigation of Hunter Biden by your office been influenced by the work product or actions taken by FBI agent Timothy Thibault?
So I'm not going to comment on any investigation that may or may not be ongoing. What I can assure you is that We follow the facts and evidence, and we apply the law and the principles of federal prosecution in every single case without regard to ideology or politics.
So you are unaware, because you're unaware of the reporting, so you're unaware of any efforts within the Department of Justice to label derogatory information on Hunter Biden as disinformation?
I'm not going to comment on any potential ongoing investigation.
Okay. According to reports, Border Patrol has apprehended at least 50 illegal aliens at the southwest border in fiscal year 2022, and the Office of Field Operations has encountered at least 50 aliens on a terror watch list at ports of entry in the fiscal year. Does CBP consult with National Security Division when they encounter an illegal alien who's on a terrorist watch list?
So the National Security Division was actually created to work with other agencies, whether that's agencies in the intelligence community or agencies across the government, including agencies in the Department of Homeland Security.
Okay, so this is a yes or no. This is not hard. Does CBP give you information when they find someone who's on the terrorist watch list, when they encounter them at the border? Did they give that information to you?
I can't speak as I sit here to any particular situation or circumstance. What I can tell you is that the whole point of...
I'm not asking about circumstances. Is the process is that they report to you? So you have 100 known encounters of people on a terrorist watch list. I assume one would think it's coming to you. I'm asking about the process, not a specific case.
So in general, Congressman, the way the system works is that the FBI investigates the crimes that we prosecute.
So here we go. Let's get to the specific case.
It may well be that information goes between
Let's get to the specific
CBP
case
and the FBI, but I don't have specific information.
Are you familiar with the name Isambazi?
I'm sorry?
Are you familiar with the name Isambazi?
No.
Okay, he's a Lebanese-born Venezuelan national listed on the FBI's terror watch list, who was released into the United States after crossing the border illegally. According to reports, the FBI recommended keeping him in custody, but ICE headquarters intervened and released him because of a concern that he might catch COVID-19 because he was overweight. So far, there's been more than 500,000 known gotaways into the country illegally. How many can you extrapolate are on the terrorist watch list? And have you done any assessment as according to the national security risk?
The time of the gentleman has expired. The witness may answer the question.
I'm not familiar with that, no.
Ms. Lofgren. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to explore Section 702 with you. As I'm sure you're aware, in his November 2020 recertification, FISA court Judge Boasberg found that the FBI employees had improperly searched Americans' emails that were collected without a warrant and were unrelated to foreign intelligence information. And then the ODNI Annual Statistical Transparency Report, released in April of 2022, found that the FBI searched its 702 surveillance repository, quote, using the identifiers of Americans, like their names, phone numbers, and addresses, nearly 3.4 million times between December 2020 and November 2021. This is nearly triple the number reported from 2020. Although the ODNI only reported 376 warrants issued for wiretaps or physical searches of individuals in 2021, it found 232,000 plus named targets of FISA Section 702 warrantless searches. Now, during your confirmation hearing before the Senate Intelligence Committee, you told the senators that restoring and maintaining trust in the FISA process was a critical priority for you, and I was glad to hear that. Since you have assumed your role as Assistant Attorney General, what have you done to prevent warrantless, improper backdoor searches of Americans' data conducted under Section 702?
Thank you, Congressman, for the opportunity to talk about FISA, in particular Section 702. As you noted, when I was confirmed last year, I indicated that a priority for the Department of Justice and for me at the National Security Division was to ensure that Congress and the American people have confidence in our use of intelligence tools such as FISA. FISA was passed first in 1978. As you know, it has proven to be an indispensable tool to go after spies and terrorists and hackers, and it remains so. And in fact, Section 702, part of FISA, was designed to collect information about non-U.S. persons, non-U.S. citizens, and persons who are outside the United States. And it has proven to be essential to protecting our national security since it was first passed in 2008. The issues that you cite are ones that are of concern. The compliance of the FBI in particular with the way in which it searches through the Section 702 data that is lawfully collected. The FBI with the Department of Justice has undertaken a series of steps over the past year to improve compliance through a system of systems changes and trainings. And I have been part of that effort, to answer your question directly. In my 8 months in office, we are looking forward to improving the compliance record of the Department of Justice and the FBI when it comes to Section 702, but I can assure you that it remains a priority, and it is part of the broader, really comprehensive system of oversight that takes place when it comes to foreign intelligence collection that includes Congress, the executive branch, and the judiciary.
Well, if I may just follow up, we have had reassurances over the years, and yet the performance continues to be poor, and it's been poor under both Democratic and Republican administrations. So we have considered imposing a warrant requirement for queries of known Americans. And I guess I'm thinking that that is probably a necessity unless we can get some further definitive control of the warrantless search of Americans using the 702 database. This is a misuse. We agree. I mean, we want to catch the spies and the foreign bad actors, but to use that database for warrantless searches of Americans is simply improper, and yet it continues. How can we get assurances, and when will we get our next report from you about the controls that you've discussed?
So, as you know, Section 702 expires at the end of next year. We are engaged in a concerted effort to be prepared to brief Congress at any time, brief you, your staff, about the controls that are in place. The way that Section 702 works, if I may, it is information collected targeting non-U.S. persons overseas. It is lawfully collected. What the FBI is then able to do is to search that data to find connections. So it's not a warrantless search of Americans. It is a search of data that was collected targeting people who are outside the United States, who are not U.S. citizens. If I may, sir, that is contrary to the report that we got from ODNI and from the FISA court. So I think my time has expired, but we need to get to the bottom of this. And Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to each of the witnesses for being here. Thank you for your service helping keep this country safe. As we look back on the terror attack that played out in the Capitol on January 6th, it is apparent that far more should have been done to keep the Capitol safe and to stop the attack beforehand. There were multiple factors that led to that not being done and to there not being a sufficient law enforcement presence to prevent violent criminals from carrying out that terror attack. On January 5th, the day before the attack, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser sent out a tweet. That tweet read, "To be clear, the District of Columbia is not requesting other federal law enforcement personnel and discourages any additional deployment without immediate notification to and consultation with MPD if such plans are underway." And the tweet that she sent attached a letter that she sent to the Department of Justice and the Department of Defense. That letter, in turn, read as follows: "As the law enforcement agency charged with protecting residents and visitors throughout the District of Columbia, the Metropolitan Police Department is prepared for this week's First Amendment activities. MPD has coordinated with its federal partners, namely the U.S. Park Police, U.S. Capitol Police, and U.S. Secret Service, all of whom regularly have uniformed personnel protecting federal assets in the District of Columbia. This week, MPD has additional logistical support of unarmed members of the D.C. National Guard who will work at the direction of and in coordination with MPD. The District of Columbia government has not requested personnel from any other federal law enforcement agencies. To avoid confusion, we ask that any request for additional assistance be coordinated using the same process and procedures. We are mindful that in 2020, MPD was expected to perform the demanding tasks of policing large crowds while working around unidentifiable personnel deployed in the District of Columbia without proper coordination. Unidentifiable personnel, in many cases armed, cause confusion among residents and visitors and could become a national security threat. In no way for MPD and federal law enforcement to decipher armed groups. To be clear, the District of Columbia is not requesting other federal law enforcement personnel and discourages any additional deployment without immediate notification to and consultation with MPD if such plans are underway. The protections of persons and property is our utmost concern and responsibility. MPD is well trained and prepared to lead the law enforcement coordination and response to allow for the peaceful demonstration of First Amendment rights in the District of Columbia. Signed, Muriel Bowser, Mayor. So in hindsight, that letter seems incredibly ill-advised. Now, hindsight is always 20/20. But to what extent did the District of Columbia's explicitly asking for no additional federal personnel impact the decision-making of your respective agencies?
Senator, I'll go first. In my oral statement this morning, I mentioned that letter because it was a communications that they were looking for no more support. On top of that, Senator, we also contacted all the federal law enforcement organizations, Secret Service, Park Police, Marshals, FBI, and Capitol Police over the weekend of the 2nd and 3rd of January, just to make sure that the Department of Defense, if additional support was going to be needed, that we would obviously provide that support. We did that over the weekend. Then we received that letter on the 5th, and based on that, it was clear that there was no additional support needed for our law enforcement partners or the city, the district, rather.
Well, let me follow up on that, Mr. Salasas. Mr. Sund, who testified before the Senate last week, said that he had requested the support of the D.C. National Guard on January 6th, but that the Army Secretary denied his request, saying, quote, "I don't like the visual of the National Guard standing a line with the Capitol in the background." Is that accurate?
Senator, I'm not aware of the Secretary of the Army talking to Chief Sund about the D.C. National Guard and the Capitol. It's been reported by others that there were other folks that made that contention to the D.C., the Capitol Police, but I'm not aware of the Secretary of the Army doing that. In fact, nobody in the chain of command disapproved the request on the 6th of January from the Capitol Police. Nobody disapproved it.
So the various authorizing memoranda from January 4th and January 5th suggest that the National Guard was significantly restricted on the 6th. While Ryan McCarthy, the former Secretary of the Army, approved the D.C. National Guard to support MPD in some ways, he expressly withheld authority to employ the quick reaction force, and he lacked authority to authorize the issuance of weapons and riot gear, among other things. Could you please explain what you understand to be the restrictions placed on the Guard?
Senator, again, there's a very strict chain of command for the D.C. National Guard. It runs from the Secretary of Defense to the Secretary of the Army to the D.C. Guard Commanding General Walker. Anytime the military is going to deploy to civil disturbance operations, it requires the Secretary of Defense's approval. The memos that were published on the 4th of January and respectively on the 5th of January, those were to provide additional guidance to, number one, the memo on the 4th from the Secretary of Defense to the Secretary of the Army. He wanted to make decisions if the National Guard was going to be employed in any kind of operation that required helicopters, bayonets, the things that are on the letter. Subsequently, the Secretary of the Army published the memo on the 5th, stating that this is how he expected the DC National Guard to be employed at the traffic stops, the metro stations, and if the QRF that was positioned at Andrews Air Force Base was going to be used, he wanted to understand exactly how that was going to be used through a concept of operations. That's what those documents did.
And General Walker, could you answer the same question, and in particular, whether you had the authority to employ a quick reaction force prior to the January 6th, and would that have potentially made a difference on January 6th if you had been able to do so?
So, Senator Cruz, I would have had that authority prior to January 6th to employ, direct a quick reaction force. So the Secretary of Defense, his letter authorizes me to use the quick reaction force, and it says only as a last resort, where the Secretary of the Army, his direction to me withholds the authority to use the quick reaction force, and he will only authorize that and only after he has a concept of operations sent to him, a CONOP sent to him. So that was restriction that was unusual to me. I had never seen that before.
And Madam Chair, I would ask unanimous consent that both the tweet and the letter from D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser be entered into the record.
Without objection, it will be entered in the record.
Well, I think that we are starting to wrap up this hearing, and I want to thank the witnesses again for your testimony. But I have a couple of quick questions, and I know Chairwoman Klobuchar has a couple, and then we'll have some closing comments. I guess I'll start with these two questions in the preface. I'm going to start these questions where I started my questions initially, with the events that happened in the summer of 2020, where authorization happened very quickly for the National Guard. There was no delay. You were immediately deployed, General Walker, and yet it happened differently prior to on January 6th.
Mr. President, let me first also express my condolences and associate myself with the comments from the senator from Texas. The tragedy is horrific. It's hard to think of anything more awful than what happened in Texas and in other schools over the last few years. But, Mr. President, I come today to the floor for another reason, in support of using the Congressional Review Act to disapprove of and prevent the implementation of a rule titled Procedures for Credible Fear Screening and Consideration of Asylum, Withholding of Removal, and CAT Protection Claims by Asylum Officers. I'll refer to this rule as the Asylum Rule, to make it a little bit simpler. As the title suggests, there's an awful lot to this. But the reason we ought to disapprove of it is actually quite simple. This rule will go into effect the end of this month on May 31st. And on May 31st, what this new rule will do is it'll allow USCIS asylum officers to begin granting asylum without review by an Article III immigration court. Now, it's important to note that Section 240 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, which governs removal proceedings, states, quote, an immigration judge shall conduct proceedings for deciding the inadmissibility or deportability of an alien. Now, an immigration court is an Article III court. It's a separate branch of government from a USCIS officer, which is within the Department of Homeland Security and the executive branch. It's a check and balance on executive action. It's a very necessary check and balance on an executive that is not faithfully executing the laws, as we have today with President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas. On May 1st of this year, news reporter Brett Baer asked Secretary Mayorkas in an interview, is it the objective of the Biden administration to sharply reduce the total number of illegal immigrants coming across the southern border? Now, the obvious answer to Brett Brer's question is that is the goal, to reduce the flow of people coming to this country illegally. That ought to be every administration's goal. That's what a president and administration would do if they were faithfully executing the laws. But listen to Secretary Mayorkas's reply, his answer. Secretary Mayorkas stated, quote, "It is the objective of the Biden administration to make sure that we have safe, orderly, and legal pathways for individuals to be able to access our legal system." I first must note that our legal system is horribly broken. It is that legal system that has produced this result. Now, I don't expect the viewers to be able to look at and be able to see everything on this chart. But you can go to my website and you can download this and you will see the cause and effect of various directives, various rules, various regulations, various court orders and proceedings to cause this explosion, this out-of-control flow of illegal immigration. By the way, it all started back in 2009 when then ICE Director Morton issued a directive directly contravening the plain language of the law that required detaining individuals whose asylum claim was being adjudicated. So we stopped detaining them. Then, of course, in June 2012, President Obama, through his DHS secretary, created the DACA Memorandum, which was an open invitation to unaccompanied children come to this country because they knew that once they got here, they'd be able to stay. Now, if you take a look at the history here, the gold represents single adults coming to this country illegally and being apprehended. This is on a monthly basis. Blue is family units exploiting our very broken asylum system where the credible fear standard gives you a free pass into the country. Red represents unaccompanied children. It's important to note back in 2014 when President Obama declared it a humanitarian crisis, about 2,000 people were being apprehended at the border on a daily basis. 2,000. Now again, because of different policy choices, the word gets out, different court decisions, and people in Central America and throughout the world realize that we are not following our asylum laws. We have a virtually open border. We're engaging in catch and release. So President Trump had to deal with a surge in 2019 that averaged more than 4,000 people per day in a given month. You can see that surge here. But President Trump took action. He engaged, he implemented the Return to Mexico policy. He made agreements with Central American countries in Mexico. And we pretty well stopped the flow of unaccompanied children family units. We actually reduced the flow of single adults exploiting our broken immigration system. But then during the presidential debates, Democrat candidates, including President Biden, declared to the world that they weren't going to deport people. They're going to offer people coming to this country illegally free health care. And you can see, even during 2020, as we were building the walls, we had Return to Mexico policy in place, single adults realized there might be a change in policy and they started flooding our border. If you'll notice, we went from, on average, over about 10 years, about 30,000 single adults per month coming in this country. To last 2 months, it's been over 150,000, closer to 160, 170,000 single adults. Throw on top of that, almost the minute that President Biden came into office and dismantled those successful programs, we then had a new flood, a new surge of family units in blue and unaccompanied children flooding our borders, exploiting our asylum laws. This new rule that's about to take effect at the end of this month, the asylum rule, again, circumvents, is contrary to stated law that says immigration judges, immigration courts need to make that asylum determination. Not members of the administration, not USCIS officers. What this rule does is it gives that power to grant asylum, an awesome power that Congress never meant to give to the administration. It gives that power to USCIS officers and only allows a judge to take a look at that if the asylum claim is denied by the USCIS officer. So this isn't going to do anything to reduce the backlog. What this will do is this will increase the flow. This is another signal throughout the world that we have an open border policy. The only restraint right now is Title 42, and this administration is working actively to overturn a court order that said you must keep Title 42 restrictions in place. And if the USCIS officer isn't as generous as we fear they all will be and actually denies asylum, you're right back there in Article 3 courts. So the only purpose of this rule is to increase the flow, to accomplish Secretary Mayorkas' stated goal of making sure that we have a safe, orderly, and legal pathway for individuals to be able to access our legal system. In other words, this administration's policy on the border isn't to secure it, isn't to reduce the flow, it's to make the processing and dispersing of illegal immigrants more efficient, so more will come. Last year, 1.25 million people either encountered and dispersed or came in as known gotaways, came to this country illegally and were dispersed. That's a number that is larger than the population of 8 states. That's how out of control this crisis is, and yet Secretary Mayorkas won't even call it a problem, much less a crisis. So it's obvious how harmful this rule is to our nation, to our national security. An open border is a national security threat. And so I urge my colleagues to join me in using the Congressional Review Act to disapprove of this rule and prevent its implementation. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate.
Your engagement. We're trying to all fill in blanks, and none of you have all the answers on this. We're not expecting this panel to be able to cover everything on it, but I do appreciate the gaps that you're helping us fill as we go through this conversation together. Ms. Spislova, I want to ask you a couple of questions about the IC. I've read through some of the sensitive information that was sent out to law enforcement in advance of January the 6th. Help me understand someone that's getting that report. Obviously, many of these folks that are getting the report from Capitol Police and others, Sergeant at Arms, they get reports like this similar every day. If I look at the reports prior to January the 6th that are coming out from intelligence, I have a hard time looking at it and getting the context of how is this different than normal. So help me understand for those reports, for someone who's reading these reports every day, how would they understand the context of what you're seeing or what the folks are seeing on the ground that's different than what they had seen 3 months before, 6 months before, a year before?
Yes, sir. That is a great question, and that is one that we are now reassessing. It was our view, again, when I prepared for this hearing and I looked at all of the work that we had done, specifically talking about the extremists that would be motivated by the dissatisfaction with the election results and also unhappy with some of the restrictions related to COVID-19. The reports are quite good. They are well written. They seem to summarize pretty succinctly. I mean, I look at them and I'm proud of the team, which has produced twice as many reports on domestic terrorism this last year as they did the year before. But to your point, it might be hard to see that trend over time in the noise. So looking backwards from, now what didn't happen, right? We are examining, should there be different types of reports? Should we use some of the tools that DHS has, such as the National Terrorism Advisory System? We have restarted the Counterterrorism Advisory Board, which was occurring monthly under the previous administration and had fallen off for a variety of reasons the last few years. We've restarted that. Secretary Mayorkas is challenging us all to do a better job when it comes to combating terrorism, domestic terrorism. So I guess that's a long way, sir, of saying we are taking a look at the reports that we have done. We will be engaging very directly with all of our stakeholders, asking them what we could do better, asking them how they might better receive the information. Should we put it in a different format? Is there some way we should remind them that this is an alert? And it is hard, candidly, with the volume of information that we all receive daily.
Sure, you're getting a tremendous amount, and that information continues to be able to flow. But when I look at the reports and look at even the bottom line up front that's at the beginning of it, it all seems very standard to me. There doesn't seem to be an elevated risk. Now, there's some details that come afterwards that if you're reading through it, you could then elevate it. And as you've heard, some members on this committee and others in the media have pulled out specific statements buried in a report and pulled it out and said, well, how could you have missed this?
Right.
But in the bottom line up front, it looks very standard. Here are the risks. Here are the things that we're seeing. There doesn't seem to be something that would say, hey, this is higher than normal. If I can use the intel term, it seems to be chatter. Even in the report itself, it identifies multiple places. This was one person on a social media site, and they had one comment that they made on it. That would make someone think this is one person out there saying this. This doesn't look like a movement that's happening. So if that was accurate, to say we're hearing some chatter on that, there has to be some way to be able to note that for the future, to be able to say elevated, more so than normal, higher than it was a week ago, some way to be able to show a trend line, whether it's bottom line up front all the way through to say it's increasing in awareness on this.
No,
and that is something that is fixable. I would tell you my challenge from serving on the Intel Committee is seeing different reports that come through that are so carefully scripted, they say nothing. So getting as many pieces of raw information as possible, which are in some of these reports, but then to also make sure that the assessments and the statements are very, very clear will help everyone in the process. We do reach moments where it becomes so politicized that we've got to be able to turn down the volume of that particular word that at the end of it, they don't say anything. General, can I ask you a question on this as well? For any of the operations that Washington, D.C. has or that you know of for other National Guard members, in any operation that you're going to be around, and you had obviously soldiers that were involved, scattered around the city helping with traffic duties and such during the day, do you get the threat assessments in advance the same as what Capitol Police, Metro Police would get? Because obviously you're assisting Metro Police, so would you get the same threat assessments that they get as they're leading up to the event so that you would have that for that event as well?
Yes, Senator, we do receive finished intelligence products.
Okay, are those helpful to you?
They are.
Good. Is there anything that you're missing when you go through those reports that you wish was there?
No, sir.
Yeah, we would all love to see 2020 into the future. I get that completely. You've made several comments through the course of the day today that I've noted, and then in your statement itself, where you stated the Secretary of Army's January 5th letter withheld authority for me to employ the Quick Reaction Force. Now, we've talked about that, and several of us have brought it up. I want to ask a question for the folks that were actually on traffic duty and such that were helping out that day and standing side by side with Metro Police to help them. Were those folks armed with less lethal implements to be able to help in case there was a riot situation or an unruly crowd? Could they have engaged from where they were with less than lethal force?
So they weren't equipped with less than lethal, but they were equipped with force protection, helmets, shin guards, body protection.
Were they wearing those, or were those in the vehicles?
They were in the vehicles.
They were in the vehicles. And those, my understanding was, were those weren't military vehicles that day. They were to be unmarked vehicles that were other government vehicles. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. They were GSA vehicles.
Got it. And then there was no overhead for your folks that were out that day. My understanding is there was a request from the mayor to not have military vehicles, to not have helicopters up in the air that day in support. Would that have typically been something that you would have asked for in the past to be able to have some kind of overhead for a day like that?
No, sir. We would not have needed helicopters or any kind of air support for a mission like that. Just simple traffic control, and the quick reaction force was available to support them if they needed it.
But they are physically how far away? As far as minutes, I don't have to say where they were exactly.
About 25 minutes away.
So the quick reaction force was 25 minutes away. Even if it was go, we need you to be able to respond. It's 25 minutes on a good traffic situation to be able to get there, barring what's happening with the crowd.
Well, we would have had a police escort. So the District of Columbia has military police and security forces. Both have marked police vehicles with the emergency equipment, lights, sirens.
Right. And just to clarify, that's 40 individuals on that quick reaction force. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Senator Laneberg. Next up, Senator King from the Rules Committee.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thanks for holding this hearing. A quick question for Mr. Solisas. I know the Defense Department has its own intelligence service, the DIA, and this is a question for the record. I would appreciate it if you would check and provide to the committee whatever there are in the way of intelligence products that were available to the Department of Defense in the week prior to, and the day, particularly the day prior to January 6th. And they can be submitted in a classified setting if there are issues of sources and methods. I don't know if there's any such material, but if there is, I hope you will make it available to the committee. General Walker, you're a very important witness today because you were in the midst of all of this and you were in touch. And what we're really struggling with here is why that long delay. And you testified earlier that in the summer, the delay was a matter of minutes. This time, it was a matter of 3 hours and 19 minutes, I think as Senator Portman said. The question is, was the delay caused, in your judgment, from being on these various phone calls by anything remotely resembling politics and a desire not to interfere with this particular group, or was it because of the, I think the word blowback has been used, the concerns about what had happened in the summer and the criticism that the Guard had taken for its actions at Lafayette Square or in other parts of the protests of the summer? What do you think was going on here in terms of why this matter took so long to respond to?
So, Senator King, I think it was a combination of both. In my judgment, it was two factors. So I had the benefit and comfort of having the Secretary of the Army co-located with me during the summer. So he was right next to me for pretty much that entire week, the first week of June. And I was in constant communication with him. I had his phone number, he had mine, and we communicated regularly. I didn't have that benefit for January 6th. So there was some concern. I don't think it was so much of what the District of Columbia National Guard and Guard Nation did for June. I think it was more the word that I kept hearing was the optics of it. And there was a concern that it could inflame the protesters. So a uniform presence of guardsmen, U.S. Army, U.S. Air Force uniforms could inflame the protesters. That was a concern as well. That was a thought by Army senior leaders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Justice Robinson, I'd like to begin with you. The Second Circuit is one of the most important forums for securities law, antitrust, which is an important issue we're looking at in this committee, complex commercial litigation, shareholder class actions. To date, you have participated in over 1,800 matters, but none of them, not a one, appear to be securities, shareholder class actions, commercial litigation, corporate entities, complex financial transactions. So, given this, if you were to be confirmed, what are your plans to familiarize yourself with these areas of the law?
Thank you, Senator Blackburn. It's true that I have had some cases that involve commercial litigation, more broadly speaking, but I agree that most of the subject areas you listed are matters of focus in the federal courts. I can tell you that in my 10 years on the Vermont Supreme Court, I found that, A, I really like learning new things. I like broadening my horizons, and B, I enjoy complexity. When cases come in that some people look at and say, oh my gosh, and they look at the record, I get excited. And I think that that disposition is something that would serve me well in trying to expand my knowledge on the Second Circuit.
Then let me ask you about this, judicial activism. I want to talk with you about that. You made a statement at an ABA panel where you said court decisions can catalyze broader social and legal change. So what does judicial activism mean to you, and do you think it's appropriate?
Thank you, Senator Blackburn. I don't use the term judicial activism because it has very different meanings to different people.
Okay. So then you have no answer to that.
Well, I'm sorry, I thought the question was what does judicial activism mean to me, and I don't...
All right, but you see decisions as driving broader social change, but then you do not interpret that as being judicial activism?
Senator, I think the role of courts is to decide the cases that come before them pursuant to the law that they apply.
Well, one of the things that Tennesseans don't appreciate is having activists on the court. They want that to be a neutral body, and that's what they expect. Ms. Sung, I want to come to you, going back to this letter that you signed. What you're saying is that it is a heat-of-the-moment decision that you made, that probably you exercised poor judgment, and it's difficult for you to separate that personal from your professional as you signed that in your professional capacity. Would I be correct on that?
Thank you for the question, Senator. To be clear, I signed that letter strictly in my personal capacity.
Okay, so you did that in your personal capacity. Okay, in the letter, I want to go to this. You said that you thought he was a threat to the most vulnerable, that's a quote, and that a threat to many of us. And the letter went on to say that people will die if he is confirmed. So why don't you talk to me about who is the us that Kavanaugh is a threat to, and who are the people that you expected to die if Kavanaugh was confirmed? I mean, this is a pretty broad, brazen accusation. It's pretty out there. So why don't you bring some clarity to that?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I agree that those statements were overheated rhetoric. And as I stated before, if by signing the letter, I created the impression that I, as a judge, if confirmed, would fail to respect the authority of the justice, then I do apologize.
You created that. You created that perception. And many times people believe perception is reality. So you've established that as your thought process, that you, as a person, in your personal capacity, you say, not in your professional capacity, but you as a person, in your heart of hearts, you think, here is someone who is unacceptable. He is a threat to us, but you still haven't defined us. He is someone who will himself cause people to die. So if you don't want to bring clarity to that for me, then by signing that letter, have you proven yourself to be unacceptable as a nominee for a federal judgeship?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I think the best evidence of the kind of judge I would be, if confirmed, is my track record as a neutral adjudicator. As a neutral adjudicator, I have decided cases impartially by applying the law to the facts as established by the evidence in the record.
Okay, let's talk about that. During your 11, and by the way, you've still not answered the question on this. You're kicking the can on the road, you're punting on it, and you should know that that is not something that is acceptable. And until you can clear the record on that, it is going to bring that perception to bear in how people perceive your thought process to be. So I think it needs a little bit further
Thank you, Senator Blackburn. Your time has expired.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'm sorry, my clock isn't working over here. Thank you. I have questions I'll submit to you for the record about your judicial record and the number of times you've actually been in federal court.
Thank you. I believe Senator Lee is next by order of arrival.
Ms. Sung, I wasn't originally intending to ask you about the letter. I was wanting to ask about other things. Some of your answers have me confused. When you call someone an intellectually bankrupt ideologue who is intent on rolling back our rights and the rights of our clients, you either mean that or you don't. I assume you would agree with me that if you're speaking of someone that way and you don't believe that, you don't have a reason to think that, that would be defamatory, would it not?
Sorry. Thank you for the question, Senator. As I stated, I did not write those statements. I take responsibility for signing the letter, and I do recognize that they were overheated.
I understand that, Ms. Sung, but I'm asking, would those be defamatory if they were not true?
The definition of defamation and the standards for defamation are complicated, but they vary depending on whether someone is a public figure. They vary in terms of whether they were statements of fact and whether they can be proven or disproven.
He was, in fact, a sitting judge at the time you made the statement. And so it's not that you're pulling them from air. You were purporting to have some knowledge of it. It's not just that you said he was a morally bankrupt ideologue who would deprive people of rights. You also said people will die if he is confirmed. There's no qualifying language in there, nothing saying we fear that this might result in decisions which could in turn result in things that would be bad for people. You called him, quote, a threat to the most vulnerable. Quote, he is a threat to many of us simply because of who we are. If you were saying that of someone and you didn't believe it was true and you didn't have a reason to make such a statement, wouldn't that be defamatory?
Respectfully, Senator, their requirements for defamation would require statements of fact, not mere rhetorical
People will die if he is confirmed. Is that not a statement of fact? It's not couched in language of opinion. It's not couched in any logical syllogism, talking about how this might lead to things. Nor is it ambiguous to say that he is an intellectually and morally bankrupt ideologue intent on rolling back our rights and the rights of our clients. So let's just start with that one. Wouldn't you agree that that's defamatory, if not true?
I appreciate the question, Senator. As I stated, when I signed the letter, I understood those statements to be rhetorical advocacy, not statements of fact.
Rhetorical advocacy is not a defense to defamation, not at common law, not under the law of any state with which I'm familiar. Can you tell me how that's relevant to my question?
Respectfully, Senator, as I stated before, I did not consider those to be statements of fact. Okay,
so I don't think it's a defense ever to a claim of defamation to say I didn't intend that as a statement of fact if in fact you're making statements of fact. Nor are these things just rooted in the ether. You're not purporting to draw from them in the absence of any context. You're drawing from it, apparently in the context of his status as a then sitting judge on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit. Is that not itself undermining the legitimacy of the courts as an officer of the court? Is that the sort of thing you aspire to?
Senator, as I stated, I do apologize if by signing that letter, I created the impression that I don't respect the authority of the courts or any duly confirmed Supreme Court justice. Throughout my legal career as a litigator, as an adjudicator, and as a judge, if confirmed, I would respect the authority of every Supreme Court justice. I have followed the court's precedents without reservation. I have applied them as an adjudicator, and I would continue to do so as a judge, if confirmed.
When you describe his nomination as a threat to the most vulnerable and as creating an emergency, that tends inevitably to suggest that your confidence in him is so lacking that someone would be justified in doing anything they could to undermine his judicial authority. I fail to see, as I read this letter, any caveat, any reservation, anything saying, warning, we don't really mean this. And one of two things has got to be true. Either you didn't believe these things, in which case you defamed him, or you did believe this thing, in which case I find it very difficult to believe that you're going to be able to respect his rulings, as you will be bound to respect, given that he's sitting on the Supreme Court of the United States. And I'd add, finally, Mr. Chairman, I think it's important that we be able to ask these questions, and people can have legitimate concerns about a candidate without having our motives questioned, and without having our motives questioned, particularly in the context where someone has questioned the motives of a member of the Supreme Court of the United States. I find this troubling. It's a troubling trend on the committee, and it's not one that we should aspire to continue.
Senator Lee, I believe the record will show that there have been ample opportunities to ask a question about that letter this morning.
To our witnesses for joining us today. Every day, cartels post on social media platforms and recruit teenagers in Arizona to act as drivers for illegal operations. Lured by the promise of easy cash, these teens, some as young as 14 years old, take their parents' cars to the border and participate in smuggling and trafficking. Innocent bystanders and migrants have even died, while these teens, recruited by cartels on social media, flee law enforcement at high speeds. The Department of Homeland Security must do more to crack down on dangerous cartels' use of social media, secure the border, and keep Arizona families safe. My first question is for Ms. Pappas. I apologize. According to my office's conversations with Border Patrol leadership in Arizona, TikTok is the platform that cartels use most frequently to recruit Arizona teens. What steps does TikTok currently take to ensure its algorithms do not promote cartel-sponsored content? And can you tell me why have those efforts not been more effective?
Certainly, Senator. So it starts for us with our policies. Obviously, that type of content, any illicit activity, organized crime, including drug cartels, is strictly prohibited from our platform. So in that regard, we work with our trust and safety moderation teams to ensure that we're detecting that content through our technologies and also through human moderation to remove that content when found. Furthermore, as a platform, we don't have the same product features that other platforms do in terms of being able to have that type of organized behavior. So for example, we don't allow links through direct messages or images to be sent through direct messages. We also do not have group chat available. So those types of behavior to help organized crime are limited in terms of TikTok's platform. So any of the content that gets posted on TikTok has to go through our content moderation. Obviously, our work is never done there, but we're constantly working to identify that content at scale and remove it when found. And all of those numbers are also available through our transparency reports. Thank you.
So just a follow-up question then. If you're doing that content moderation and reviewing each of those, the posts, how is it that there are so many efforts that are successful on TikTok to recruit young teens to assist cartels?
We're striving to get that number to 0. Obviously, this is a challenging area for everybody in the industry in terms of being able to moderate our platforms, but this is something that we heavily invest in from a technology perspective as well as a people perspective. I'm happy to look into any of those cases, but I do know that when reports have been sent, that content is immediately taken down.
Thank you. Mr. Cox, my next question is for you. What is Meta doing both on Facebook and on Instagram to prevent cartels from using your platforms to recruit teens along our southwestern border?
Thank you, Senator. This is an important issue. It's sad. I really appreciate your leadership on this issue. We prohibit human trafficking. We prohibit these cartels. We work with law enforcement to identify the names of the cartels, and then we fan out systems to help us find instances of them across our platforms and take them down right away.
So my next question is for Ms. Pappas, Mr. Cox, Mr. Mohan, and Mr. Sullivan, the whole panel. As chair of the Border Subcommittee in this committee, I believe it's critical that each of your platforms work with the Department of Homeland Security to identify cartel content and prevent Arizona teens from being targeted for recruitment. So I'd ask you to answer yes or no. When you discover that cartels are using your platforms to recruit, are you willing to commit to sharing that information with the Department of Homeland Security as quickly as possible? Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, with the appropriate privacy and oversight, I believe we could do that.
Yes, similarly, following a legal process and privacy policy.
Yes, Senator, we would cooperate as long as there's a due legal process with the DHS and other law enforcement as well.
Similarly, we would commit to that provided privacy and legal concerns were addressed.
Thank you. Back to you, Ms. Pappas. Today's hearing is about product development, and in the case of TikTok, there's no product more important than the, quote, For You algorithm that offers content recommendation to users. There's a real risk that TikTok could alter its algorithm to promote or censor content on Beijing's behalf, whether that means silencing voices that are critical of China or promoting conspiracies or extremist content. Has TikTok ever altered its algorithm or promoted or downranked content based on the actual or perceived wishes of the Chinese government?
No.
And in your privacy policy, it says that TikTok, quote, may collect biometric identifiers such as face prints and voice prints. Has the biometric data of an American ever been accessed by or provided to any person located in China? And if not, is biometric data able to be accessed by anyone in China?
Let me clarify, because I think biometrics is one that is a topic that is hard to define, and everybody has their own definition of what biometrics means. So I will be clear in how TikTok sees this. We do not use any sort of facial, voice, or audio, or body recognition that would identify an individual. So there's no way that we would be able to identify. The way that we use facial recognition, for example, would be if we're putting an effect on the creator's video. So you were uploading a video and you wanted to put sunglasses or dog ears on your video. That's when we do facial recognition. All of that information is stored only in your device, and as soon as it's applied to, like that filter is supplied and posted, that data is deleted. So we don't have that data.
And you're assured that there's no opportunity that during the time between the use of the imprint of the face print or voice print and the deletion, that there's no ability for anyone other than that device to access or capture that information?
That's my understanding, yes. I know it's a technical area, so to the best of my knowledge, the data is stored on the device. It is deleted immediately once you post your video.
I'd like follow-up just neither of us are experts on this technological issue, but I'd like to get some follow-up from those who are.
Happy to, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I see that my time has expired. I have a few more questions that I'll submit for the record. Thank you.
After some of these things are released. Mr. Cox, and you also have talked quite a bit about trust and safety as being central to Meta's development process. Then my question to you is, then why, after several years of warnings by external organizations such as the Tech Transparency Project, does Facebook continue to automatically generate home pages for white supremacists and other extremist groups and terrorists such as ISIS, as shown in this poster right here for the Aryan Brotherhood, that it's a page that's been created? I guess it was taken down just recently, but it was on Facebook for 12 years. For 12 years, the Aryan Brotherhood. Doesn't this feature allow extremist groups to basically recruit members more easily because you're putting this up?
Senator, we believe there's no place for terrorism, for violence inciting networks, for militarized social movements. We believe there's no place for these on our platform. We use automated tools to find and take them down, as well as teams of experts dedicated to these specific problems.
And so your automated tools and teams, they were successful after 12 years. They were able to bring it down after 12 years. That's an acceptable performance?
Senator, I know that for 97% of terrorist content, we're able to get to it before anybody reports it, and also that we've been able to improve that number quarter over quarter, which is a commitment I will continue to make sure that we aspire to.
But certainly any content that gets through and is disseminated very broadly can have catastrophic consequences and violent actions, and particularly groups like this where they have pages that are being put up by your company that are there for 12 years. I hope you would agree that that's unacceptable.
Senator, respectfully, we wouldn't have put this page up ourselves, but we do work hard to make sure that extremists and terrorist networks are not allowed.
Yeah, this is auto-generated. This was an auto-generated page.
Senator, I haven't seen this specific example, but
well, I'd love to have you comment on this. If you could look at this example, and if we could have your written comments on it, I'd appreciate that afterwards. My final question, then we're going to let you go, seriously. When your product teams are testing new products or features, I know that you track engagement and growth, a pretty fundamental part of the work that you do. My question to you, and this is to each of you, do you consistently measure the impacts of these new features on societal harms like misinformation, disinformation, hate speech, and terrorism? If you could just give me a yes or no question. We'll start with you, Mr. Sullivan, work that way on the yes or no, please.
Yeah, depending on the feature and which of those harms might apply, we go deep into those and analyze those, yes.
So I would like you to, so it's yes. If you go a little deeper, I'm going to ask you then, how do you characterize and measure this data, and which metrics are used? If you could be very specific, it's very helpful that we have that information.
I'll give you one.
And I'll ask all three of you to do the same, please.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I turned my mic off. I'll give you one top-line metric we use for many of these, which is what we call harmful impressions. So 0.1% of tweets that turn out to be violative. We want to limit the number of people that see them. So it's how many people may have seen something before we identified it as violent. So those are some of the metrics that would be important to combat this harm on the platform. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Ms. Pappas? It does. Senator Hawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cox, I know that Facebook has said in the past that it's their position as a private company, you're not subject to the First Amendment. I assume that hasn't changed, is that right?
That's correct, Senator.
But the United States government is subject to the First Amendment. I think we can probably all agree on. Hopefully we can. Hopefully that's still true in this country. Is it appropriate for Facebook to work with the United States government to avoid the First Amendment, help the U.S. government avoid the First Amendment?
Senator, we do think it is sometimes appropriate to be in contact with government and with government organizations.
To help them avoid the First Amendment?
Senator, I'm not sure what specifically you're referring to.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think it's appropriate to work with the United States government to target private individual speech that is constitutionally protected?
Senator, I'm not aware of that.
Well, let me educate you. On July 16th, 2021, an employee at Facebook wrote to the Department of Health and Human Services saying, and I quote, "I know our teams met today to better understand the scope of what the White House expects from us on misinformation going forward." On July 23rd, 2021, a Facebook employee thanked HHS, quote, "for taking the time to meet earlier today and wanted to make sure you saw the steps we just took this past week to adjust policies and what we are removing with respect to misinformation. This included," and I'm still quoting, "increasing the strength of our demotions for COVID and vaccine-related content." On April 7th, 2021, a Facebook employee thanked the CDC for responding to misinformation queries, and I quote, "We'll get moving now to be able to remove all but that one claim as soon as the announcement and authorization happens." On July 28th of this year, a Facebook employee reached out to CDC about, quote, "doing a monthly misinfo debunking meeting." The CD responded, "Yes, we would love to do that." I'm sure they would. On July 20th, 2021, Clark Humphrey at the White House, who's digital director of the COVID-19 response team, emailed Dave Sumner at your company, among others, asking any way we can get this pulled down and cited a specific Instagram account. Within 46 seconds, your company responded and said, "Yep, on it." That sounds like what in the law we call a pattern and practice of meeting, coordinating, and colluding with the United States government to target particular speech that no one in any of these emails alleges is incitement, which would not be constitutionally protected. No one in any of these emails alleges it directly encourages violence, which would not be constitutionally protected. So it appears to all be constitutionally protected speech on, I might add, very politically sensitive topics that Facebook is directly working with the U.S. government to target and remove. Is that your company policy to do this kind of thing?
Senator, we were quite public about our cooperation with health organizations during the unprecedented time of COVID. We knew that people expected and wanted accurate information on our platform. We had conversations with the CDC, with the World Health Organization, and with other public health organizations, not just in the U.S., but abroad, in order to understand how to help make sure that folks weren't getting information that could cause imminent harm.
Fair enough. So you're saying that this was, in fact, company policy to have these kinds of meetings with HHS, with the CDC, with the White House directly, that you did engage in this behavior, and you think that it was entirely fine. Is that your testimony?
Senator, I do believe it's appropriate for companies like ours to be in consultation with public health organizations and with government.
And you can confirm that things like taking down a private Instagram account and adjusting your policies at the behest of the White House, and putting into place misinformation policies at the behest of CDC, that those things you think are appropriate. This was company policy to do so. Is that fair to say?
Senator, I'm not familiar with the Instagram account specifically that you're referencing, but we do know that people expected and hoped from the platforms that we would help them get accurate information about COVID during the unprecedented time, especially at the beginning.
Well, isn't there a difference between you as a platform putting forward information and censoring your users at the behest of the White House, the administration more broadly, and the CDC? Isn't there a distinction there?
We specifically wanted to work with public health experts to understand the relationship between information and behavior. And so we did consult with the CDC, the World Health Organization, and others to understand how the platform policies we built were affecting public health.
Well, you didn't just consult with them to understand how they affected public health. You actually censored on their behalf. I mean, you took these emails, I'm just quoting from a sample of them, which, by the way, have been disclosed in litigation. These emails show that you took censorship steps. You took down accounts. You planned misinformation policies. You adjusted your policies at the behest of the United States government. I mean, that's not just some theoretical thing. That's actually targeting your users' speech. But I appreciate your forthrightness, by the way. But you're saying that you think that's fine, and that was your policy.
Senator, We've been public about our policies on COVID misinformation specifically, as well as on misinformation generally.
And so you think you're not concerned about any of this? Nothing that I just read to you, you're not concerned about it at all?
Respectfully, Senator, I think the balance of how to protect free expression as well as public safety is a difficult issue, but it's one we're committed to working with outside experts and publishing our work.
Well, I appreciate you being so forthright. As I said, this is actually from litigation between the state of Missouri and the state of Louisiana and the federal government. I anticipate that your remarks under oath today are going to be very interesting and helpful to that litigation. I'll just say this. My view is that the United States government is bound by the First Amendment. They cannot encourage or coerce or incite or collude with a private party to get around the First Amendment, but you've just said to me today that that's basically what they did, that you coordinated with them repeatedly over a pattern of months and years to adjust and target your speech policies for protected speech at the behest of the United States government. I have to tell you, I've got a big problem with that, and I think all your users should too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Talking about a problem that is my true definition of a problem, one that does not have easy solutions. Again, what is harmful content is all in the eye of the beholder. We all abhor violence. I certainly condemn white supremacists. I condemned, immediately, forcefully, repeatedly the violence on January 6th. But I am concerned about the bias of your platforms. The earlier panel would not give me any indication whatsoever. The percentage of liberals versus conservatives in your organizations, I don't expect you'll be any more forthright in that. But let me ask you this question. I know the chairman likes to talk about the white supremacists and January 6th. Democrats love talking about that. What about the 570 plus riots that occurred in the summer of 2020, 2,000 law enforcement officers injured, $1 to $2 billion worth of property damage, a couple of people killed in Kenosha, Wisconsin, dozens of buildings burned, a couple dozen people also lost their lives during those riots. Mr. Cox, have you deplatformed or have you throttled back or censored anybody that was involved in the organization of the summer riots?
Senator, these were
pretty quick answer. I got a lot of territory to cover.
Senator, domestic terrorism and extremism and calls for violence are against our community.
Did you throttle back? Did you censor anybody that organized the summer riots? 570 of them.
Senator, I can look at the specifics.
Okay, Mr. Mohan, did YouTube throttle back or censor any of the rioters in the summer 2020?
Senator, our policies apply equally regardless of who the are.
So did you throttle back? Did you censor some of the organizations that were responsible for the summer riots?
We would have applied our policies equally regardless of where the riots were if it was a violation.
Can you provide me with the names of the people you throttled back that were responsible for the summer riots?
Senator, I'm happy to follow up.
Okay, good. I appreciate that. Mr. Sullivan, what about Twitter?
Twitter would have removed any incitement to violence that was on our platform, regardless of.
So you did throttle back on organizers of the summer riots?
For any case where we see incitement to violence, we would remove that content and take
So
action.
your CEO, Mr. Dorsey, was before a Commerce Committee, I think it was in October 2020, and both Senator Cruz and I asked him whether your platform, Twitter, could impact our elections, and he denied it. Our three witnesses earlier this morning, completely disagreed with Mr. Dorsey, said they absolutely, Twitter and these platforms can. Do you believe that Twitter can impact our elections?
I think Twitter plays an important role in the public conversation.
It's really kind of a yes or no answer. Can they impact our elections?
We're taking the elections.
Really, yes or no? I got a lot of coverage.
As I described to the previous question, we've put in place many actions and mitigations relating to elections.
Can you impact elections?
People try to use our platform to get messages out regarding elections, and we try to do our best to get
this morning I specifically talked about the fact that you censored the New York Post article about Hunter Biden. We have polls that said that had the American public known that, we wouldn't be in the ditch that we are right now.
Mr. Zutko, give me 30 seconds. Well, strike that. Senator Grassley is an active user on Twitter. I'll use him as an example. Give me 30 seconds on the type of information Twitter has on Senator Grassley or someone like him.
If I was, if there was somebody, just like what the CTO came to me and said, hey, we've got a problem with this user, is this user?
Just give me 30 seconds on the type of information
Sure.
that Twitter has on the average Twitter user.
Sure. What's the phone number? What's the latest IP address they've connected from? Are there other IP address they've connected from? Is this the current email? How long have they been using that email with the account? What are the prior emails for it? From the IP address, there's a where do we think they live? Where do we think they're connected to right now? Are they still connected even if they're not actively using the information? What type of device are they connected with? What type of web browser are they using? Which brand is it? Possibly which computer? What language did they connect in it? Those are at some of the front-end systems.
Thank you for that. And I want to be sure I understand. You're telling this committee that all of the engineers and half the employees of Twitter have access to Senator Grassley's account.
Half of the employees of Twitter are engineers. The engineers are by default given some access to the production environment. If it is, from what I saw, if they wanted to root around in the data and find it, they could find it.
Okay,
and
let me try
I believe
that
some
again.
have.
I'm going to be sure I understand, okay? I'm not trying to trick you. From your testimony, I understand that half of all of the engineers and half of the employees at Twitter have access to Senator Grassley's account. Is that correct?
Based upon what I saw, technically, yes.
Okay. And if they go into Senator Grassley's account, if an engineer does, for example, Twitter doesn't know that that engineer has done that. Is that correct?
It would be difficult to find the logs showing that, is my understanding correct.
Okay. So you don't have a log in and log out system?
There was not an easy ability for me to find which engineers had logged into which systems and what data that they had accessed.
Okay. So this engineer who can secretly go into Senator Grassley's account and get all this information, Twitter has no idea what the hell that engineer is going to do with that information, does it?
Under the hood, no.
Okay. So that engineer at Twitter could sell it, for example, couldn't he?
I'm sorry, could what?
Could sell it.
Could sell access. I've seen numerous accounts on underground forums offering to sell such access, whether those are valid or not, but I've seen the offers to sell access to accounts, to delete accounts, to unban accounts.
Well, that engineer could just call one of his buddies and say, hey, you don't like Senator Grassley. Let me give you some information here, and you may want to use it against him. Could that engineer do that?
With the access they have.
Would Twitter know that the engineer had done that?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Now, did Mr. Dorsey know all this?
I did explain this to Mr. Dorsey. My understanding is he did not understand this prior to bringing me in, and that was one of the reasons that he wanted.
Does he understand it now?
I believe after seeing this hearing.
How about your CEO? Does he understand this?
I believe since he has been there for 10 years and rose up through the ranks in engineering, and he has talked to the engineers, and they have told them.
Yes.
I believe yes. I believe yes.
How about Mr. Brett Taylor from Salesforce? He's the chairman of your board. Does he know all this?
He knows what I put in my reports. I do not know whether he understands it.
All right, you've got an executive from MasterCard, Mimi, I'm going to probably mispronounce the last name, Ali Mayu from MasterCard. Does this board member know that?
I do not know if she knows that.
Well, is this the kind of thing that a reasonable board member would inquire about?
I would think so, but I've also seen that what was presented to the board was not representative.
During your time there, did the board ever ask?
The board did not ask these directly. No.
Even after all these problems with foreign agents?
Not when I was there during the board meetings.
They just sat there?
They focused on other topics and other
Yeah,
priorities.
right. Dr. Lee, he's a professor at Stanford. Does he know all this?
Same response. I did not see any questions on this specific topic while I was there.
Patrick Pichette, who used to be with Google.
Same response, sir.
All right.
Oh, Patrick Pichette? Sorry.
Pichette.
Yeah, Patrick Pichette was the one who, when I brought up this instance, he hit the roof. He was very upset.
Did he
said,
do?
"This is
Did he fix
unstandard."
it?
No, he asked for follow-on information.
And why hadn't Twitter fixed this?
There were other priorities.
It's about the money, isn't it?
It's about whatever crisis and the other priorities.
To fix this would cost them money, wouldn't it?
It would take away focus on other
It'd
projects.
cost them money, wouldn't it?
Most likely, yes.
Yeah. Okay, Twitter for a while was going to go into the porn business. Did they do that?
I don't know that they did that. I didn't know they were going to go into the porn business.
Oh, okay. Well, they were. Do you know why they decided not to?
I do know that there were discussions about content, about age-related information, and the discussions internally that I heard were simply concerns about lack of tools to correctly regulate or constrain it.
So it wasn't a moral issue. It was they didn't. Why didn't they go in the porn business?
I do not know.
Okay. Sounded like you knew a little bit about it. Last question. I'll ask you quickly, Mr. Chairman. Who sets the standards for censorship at Twitter?
I believe that comes out of council.
Your lawyer?
I believe so, sir.
And do they talk with the board about it?
I have been advised out of an abundance of caution that I shouldn't comment on any Twitter council conversations for AC Priv that Twitter might assert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you and Senator Grassley for holding this hearing, and thank you, Mr. Zatko, for your being here. Your extraordinarily insightful and significant testimony here today at substantial professional and personal risk, which is the tradition of whistleblowers, and your cooperation with me and my staff off the record in providing details that are important to our understanding. And the more of it that's made public, I think, the better. Would you agree with me that Twitter has put its users' health and safety severely at risk?
Yes, sir.
And it's put the national security severely at risk?
Yes, sir. That was part of my
disclosure. Its management has misled its own board of directors?
Yes, sir.
And in that event, the management ought to be certainly restructured, shifted, changed, correct?
Yes, sir.
That kind of structural reform is necessary to achieve changes within the company.
That is my belief.
You've also said that this company has misrepresented facts to government agencies, most especially the FTC. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, that is correct, sir.
And I think you shared in your complaint that Twitter management was intending to mislead as well French and Irish regulators about compliance with the consent decree, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
How high in the Twitter management would you say that intent to mislead and, in effect, deceive government agencies went?
To the CEO, I do not know to what level inside the board. They did not know because of misrepresentation or chose not to push.
The misleading of government agencies is one of the reasons why stronger action hasn't been taken.
That could very well be, sir.
But it also, in effect, is the result of a lack of vigor in law enforcement, whether because of inadequate resources or a failure of will.
That could be as well, sir.
In fact, the most recent settlement with Twitter, which was a payment of $150 million earlier this year, the FTC and Department of Justice stated that Twitter violated the 2011 consent decree. That's no surprise. But the size of the penalty, a mere $150 million, amounts to the kind of burden on us average drivers when we pay the toll to go into Manhattan. given that its profit in the second quarter of this year was about 1.18 billion, correct?
That is correct. While I was there, the concern only really was about a significantly higher amount, significantly higher, or if it would have been a more institutional restructuring risks. But that amount would have been of very little concern while I was there.
To effectively address this problem, we need not only to insist on restructuring the company, but also likely restructuring, reforming, and energizing our regulatory apparatus, not only as to Twitter, but also as to other internet companies and platforms. Would you agree?
Yes, I would. The intent of the regulators, I think, is the right intent, but it is not being followed or correctly adhered to.
All of what you're saying, everything in your complaint, and a lot of what we've heard in this committee and in other committees leads me to think we need a new agency. As reluctant as I am to suggest a new government bureaucracy, I don't think it needs to be a government bureaucracy with a lot of new people, but it needs to be a new means of enforcement here to bring cases to the Department of Justice, focusing on privacy, security, and protecting users as well as our national security. Would you agree?
I had not considered that. I will have to think about that. It is a very interesting approach.
I'm not reaching any conclusions, but clearly what we're doing right now is not working. You would agree with that?
Yes, what I have seen, the tools that are used out of the tool belt are not working. I do believe other tools in the tool belt do work, but the regulators aren't able to quantify and get measurements that would show them to switch to the other tools they have.
Last week, while I was meeting with constituents in Iowa, news broke here in Washington, D.C. about Assistant Special Agent in Charge Tim Tebow's retirement. Since May 31 of this year, I've highlighted Tim Tebow's partisan bias and how it infected major FBI investigations. That included a July 18th letter of this year that highlighted his role in opening a criminal investigation into Trump's campaign and advisors. That investigation is the electoral investigation that's been in the news. For example, on July 26th of this year, the Washington Post reported on that very same Trump investigation. Now, however, the Post failed to note that Tebow was a prime mover in opening it. Now get this, the Post failed to note that Tim Tebow predicated the investigation in a substantial part on liberal news articles as well as information derived from a liberal nonprofit. Then Attorney General Garland and Director Wray approved a full investigation anyway, which, as we all know, was contrary to standard procedure for moving ahead on an investigation. That Washington Post article occurred one day after I made the Trump investigation letter public, and one day after I made the July 25th Hunter Biden investigation letter public. Since Tim Tebow's exit from the FBI, I've noticed more news articles and reporting that hasn't been accurate with respect to the allegations that I've made public. Let me take this opportunity then to correct the record with respect to that inaccurate reporting. Some reports have noted that the Hunter Biden criminal probe is ongoing. Therefore, how can the allegations of Tebow shutting down investigation activity related to Hunter Biden be a credible? Well, this is the difference. The whistleblower disclosures to me relate to investigative activity and avenues of information that originated entirely separate from the ongoing Hunter Biden criminal probe. That's why the allegations that I made, that I brought forward, are so very, very important. Because we're dealing with a separate category of potentially criminal information relating to Hunter Biden that the FBI has within its possession. And the information received by the FBI was either verified or verifiable. Even so, based on allegations, the investigative activity was shut down by Special Agent Tebow and, of course, by others based on the false assertion that it was disinformation. How many times do we have this disinformation coming up as an excuse all the time with Grassley's investigations? Now, to be precise, FBI officials wanted to take action with respect to this separate investigative information that the FBI had in its possession related to Hunter Biden. However, Tebow blocked the FBI from doing what would normally be done. Accordingly, the investigative activity and information cannot be advanced as it should have been, which means the FBI could have gathered more evidence with respect to Hunter Biden, but cut bait instead. And the FBI and Tebow cut bait right before the 2020 presidential election. Since the information and activity was shut down, it wouldn't have been initially shared with any ongoing criminal code. That calls into question then what U.S. Attorney Weiss is actually investigating. It also calls into question what the FBI's Baltimore field office is reviewing and whether it's the full scope of evidence. Now, I've asked Director Wray about that whole issue. I asked him, quote, how can verified and verifiable information relating to Hunter Biden potential's criminality be shared with U.S. Attorney Weiss if it is shut down? End of my quote. We have no answer from Director Wray. At the Judiciary's Committee August 4th oversight hearing, Director Wray said that it's his expectation that such information would be shared with relevant offices. So, Director Wray, I have this question. What have you done to ensure that your expectation has been met? Because Director Wray's failure to answer, Congress is unaware of whether or not the FBI has finally shared full and complete information and investigative activity with any ongoing criminal probe. Therefore, without additional transparency from the government, there's a very real chance the Hunter Biden criminal probe doesn't include the full evidentiary picture. Now, how can the American people trust the results? Some have also questioned how an assistant special agent in charge like Thibault can have so much power to open and close investigative activities. Well, that's exactly what he did. And that power is often abused within the FBI. For example, on March 28th of this year, Chairman Durbin and I wrote a letter to the FBI about an audit. That audit showed widespread violation of internal policies designed to ensure proper handling of the FBI's most sensitive investigations. To read from my letter with Chairman Durbin, quote, the FBI reviewed 353 sensitive investigative matters, just under half of all such matters that were pending during this 18-month review period, and identified 747 violations, end of quote. In 45 investigations, the FBI didn't conduct or document a legal review prior to opening it. In 40 investigations, the FBI officials who opened a sensitive investigative matter didn't obtain approval from the relevant special agent in charge or even the assistant special agent in charge. Now, with those statistics, I fear that's just the tip of the iceberg. In conclusion, let's look at Thibault's recent statement and the allegations he didn't address. I think we have 5 or 6. First, he didn't address his role in opening a Trump investigation based on liberal news articles and information derived from a liberal nonprofit. Secondly, he didn't address his collaboration with Richard Pilger with respect to that investigation. Third, he didn't address efforts to water down the Trump investigation memo sent to Attorney General Garland and Director Wray, which they ultimately approved. Fourth, he didn't address the shutting down of the investigative activity and avenues of information relating to Hunter Biden. Fifth, he didn't address the alleged criminality within the information provided to the FBI about Hunter Biden. Sixth, he didn't address the August 2020 assessment opened by Brian Otten that was used to falsely label Hunter Biden's information as disinformation. Seventh, he didn't address his actions to try and improperly mark investigative closings so that they couldn't be opened in the future. Lastly, Thibault said that he, quote, welcomes any investigation, end quote, into allegations against him. Well, Mr. Thibault, come on in. Sit for a transcribed interview with me and my colleagues. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was recently down at the border with fellow senators. Actually, Senator Shaheen and I toured the border together a number of years back when we chaired and were ranking member on DHS Appropriations Subcommittee. So I've been down there before, previously as well. When I talk to the Border Patrol agents, they tell me they need barriers, technology, and people to address the situation. Do you agree with that?
I do, Senator, and it's something I've spoken of in this hearing.
So then what about continuing completion of the wall, particularly where it's already been contracted for construction? That's something they said they want and need to control the border.
Well, Senator, not all physical barriers are the same, and one of the things that we've learned in our multi-year study of the border is the fact that the challenges at the border are quite dynamic, not only because of variables in topography, but variables month to month and sometimes year to year with respect to the movement of people and the methodologies they employ.
Would you agree with me when you talk to your Border Patrol agents, they tell you they need barriers, physical barriers, technology, and people? They right now have a situation where there were almost 180,000 migrants coming across the border illegally just in the month of April. That'd be almost 2 million annualized, almost 18,000 unaccompanied minors. They're saying they don't have time to do their job securing the border because they need the three things I just mentioned: barriers, technology, and people. Do you agree with the professionals down there that say they need those things, or disagree with them, and are you getting them those things?
Senator, if I can just complete the thought that I was about to complete, if I may, that I remember when I was the Deputy Secretary and we were analyzing the utility and effectiveness of fixed towers, and then we said, you know what, we can actually move more effectively from fixed towers to mobile towers because of the dynamism of which I spoke a minute ago. And I have spoken with the Border Patrol. I've been down to the border multiple times, and on each visit spoken with the men and women who secure our border, and one will discern different approaches and different opinions with respect to the challenges of the border. And it is ultimately my responsibility to pursue those instruments and tools that I consider most effective in the service of American people.
I appreciate that, Mr. Secretary. I only have 5 minutes for questions, so I'm trying to get my questions in. So towers are technology. I asked you about a barrier. And the Border Patrol says they need all three. And so, yes, whether you have mobile or fixed tower, that's technology. I'm asking you barriers, technology, and people. And on the people question, if you don't change the protocols, the third safe country and the Remain in Mexico, how are you going, your people down there are overwhelmed. They're overwhelmed, these professionals. How are they going to be able to do their job so that they can handle what's going on the southern border? I live on the northern border. People from the northern border are at about half the normal staffing level because they're going down to help on the southern border. What are you doing to get on top of the flow so that we can not only manage our southern border, but I'm also asking for your help on the northern border to get our people back and get staffed at the level on the northern border?
Senator, we are vigilant in securing all of the borders and all of the avenues. We have a three-part plan, or I should say 3 pillars to our plan. One is to address the root causes and to deter individuals from seeking the dangerous and perilous journey by addressing the reasons why they feel forced to flee the countries in which they live and in which they want to raise their children. We are also building legal pathways so that there are avenues of relief under the laws that the United States Congress has passed, and they don't feel compelled by dint of the tragic circumstances in their countries of origin to take the perilous journey. And lastly is our dedication and commitment and our prioritization of achieving immigration reform, because we are all in agreement, regardless of party, that the current immigration system is fundamentally broken.
But your metric, based on what you're doing right now, is that in April, almost 180,000 migrants crossed illegally, and it doesn't seem to be slowing down. It seems to be increasing. So, again, back to doing what the professionals are asking for. I asked you that question. I didn't get an answer in terms of specifics. I guess it's also now affecting the northern border. Are you willing to help us with the issues on the northern border? That's simple, yes or no?
Senator, the answer is yes, and the Department of Homeland Security's obligations is to secure all of our borders, and the challenge of migration is not specific.
Would you say that's happening now? Based on what's going on the border, do you feel that that's a secure border?
Yes, Senator, I do, and let me just say that the challenge of migration is not a new phenomenon in 2021. We experienced tremendous surge in migration in 2019, in 2016, in 2014, and many years prior.
How does it compare to last year with the policies that were in place last year?
Senator, the surge in migration is greater this year thus far than we observed and experienced in 2020.
Thank you.
And 2020 was less
are you
than
willing
what
to
it
make
was in
changes to your
2019.
current policy to address that?
Senator, yes, I am.
Okay,
And I will.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Secretary Garland?
I've tried to be flexible, but a vote has started, and the Senator's over this time. We have one more senator.
All right, Mr. Chairman.
If they could be heard, then the witnesses will be able to go on.
I'll submit my other questions for the record. Thank you.
And I would urge that his questions as submitted be answered.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank both of you for your service and for your testimony today. Both of you referenced in your testimony the March Intelligence Community report on domestic violent extremism poses heightened threat, and both of you and your departments had input into that report. The very first finding in the executive summary of that report includes the following statement: newer socio-political developments such as narratives of fraud in the recent general election and the emboldening impact of the violent breach of the U.S. Capitol will almost certainly spur some domestic violent extremists to try to engage in violence this year. Mr. Attorney General, do you agree with that finding?
I do. That's a finding of all three of the entities that wrote the report and of the intelligence community as a whole.
And Mr. Secretary, do you concur?
I do as well, Senator.
Well, Senator Shaheen raised this issue, and I really don't think we can just gloss over it. It's not just a question of a lie about the elections. It's not only a question of deception. That's bad enough. As this intelligence community report points out, it can have lethal consequences. In fact, they predict that it will almost certainly spur some domestic violent extremists. Gentlemen, yesterday on the floor of the House, Congresswoman Liz Cheney said the following, and I'm quoting: "Today we face a threat America has never seen before. A former president who provoked a violent attack on this Capitol in an effort to steal the election has resumed his aggressive effort to convince Americans that the election was stolen from him. He risks inciting further violence." Do you agree with that statement, which is consistent with the finding in the intelligence community report?
Senator, let me say this, that false narratives create a lack of confidence in our democratic institutions, and sometimes worse. And those false narratives can lead people who are predisposed to violence to commit acts of violence against our institutions, and tragically, we saw that on January 6th.
Well, thank you. Mr. Attorney General, you're doing the investigations into what happened here at the Capitol on January 6th. And isn't it a fact that many of the people that you've talked to and are pursuing have said they were inspired to commit the violence because of President Trump's claims that the election was stolen? Isn't that a fact?
Because this is an ongoing investigation, the department's longstanding principle is to not talk about what we've learned in the investigation other than through the filings that we make in the court. We have, in each of the cases of arrests and also search warrants, reproduced some elements of what people have told us. And I think that's the place to look, but I don't think it's an appropriate thing for me as supervising those prosecutions to make any comments outside of the court record.
Well, much of this is in the public domain. Not asking you for the internal findings of your investigation at this point in time. I understood the response to Senator Shaheen's question, and certainly this Intelligence Committee report indicates that those kind of false narratives have dangerous consequences. Is that not true?
Most certainly, and it's something that we're very focused on addressing. False narratives, as I mentioned, create strands of dialogue that we see propagated on social media, and then we see those strands picked up on, and we are detecting connectivity between those strands and an intention to commit violent acts, and that is what we are focused on.
Mr. Attorney General?
Yeah, so if you put it at that level of generality rather than the specific questions about people being investigated in a particular circumstance, it is right, as the intelligence community has reported, that particularly those who end up committing acts of domestic violence get ideas from the internet and from statements, and where there are false narratives and false statements. Those are the kind of things that can, depending upon the person in the end who acts out, lead to violence.
Well, look, I disagree with Congresswoman Liz Cheney on a lot of things, but I think everybody needs to stand with her regardless of political party when she stands up to talk about the truth. And what she is saying in her floor remarks squares fully with the finding from this intelligence community report that both your departments participated in. And the report it's not ambiguous here. It says these kind of false narratives will almost certainly spur domestic violence extremists to try to engage in violence this year. So, Mr. Chairman, I would just encourage all of our colleagues to recognize that words matter. I mean, people have a First Amendment right, and they can say what they want, but they should also recognize the very dangerous consequences of the false narratives that continue to be peddled around this place and coming from the former president. Thank you.
Thank you. And I started out by talking about how unusual it is we have these open hearings, and there's a reason for it. The members of this committee on a regular basis review some of the most sensitive intelligence, both intelligence and the products that come from them that this government has available to it. So I think it should send a powerful message when you see that on issue after issue relating to China, issues that some would argue are outside the purview of what this committee has traditionally looked at, technology, academia, influence operations, global diplomacy, industrial policy, that it is members of this committee that you see in the lead on so many issues relating to China. Because the members of this committee because of the role they play, have a very unique insight into this horror show that's playing out before our eyes in the 21st century. The title of this hearing is The Long Arm of China. The long arm of China is not some futuristic threat. It's already here. China is stealing between $300 and $600 billion a year. $300 to $600 billion a year of American technology and intellectual property. They hack into networks and they take it. They use venture capital funds to buy promising technology startups. They hide their ownership, by the way. They partner with universities on research, and then they steal that research, often research whose seed funding came from the U.S. taxpayer. They force American companies doing business in China to give the technology over to them. And I think the other thing most people don't realize is China already has tremendous influence and control over what Americans are allowed to say or hear about them or many of the other issues in the world. Hollywood is so desperate, for example, to have their movies shown in China that Hollywood won't make a movie that the China communist censors don't approve. The U.S. corporations are so desperate to have access to the Chinese market that they'll lead costly boycotts of a state, an American state, that passes a law that they don't like, but they don't dare say a word about the fact that as we speak, genocide is taking place against Uyghur Muslims. American companies have actually fired Americans who live in America for saying or writing something that China doesn't like. There's some examples here that are pretty stunning. 2019, China suspended business ties with the NBA because the general manager of the Houston Rockets expressed support for Hong Kong democracy protests. 2019, Apple removed an app that enabled protesters in Hong Kong to organize following CCP pressure. In 2019, an American company, Activision Blizzard, suspended a gamer and took away his prize money for voicing support for Hong Kong protesters. In 2018, Marriott fired an employee that ran a social media account because he liked a Twitter post from a Twitter account applauding Marriott for listing Tibet as a country rather than as part of China, and he was fired after that. 2018, Gap made a shirt with a map of China, and it didn't include Taiwan. They apologized for it, and they removed the shirt from its stores. Now, maybe you think that shirt thing is trivial. I don't think people getting fired is trivial, apps getting trivial, these other things. These are just one of a handful of many. And this is already happening. So in conclusion, I'd say two things. The first is Chairman is absolutely right. This is not about the Chinese people, or especially not about Chinese Americans, okay? My parents came from Cuba. I live in a community filled with Cuban Americans. It would be unfair to blame Cuban Americans for the atrocities of the Cuban regime, and it would most certainly be unfair to blame the Cuban people for the horrifying actions of the regime that controls that enslaved island. Likewise, the biggest opponents of the Chinese Communist Party on the planet happen to be Chinese. Many live here, many in other parts of the world, and many under their oppressive thumb. So this is not about the Chinese people. It is about a Communist Party, and it is time to wake up. Today, China is already carrying out the biggest illegal wealth transfer from one nation to another in the history of mankind. Today, the Chinese Communist Party has more control over what Americans can say, what we can hear, what we can read, what we can watch, than any foreign government has ever had in our history. And they have weaponized our openness. They have weaponized our decency, and they have weaponized a corporate lust for profits against us. And if we don't wake up and we don't address this now, the America our children are going to inherit very soon could very well be one where the sanctimonious preachings, as someone once said, the sanctimonious preachings of a genocidal communist tyranny will be the only thing that Americans will be allowed to hear or say about China. So I'm glad we're having this hearing. And Mr. Chairman, just as a point of privilege here, one of our longtime staffers, today's his last hearing with us, Paul Matulik, he's been with the committee, he's been 16 years, worked with Senators Hatch and Chambliss and Burr and Cornyn and now here with us. And so he's retiring, and we hope, as all retirees should, he's moving to Florida. We don't know, but that's what Americans do. And but anyway, we want to thank him for his service to the committee, and we hope our last hearing will be a memorable one. So thank you for your service, sir.
Well, let me echo that. And this was a subject of quite a bit of focus yesterday in our closed hearing, where we went into some of Paul's behavior and linguistic abilities. Luckily, that will stay classified, but we all very much value Paul's work, and again, want to commend him in particular for he and the whole team, but their relentless pursuit of the truth in the Russia investigation. With that, we turn to our witnesses, and I'm not sure, Anna, Bill, or Matt on WebEx who's going to go first, but the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chairman Warner, Vice Chairman Rubio, members of the committee. It's an honor to be here before you today. I've humbly briefed this committee on a regular basis for more than a decade as the Director of National Counterintelligence and Security Center and as a senior executive of the FBI and CIA. I was tremendously honored last year to be the first Senate-confirmed director of NCSC, leading our nation's counterintelligence efforts, and I want to specifically thank this committee for your support. I'm here today before you as a private citizen. Today's topic, the holistic and comprehensive threat to the United States posed by the Communist Party of China, is an existential threat, and it is the most complex, pernicious, aggressive, and strategic threat our nation has ever faced. I proffer that the U.S. private sector and academia have become the geopolitical battle space for China. Xi Jinping has one goal: to be the geopolitical, military, and economic leader in the world, period. He, along with China's Ministry of State Security, People's Liberation Army, and United Front Work Department, drive a comprehensive and whole-of-country approach to their efforts to invest, leverage, infiltrate, influence, and steal from every corner of the United States. This is a generational battle for Xi and the Communist Party. It drives their every decision. So why does it matter? Because economic security is national security. Our economic global supremacy, stability, and long-term vitality is at risk, and squarely in the crosshairs of Xi Jinping and the communist regime. It is estimated that 80% of American adults have had all of their personal data stolen by the Communist Party of China. The other 20%, just some of the data. As the chairman and vice chairman already referenced, the estimated economic loss last year from the country of China, just from known intellectual property and trade secret loss, is between $300 and $600 billion a year. It's a big number. What that means, it's between $4,000 and $6,000 per American family of four after taxes. Competition is great and necessary, and it is what made America the global leader we are today. However, I would proffer China's economic growth the past decade via any and all means is considerably less than fair competition. My question is, are we really competing? If we do not alter how we compete with awareness of China's malign methodology and one-sided practices, we will not sustain our global position as the world leaders from tomorrow's emerging technology down to our creative ideations. We must create a robust public-private partnership with real intelligence sharing, while at the same time staying true to the values, morals, and rule of law which made America the greatest country in the world. This will take a whole-of-nation approach with a mutual fund, analogous long-term commitment. Such an approach must start with a contextual awareness campaign, reaching a broad audience, from every level of government to university campuses and from boardrooms to business schools. The why matters. As an example, Huawei is a national security threat to the United States. This committee is aware of that. But we do not effectively explain to America why.
It's this picture. Now, Mr. President, every president gives partisan speeches. Now, I don't think it's wise for every president to give the kind of partisan speech that President Biden gave on September 1 in Philadelphia, in which he vilified millions, tens of millions of his fellow Americans who don't agree with his administration's policies. Some of you may have seen that speech. The president told the country that many of his fellow Americans, all of whom are Republican, don't, quote, respect the Constitution, are destroying American democracy. He gave this speech against a blood-red backdrop, fists clenched. Look at him, yelling that millions of his fellow Americans embrace anger, while he embraced anger in his speech, and chaos. This president who continually issues lawless executive orders like shutting down Anwar in my state, his $500 billion student loan bailout, then says that Republicans are, quote, against the rule of law. He went on and on, the insults, very partisan, somewhat deranged, attacking tens of millions of his fellow Americans. Now look, presidents do that. I don't think it's a good idea. But here's the thing about this speech, Mr. President. To make matters worse, look at this. He did all this, a clearly partisan speech, while being flanked by 2 active duty Marines as his political props. Look at that. Look at that. In my view, a sickening abuse of authority from a commander-in-chief who's never served in the military. I think he got 5 Vietnam deferments and knows nothing about the Marine Corps' ethos of honor, courage, commitment. Remember when General Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and was chairman under President Trump as well, released a video where he apologized for standing beside the president, then President Trump, when that could have been perceived as political. This is what General Milley said: "I should have not been there. My presence in that moment and in that environment created a perception of the military being involved in domestic politics."
I thought that was a good speech by General Milley. He made a mistake, he apologized, and that was the right thing to do. Mr. President, this is much worse. This is much worse. These Marines, unlike General Milley, they're being ordered to stand next to the President of the United States while he rants against millions of his own fellow Americans. And the President certainly didn't apologize for this speech. In fact, when criticized by both Democrats and Republicans for the politicization of the military with these Marines propped up next to him, the Biden administration actually doubled down in terms of their use of these two active duty Marines as political props in a very partisan speech. Here's what the spokesperson at the White House said, quote, "The presence of the Marines at that speech was intended to demonstrate the deep, abiding respect the President has for these service members, to the ideals and the unique role of our independent military plays in defending our democracy, no matter who is in power." This is Orwellian doublespeak. What a bunch of nonsense. Here's the fact, Mr. President. The presence of these Marines was meant to politicize the President's speech and politically benefit from the honor and respect the few and the proud have earned in the hearts of Americans over decades, over millennium. This should disturb every single American, whether you're a Democrat or Republican. This was just wrong. Let me provide another example of the politicization of our military by the Biden administration. Now, this is something hasn't gotten a lot of attention. Some people are like, hey, it wasn't really a big deal. I actually think it was a big deal. We have some of the best service academies in the world. They are the best in the world. The U.S. Naval Academy, West Point, Air Force Academy, Coast Guard Academy. Each of our military service academy has board members, some of whom are appointed by the President of the United States for 3-year terms. Now, I am honored to serve on the U.S. Naval Academy Board. I was appointed as a member of the Armed Services Committee. Here's the tradition in our country that every single president has abided by. When they come into office, they let the board members finish out their terms. So, for example, when President Trump was elected, the Obama administration officials, who were President Obama's appointees, finished out their terms on the Naval Academy Board, the West Point Board, the Air Force Academy Board. That's what we do. The point is not to politicize the service academies. That has always been the tradition. Every single president, except for Joe Biden. When President Biden came into office, he looked at West Point, Annapolis, the Air Force Academy, and somebody said to him, you know what, Mr. President, let's fire all the Trump appointees. Let's fire them right now. All 18 of them. To clearly politicize the service academies of America. So that's what they did. Something that had never been done before by any president in the history of the country. And they did it regardless of qualifications of the current members serving on these boards. Let me give you some examples. Retired Army Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster was fired off the West Point board. Ironically, the same day he was fired by President Biden's White House, he was honored by the West Point Association of Graduates as the Distinguished Graduate of the Year of West Point. So one president fires him, and West Point gives him a great honor. General Jack Keane, a former Vice Chief of Staff of the Army, fired from the West Point Board. Retired Army Colonel Douglas McGregor, an Afghanistan war veteran. Psychologist, clinical psychologist Megan Mobbs, a Bronze Star recipient, and businessman David Urban, a retired Army Lieutenant General Guy Swan. 18 qualified people, all fired. The politicization of the service academies of America was undertaken by this administration. First president, first White House ever to do it, all fired by Joe Biden and not allowed to fill their terms. And of course, Mr. President, the Biden administration loves to use our military to push other agendas that have nothing to do with lethality and winning our nation's wars. Many, many examples. Let me give you just a couple. From the beginning, issuing executive orders, not focused on how we have a stronger military, but using taxpayer dollars to establish a committee within the Pentagon to do what ended up being witch hunts on so-called extremists in the military, of which, when they came back with their report, they said they had actions of 0.005%. They also issued executive orders to use taxpayer dollars to mandate transgender transition surgeries for active duty soldiers. Importantly, they become non-deployable when that happens. So, Mr. President, back to my original point. No one in senior positions in the White House or the cabinet, with the exception of Secretary Austin, has significant military experience, and on so many of these issues, there's no adult in the room. Think about these White House conversations where they're talking about, hey, let's cut the defense budget and we'll grow the EPA by 25%. Oh, that's a great idea, Mr. President. Let's make sure we give a partisan speech at Independence Hall, and oh yeah, let's grab a couple active duty Marines to stand right next to the president as his props. That's a great idea, Mr. President. Let's come in and politicize the service academies and fire all the Trump administration appointees, even American heroes like H.R. McMaster, General Keane, despite the fact that no president had ever done that before. Great idea, Mr. President. This is really problematic, what we're seeing right now. And that lack of prioritization extends here in the U.S. Senate, unfortunately, as it relates to our military. As we know with regard to defense budget cuts. In the 2020 NDAA, we had a debate right here on the Senate floor where my colleague, the junior senator from Vermont, proposed an amendment to dramatically cut our military, almost by 15%, across the board cuts. He even actually wrote an op-ed in Politico. Remember, this is when the Democrats were pushing defund the police. Here's the op-ed. It actually is called Defund the Pentagon, the liberal case. I'd like to submit this for the record.
Without objection.
So that was the liberal case, defund the Pentagon. Junior senator from Vermont wrote that. The majority leader put out a tweet saying he was a proud supporter of the defund the Pentagon amendment. That's right here on the Senate floor. And of course, Mr. President, there's the National Defense Authorization Act, the #1 bill that focuses on national defense for our nation, that passed out of committee, the Armed Services Committee, in June in a very strong bipartisan vote, 23-3, passed the House in July, will have pay raises for our troops so the Army doesn't have to tell them to go line up for food stamps because they're hungry. And we need to bring it to the floor right here. So what are we doing? As far as I can tell, the majority leader doesn't want to bring up the Defense Authorization Act until December. That's why I joined a letter led by Senator Tuberville, who I serve on the Armed Services Committee with, signed by 20 of my colleagues to say to the Majority Leader, Mr. Majority Leader, we have a dangerous world right now. Bring the NDAA to the floor. It's going to pass. It's got great support. By the way, Mr. President, I know the Democrat senators feel this way too on this topic. So we need to get this body back to what's important for our country. Bolstering our economy, fighting inflation, bringing down energy costs, unleashing American energy, and definitely passing the legislation that funds our military, that provides pay raises for our troops during this very dangerous time. So I ask again the Majority Leader to bring the NDAA to the floor. We need it. And I call on the President and his administration, the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, to truly prioritize our military and their families. And that begins with putting an end to using them in a disgraceful way as political props for your partisan agenda. I yield the floor.
Madam President, it's good to be back in the Senate. Like a number of my colleagues, after dodging the virus for 2 years, it finally caught up with me last weekend. I spent a week in quarantine and fortunately experienced only mild symptoms. I think that's because I was fully vaccinated and boosted, and I was glad to have the help of modern science on my side. Well, there's never a good time to be away from our work here in the Senate, but we all have a responsibility to keep those around us safe as well, no matter how inconvenient. Unfortunately, there are reports that our friends across the aisle may be intentionally disregarding that responsibility. I'm deeply concerned by published reports that our Democratic colleagues have adopted a don't test, don't tell policy to ensure full attendance today. Allegedly, they're more concerned about ramming through Senator Manchin's tax hike than following CDC guidelines to protect not only each other, but the staff members, the Capitol Police, custodial staff, food service workers, and countless others who keep this institution running. These folks could have any number of other health conditions that could lead to more severe COVID experiences than, for example, I had. Or they could be caregivers for young children or elderly relatives who have a high risk of serious illness. I sincerely hope these reports are not true. I hope our Democratic colleagues are not selfish enough to put so many people at risk in order to pass this massive tax and spending spree. So if any of our colleagues are experiencing COVID symptoms, they should do what I did. They should get tested, period. We know that as soon as this evening, the Senate's expected to vote on Senator Manchin's and Senator Schumer's massive tax hike on middle-class families. You could call it the Manchin-Schumer tax hike of 2022. It sprung to life unbeknownst, I believe, to virtually all the Democratic senators except for Senator Manchin and Senator Schumer. And no one has seen what we will purportedly be voting on later today, even our Democratic colleagues. No one has seen the final product once the so-called bird bath has been undertaken by the parliamentarian. This will be a substitute bill that Senator Schumer will lay down, but nobody's seen it. When the senior senator from West Virginia announced this bill last week, or this agreement, every Republican was shocked, and from my view, most Democrats were as well. My private conversations with many of my Democratic colleagues said, boy, that does not look good, to be working so closely together on a bipartisan bill only to spring this on everybody by surprise. Looks like they were trying to pull a fast one. After all, Senator Manchin had put the kibosh on reckless tax and spending spree bill last year, and he doubled down on his opposition just a few weeks ago. And privately, his Democratic colleagues assured me that this was not happening. But then the senator from West Virginia has engaged in a gigantic, Olympic-worthy flip-flop. Senator Manchin will tell you this bill is completely different from Build Back Broke, but it's not. And we should take a look at some of the elements of this legislation. Build Back Broke was a roundup of expensive, unnecessary, damaging policies. It included job-killing tax hikes, which would leave hardworking American families without a way to earn a paycheck. Green New Deal climate policies that would hurt our energy security and drive energy costs through the roof. Taxpayer subsidies for wealthy people buying expensive cars and SUVs. I was listening to the Majority Whip, the senator from Illinois, talking about these businesses that are making too much money, and so they need to pay more in taxes. Now that's what I've come to expect from our Democratic colleagues. They're kind of a Robin Hood party, take from the rich, give to the poor, except here, this is a reverse Robin Hood. They're taking from middle-class families who can't afford to buy expensive electric vehicles and giving a tax subsidy to wealthy people who can afford to buy them but are helped with a $7,500 taxpayer subsidy. So you might call that a reverse Robin Hood. Then they want to supersize the Internal Revenue Service with even more manpower and authority to track everyday American people and perform, I presume, many, many more audits, not just on the rich and famous, but also on middle-class Americans. And then there are the special handouts to powerful friends of the Democratic Party. This isn't the type of legislation that will bring our economy roaring back to life or cool inflation. In fact, that is the first place that this bill is misrepresented. To call it an Inflation Reduction Act when nobody believes in the near term it's going to have a single impact at all on inflation. That's what Penn Wharton said for the next 2 years. They said it may actually make inflation worse, but it's a negligible amount. But the one thing we're sure of is it sure won't go down. So it's not an Inflation Reduction Act. It's really an insult to the intelligence of the American people to think that you can spend this money and you can tax individuals and businesses during a recession, something everybody from Bill Clinton to Barack Obama to Chuck Schumer to Joe Manchin has said you don't do, which is raise taxes during a recession. But that's exactly what this bill does. Higher taxes, bigger government, more inflation, and fewer jobs. This is a bill whose time has not come. No wonder when this bill was originally proposed as Build Back Better, Senator Manchin opposed the bill. So let's see what he and Senator Schumer wrote in secret behind closed doors and then sprung on the American people. And again, we haven't even seen the final product yet. And yet Senator Schumer said we're going to stay in session until it passes. Well, it's going to have to take all 50 votes of Democratic senators and the vote of the vice president to do that, because not one single senator on this side of the aisle was consulted, was asked to work on a bipartisan basis to come up with a product that could be supported across the aisle. This will be a purely partisan exercise. After, I think we've had a pretty good run of bipartisan cooperation, and I've been proud to be part of that. But this is a complete reversal of sort of the spirit of bipartisan cooperation that we've seen, frankly, all summer long, which has produced some pretty good legislation. Well, they're tax hikes that will leave hardworking Americans poorer. Not only will inflation be roughly 9%, which it is today, meaning that for every $100 you earn, you're only going to get $91 in purchasing power. In addition to that, the Joint Committee on Taxation said the impact of this bill will mean that individuals earning as little as $10,000 a year will see an increase in their tax burden, because you can't spend this much money, you can't tax this many people without it having some trickle-down effect on taxpayers, certainly those who earn less than $400,000, which was President Biden's pledge. And I heard the majority leader say that again, and I believe the majority whip too, but it's just not true. The Joint Committee on Taxation is the entity here, nonpartisan entity which provides the final word on those issues. So notwithstanding the denials of the majority leader and the majority whip and others, the Joint Committee on Taxation said that taxpayers earning as little as $10,000 will see their taxes go up. Maybe not their income tax, but they'll be poorer as a result of this bill. Again, and part of that is because you'll be taking, in addition to inflation, in addition to additional tax burden, you're going to be asking them to pay taxes to subsidize wealthy people to buy electric vehicles, or to subsidize people's health insurance, even though they make well above the 400% of poverty cap that was initially part of Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act. That cap has now been lifted as well. We'll see what the final product looks like, but the earlier provisions show that people earning up to as much as 750% of poverty would then receive taxpayer subsidies for their health insurance. Well, Senator Manchin and Senator Schumer may have slapped a new name on Build Back Better or Build Back Broke, but all of the essential elements are still there. Tax hikes on families, the Green New Deal, massive electric vehicle subsidies. Oh, and here's another thing. A lot of the American car manufacturers said we may not be able to access these tax credits because 70% of the components that go into electric vehicles are made in other countries like China. That's how slapdash this bill was put together. If more time, more deliberation, more debate, more bipartisanship had occurred, maybe we could have come up with something that would make more sense. But this is what happens when you get in a big hurry. You make mistakes and do things that make zero sense, like provide this subsidy to a limited class of car manufacturers when 70% of the components of a typical electric vehicle, including the battery, come from overseas. As I said, this is a misleading labeled bill. It's not going to do a thing to ease inflation in the near term. The budget experts at Penn Wharton analyzed Senator Manchin's tax hike and bill and completely decimated the argument that this legislation will reduce inflation. If this bill becomes law, inflation will not get any better anytime soon. In fact, I believe Americans can expect it to get worse. The people at Penn Wharton said the Manchin tax hike bill would increase inflation slightly in the short term and cause it to stick around for 2 more years before it would have any impact. That's what you're going to tell hardworking American families. You're being priced out of your favorite food and grocery products at the grocery store, or you can't afford to fill up your car. Just wait 2 more years. Well, if the Democrats are successful in passing this bill with purely Democratic votes, there will be an accounting. And there will be a comparison by voters in November with, okay, they told us if we pass this bill, It would reduce inflation, and let's see what inflation looks like in November of 2022. I'm not wishing for higher inflation. I hope inflation will go down, but this is exactly the opposite of what you ought to do if you want to reduce inflation, to restore people's purchasing power. Well, again, several years ago and more recently, our colleague from West Virginia said he didn't think it was wise to raise taxes during a recession. He and the majority leader have tried to convince anyone who will listen, who is gullible enough, to believe that this bill does not raise taxes on anyone making less than $400,000 a year. But as I said, the Joint Committee on Taxation explodes that myth. Next year, more than 60% of taxpayers who earn between $40,000 and $50,000 a year will be hit with a higher tax bill. That's what the Joint Committee on Taxation said. It's in the so-called distributional tables. It's a pretty complex calculation, but that's why we rely on the Joint Committee on Taxation to provide this expert information and guidance to us. Because frankly, it's beyond the capability of most of us in Congress. They also said more than 90% of those earning between $75,000 and $100,000 a year will pay more in taxes. And a whopping 97% of those earning between $100,000 and $200,000 will see a tax increase. I heard our colleague, the Majority Whip, talk about these big rich companies, oil and gas companies, pharmaceutical companies, making too much money. But these aren't billion-dollar corporations that they're raising taxes on. These are middle-class families. And for what? To subsidize rich people driving around fancy electric vehicles? It's a disgrace. Well, of course, working families aren't the only ones going to face a higher tax bill. The Manchin tax hike also hits businesses, and it's sure to have a devastating impact on, guess where? West Virginia. Yes. I'm not making this up. Higher taxes require companies to cut costs everywhere. I think sometimes our Democratic colleagues have this idea that if you raise taxes on businesses, they will simply absorb it and they won't pass it along to their customers. That's a flight of fantasy. Higher taxes will require them either to pass those costs along or to cut costs elsewhere, like to cut off their employees, to not hire as many people as they would otherwise hire. And I was flabbergasted, frankly, when I saw that according to the Tax Foundation, the industry that will be hit hardest is the coal industry. Now, we know the coal industry has been the primary target of Democrats' green policies, and maybe that's what they have in mind, to put even more coal miners out of a job. Despite the adverse impact this legislation will have on families and communities across the country, it was written by two people, Senators Manchin and Schumer. They've been working hard since they announced their deal, arrived at in secret behind closed doors. They've worked hard to try to get this bill to the floor to see if it complies with the Senate rules. And they continue to make last-minute changes going on even as I speak, which is the reason none of us have seen the final product. But we're unlikely to see those final changes before Senator Schumer asks us to vote on the bill. But still, Senator Schumer said he expects every Democrat to fall in line and to vote for this legislation within a matter of hours. They haven't seen the bill either. I have to imagine that Democrats in both the House and the Senate are pretty unhappy with this process. Experts have analyzed this bill and said it raises taxes on families, it'll have an adverse impact on jobs and keep inflation high, certainly not cut it. But the top Senate Democrat expects his colleagues to ignore these warning signs and to vote for it anyway. Like I said, Madam President, all of us are held accountable by the voters at election time. And I guess ultimately that's what this exercise will be about. It'll be about political accountability. On average, there's been about 40 amendments to in a vote, so-called vote-a-rama, which we're all familiar with, which we'll experience presumably later on tonight, where our colleagues said, well, there may be some amendments I would like to vote for, but I'm going to vote against them because I want to make sure we get this bill across the floor, no matter how ugly the process, no matter what's in it. Well, Democrats have tried and failed to convince the American people that the biggest problems facing our country aren't really problems at all, or certainly their problem. Despite all the obvious warnings, the Biden administration officials insisted that inflation was transitory. It's temporary, won't last long. And now they even want to redefine what it means to be in a recession, even though we've experienced 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP, gross domestic product growth, which is the textbook definition of a recession. People in my state and across the country know better than to believe this sort of sleight of hand. Despite what our colleagues are saying today, this bill will increase taxes on families earning less than $400,000 a year. It will stifle medical and pharmaceutical innovation and prevent new life-saving cures from being discovered. It will threaten our economy and our energy security at a vulnerable moment when we're in a recession. And it won't do a darn thing to ease the loss of purchasing power due to historically high inflation rates, the highest in 40 years that consumers and all Americans are experiencing. Won't do a thing. No amount of spin or fast talking can conceal the damage this bill will inflict on the American people. Senator Manchin likes to say, if I can't go back home and explain it, I can't vote for it. But for the life of me, I don't know how our Democratic colleagues are going to explain this one in November. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my understanding that the latest operational statistics provided by DHS that this year in the Rio Grande Valley sector alone, more than 19,000 persons are apprehended by the Border Patrol were released into the interior of the country without a court date to adjudicate their illegal entry. Even under the Obama administration's catch and release policy, illegal crossers were given a notice to appear before a judge. My question to both of you is this. What is the plan for these 19,000 illegal immigrants? And how are you planning to track them once they've been led into the country? And are you in essence conceding that these people will be allowed to stay in the country indefinitely? In other words, what's going on here? Mr. Attorney General, start with you.
Well, the specific program you're talking about, I'm going to have to defer to the Secretary of DHS. I know that the Secretary is trying to prioritize his enforcement efforts. Resources are limited, and the most important thing is to remove those who are a danger to national security and a danger to the public safety. And I understand those to be his enforcement priorities.
Okay. Mr. Attorney General, federal law defines domestic terrorism as a violation of the criminal laws of the U.S. or any state that appears intended to intimidate or coerce. As I said in my opening statement, that was the case with the events of January the 6th, and the individual who committed those acts should be punished to the fullest extent of the law. I believe that. At the same time, sir, I'm trying to understand the difference between those acts and the ones perpetuated last summer by groups like Antifa and others that rioted, vandalized, and frankly terrorized cities like Portland, Minneapolis, and Washington, D.C., all in an effort to deliver, as they say, a message. My question is this. Sir, what is the actual difference between these acts besides the groups carrying them out? And if there is not one, how can you assure this committee and the American people that the Department of Justice, under your leadership, is pursuing all who commit such acts with equal vigor? In other words, you're not selectively prosecuting, but you're going after all lawbreakers.
Senator, as I said in my opening statement, and as you said in your statement, the role of the Justice Department is to investigate and prosecute violations of the criminal law, regardless of ideology. Your quotation from Director Wray is one I would join myself, that we don't care what the ideology is. Violations of law are pursued and are prosecuted. I think it is fair to say that in my career as a judge and in law enforcement, I have not seen a more dangerous threat to democracy than the invasion of the Capitol. This was an attempt by some, and I want to be very careful to not ascribe it to all, because every case is individually decided. But there was an attempt to interfere with the fundamental element of our democracy, the peaceful transfer of power. And if there has to be a hierarchy of things that we prioritize, this would be the one we prioritize, because it is the most dangerous threat to our democracy. But that does not mean that we don't focus on other threats and that we don't focus on other crimes. We do, and we don't care about the ideology behind them.
Is rioting and pilfering and all of this in our cities, where it breaks the law, is that subject to prosecution?
Of course, anything that breaks the law.
Just like any other break.
Anything that breaks the law is subject to prosecution. May not be subject to federal prosecution. There has to be a federal crime involved, but if it breaks the law, of course, it's subject to prosecution.
But a lot of it could be subject to federal prosecution.
It could, yes, absolutely it could, and the Justice Department looks for where there are violations of federal crimes.
Mr. Secretary, in the past 5 years, Congress has directly provided the Department of Homeland Security with billions of dollars for the construction of a border wall, and we know where it is today. I think it's affront to this committee and to a lot of us for Congress and to Congress's power of the purse. But worse, it makes the work of our dedicated Border Patrol agents more difficult and more dangerous on what's been going on there. I think these agents must stand constant guard by incomplete sections of the border wall, which now serves as funnels for illegal immigrants, human trafficking, and drug smuggling. You know, I think the dynamics there are straining the resources of our Border Patrol under your leadership. Mr. Secretary, what is your plan, if you have one, to relieve Border Patrol agents from guarding gaps that remain in the wall due to this administration's refusal to finish construction that was near completion and abruptly halted in January? And are you planning to turn on the gates incomplete section of the border wall that's finished so your agents can safely patrol the other areas of responsibility? In other words, what's going on there?
Vice Chairman Shelby, we are dedicated to securing our border. That is one of our most significant priorities, and we have a multifaceted approach to that critical mission. Let me say, if I can, for just one moment, you mentioned traffickers and human smuggling organizations. We are very focused on combating their efforts to cause damage in our country. And in fact, just over the past few weeks, we launched Operation Sentinel to increase our resources and dedication of efforts to combat human smugglers and traffickers in every way possible. The border is most secure when we take a multifaceted approach, where we not only rely exclusively on the physical barrier, but we have physical barriers, the use of technology, and a focus on innovation to make sure that we're harnessing the most recent technological innovations to secure our border, and of course, the brave men and women of the United States Border Patrol. It's that multi-faceted approach that delivers the greatest security to our border.
Thank you, and we'll turn to Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Mr.
Who's
Chairman.
also the chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee and is deeply involved in these issues.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General, you've identified the dilemma of democracy, where we state unequivocally you can believe what you care to believe. That's your right in this country, this free country. But when you take action in pursuance of your beliefs, then we have to take a critical eye toward that action to determine whether or not it has broken the law and endangers the rights of others. During the January 6th insurrection, New York Police Department Officer Thomas Webster has been charged with assaulting a D.C. Metropolitan Police Department officer during the attack. Body camera footage shows Webster attacking the Metropolitan Police Department officer with a metal flagpole, tackling him and trying to rip off his face shield and gas mask. This raises a question which is painful to consider, but we have to consider, and that is whether or not in the ranks of law enforcement, either at the federal level or state and local level, there are those who would use their political beliefs in a manner which is inconsistent with your earlier statement. What are your thoughts about how we can deal with this?
Well, you put your finger on the most difficult problem we have, which is balancing First Amendment, free association, free speech rights with protection of our communities against criminal acts. Within the Justice Department itself, we are beginning our own review of our procedures. Over the last couple of weeks, we've been discussing how to go about this. The Deputy Attorney General has met with the heads of all of our law enforcement agencies to determine how we can carefully vet our own employees. Again, always being mindful of First Amendment and free associational rights, but at the same time being careful that we don't have people in our ranks who would commit criminal acts or who are not able to carry on their duties. So that's one set of things, looking within ourselves. And the second are we have with respect to our joint terrorism task forces, we have a vetting procedure like we have for our own agents with respect to careful backgrounds. But with respect to law enforcement of the local and state level, this would require using some of our grant money for the purpose of incentivizing anti-domestic violent extremist training, people, so that law enforcement is aware of what to look for and of how to go about the kind of training necessary to make sure that people who are involved in it are excluded from the ranks.
Sorry. Did anyone at the National Security Division encourage L3 to purchase Pegasus?
So I'm not aware of anything about that matter. So I don't know.
Oh, you are, because people who work with you have come and briefed us on it. And I'm citing, of course, here the New York Times article. Defense firm said U.S. spies backed its bid for Pegasus software maker, spyware. So Pegasus is the most exquisite spying software in the world. It's zero-click. It can get at people's phones. It's been used to target politicians, journalists, dissidents in some places. And here you have L3 saying that they were encouraged to go buy it from the national security apparatus. It's very important, under oath, for you to tell me whether any of those people were at the National Security Division.
So, I'm sure you can appreciate I don't have any information about the public reporting. I'm aware of public reporting relating to that, but I don't have any other information.
No, but so what you're saying, is that a yes or is that a no? Because we're going to find out eventually.
I'm not going to comment any further.
Wait a second. Whether or not our own government used a private company as a cutout to go buy spying software that deprives people's rights. And what you're saying is, I'm not going to get a yes out of you, and I'm not going to get a no out of you because you're just not going to tell. You don't think the American people deserve to know that?
So I'm not aware of the facts that you're asserting.
You know what Pegasus
I'm not aware of the facts that you're asserting.
You know what Pegasus is?
Yes, I definitely have heard of
Okay,
Pegasus.
so you should be able to tell me whether or not anyone who works at the National Security Division was out there trying to goose some private company to go buy it for you guys to use.
Yeah.
Did you or did you not?
So I'm not aware of any facts that relate to your question.
I think you are.
Mr. Owen's time has expired.
Mr. Gates.
Recognized? Okay, nobody here?
I seek recognition.
The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
There is a secret workspace at the Perkins law firm that is maintained by the Department of Justice. Has any information flowed through that secret workspace to the National Security Division?
I'm not familiar with the premise of your question. In other words, I'm not familiar with the facts that you've asserted in your question.
So you're not aware of the workspace that the Department of Justice maintains at the Perkins law firm?
Correct.
And you can't tell me whether or not the National Security Division has ever received information that has flown through the law firm that is functionally the legal wing of the Democratic Party?
Correct.
And I just keep going back to the plausible deniability from the Biden family. And speaking of the Biden family, since our last conversation, Mr. Olson, a remarkable piece came out in Fox News entitled "Joe Biden Met with at least 14 of Hunter's business associates while vice president." Now, I know that you're not going to answer any questions about Hunter Biden with the ongoing investigation answer that you've given me previously, but is Joe Biden compromised?
So I should be clear, I'm not going to comment on that question because I do not comment on any matter that may or may not be a matter of investigation. To the extent my comments previously were construed as confirming an investigation, that would be a mistake.
Well,
I'm neither confirming an investigation nor am I denying an investigation. I'm simply saying I am not commenting on any potential investigation.
Do you think the American people deserve to know whether or not the First Family is compromised?
We speak through our filings in court at the Justice Department. We do not make allegations without going to court.
Because yesterday you all spoke through some leaks, right? I mean, recently you had Lester Holt interviewing Attorney General Garland, and Lester Holt asked him a lot of questions about whether or not President Trump was being investigated for January 6th. And just like you, A.G. Garland was, repeating the premises of prosecutorial pathways, and then lo and behold, the same day, the Department of Justice didn't speak through any filings. They went and leaked to the Washington Post that they were investigating President Trump. So it seems like when it's the Biden family, you all are all buttoned up with all of your propriety about not talking about these things. But when it's a Republican, when it's President Trump, you all love to go have your authorized leaks. Here's my question to you. Are you aware of an authorized leak to the Washington Post the same day as A.G. Garland sat down with Lester Holt?
No.
And you think, as you sit here as the representative of the National Security Division before the House Judiciary Committee, that we aren't owed an answer as to whether or not the Biden family is compromised? You just don't think we deserve that?
We speak through our filings in court. That's part of the rule of law. It's designed to protect the rights of anyone who may be accused, and it's designed to protect the integrity of the investigation. It's a central pillar of the Justice Department.
Well, it's one you violate all the time. I mean, even Mr. Horowitz, the Obama-appointed Inspector General, has given us report after report of where Department of Justice employees are off getting tickets to baseball games and fancy dinners with the reporters in exchange for giving them information. So can you at least acknowledge that you don't live up to that pillar with great precision?
We speak through what we say in court. We protect the integrity of our investigation.
You speak through what you say in court, what you say to the Washington Post, what Jim Comey leaks to his professor buddy, what's kind of said between people at a baseball game where you guys are getting special treats and special treatment from the media. I mean, and so you see the political bias. We are living in a time where the American people have the lowest perception and belief in the integrity of the Justice Department since your inception. And it's not because we're asking tough questions, it's because you sit here and stonewall us and don't give us answers. I mean, just in this series of questions, you won't tell me whether or not our own government was out there trying to operate through a cutout to buy software that spies on Americans illegally and improperly. You won't tell me whether or not the legal wing of the Democratic Party was passing you information that was actually opposition research, then to be recategorized and repackaged as national security information. And you won't tell me whether the President of the United States is compromised when we know he's lying. I mean, like Joe Biden came out and said repeatedly that he never talked to Hunter Biden about business. And here you have 14 documented meetings. So like, are you guys ever going to investigate this, or is it just going to be what Mr. Thibault said, what Mr. Grassley said, and that is that you guys are basically political shills? I mean, look, this is what Mr. Grassley said. If these allegations are true and accurate, the Justice Department and FBI are and have been institutionally corrupted to their very core, to the point at which the United States Congress and the American people will have no confidence in the equal application of the law. Can't you see that's what your behavior is continuing to just metastasize?
So we don't conduct our investigations in public.
Yeah, you leak them. That's what you do.
And we take
you leak them to try to smear people.
The gentleman's time has expired. You may answer the question.
We take care that the assertions we make about facts are based on facts and evidence and are not reckless and false.
Well, that
is the way.
This isn't
gentleman's
false.
time
This
has
isn't
expired.
reckless, and you're just choosing not to investigate it because it's the Bidens.
We take care to make sure that our assertions and we make in court are based on the facts and the truth. And in the pursuit of justice, that's our solemn obligation. And that's one that I'm
plausible deniability. Plausible deniability. That's just over and over. You and the Bidens.
Mr. Olson, please turn your mic.
Basing our investigations on the facts and the law in the pursuit of justice is our solemn obligation. It's one I take seriously, and it's one I have taken seriously for over 20 years. And I continue to oversee the National Security Division that we will continue to do that.
This concludes today's hearing. Mr. Olson, I thank you and your entire team of public servants for your faithful service to our country in the pursuit of the rule of law, the pursuit of justice. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Mayorkas, just a few additional questions. I just want to clarify something you just testified to Senator Cruz. I think you just said that your view is that paying illegal immigrants $450,000 or more, $1 million more per family, $1.8 million, that is not a pull factor. In other words, it wouldn't encourage more illegal immigration, right? You said not a pull factor, your words.
May I have the opportunity to answer this question?
Well, I just want to be, you said not a pull factor, right? I couldn't quite hear you at the time, so I just want to be sure that's what you said.
The settlement payment of the federal tort claim charge arising from a family separation effected under the prior administration's zero tolerance policy would not be a pull factor. That is my testimony.
That is your, understood. I think that's news, that you think that these payments to illegal immigrants would not be a pull factor, that paying them would not encourage more illegal immigration. That's news. Thank you for that. I want to ask you about something else that's been in the news. Back in March, when the president said that Vice President Harris would be his border czar, he said she's the most qualified person to help in stemming the movement of so many folks, stemming the migration to our southern border. That's President Biden. Do you report to her?
Senator, I report to the Vice President and the President, and your question misstates the facts. The President did not appoint the Vice President to be the border czar. He asked her to lead the effort in addressing the root causes of irregular migration. Those are two very different things.
I see. So is she working closely with you on that important endeavor? How often do you meet with her?
I am certainly in close touch with the Vice President.
How often do you meet on this subject?
I've met with the Vice President more than a handful of times.
But more than a handful? Well, so what's that mean? 6 or 7 times in the last year?
Oh, no. First of all, I have not been in office for a year, Senator. Secondly, I am in close touch.
So she's very involved in the department's policies and in what's happening at the southern border. You've traveled to the border together?
Senator, allow me to repeat my testimony that the Vice President's focus is on addressing the root cause.
I heard your testimony. I'm asking you a question. My question is, do you travel to the border together? Are you devising policies together?
I have traveled to the border once with the Vice President to El Paso, Texas, so that she could see firsthand the challenges that we face.
And has she been part of your policies, to your decision to end the Remain in Mexico policy, to end the public charge rule, to change the ICE guidance? Has she been part of those decisions?
I have not consulted with the Vice President directly about those policies.
So what is she doing exactly? You said she's not the border czar, that's not her role. We were wrong about that. She's not doing anything like that. She's doing something very different, is what your testimony is, but you're not actually consulting with her on any policy. So what is it that she's doing exactly?
Senator, as I have repeatedly testified, she is focused on addressing the root causes of irregular migration in the context of the migration challenge.
How's that been going?
That is we are advancing considerably, and in fact, I am contributing to that effort.
You think the policies are working?
I have met with the leadership in Mexico, in Guatemala, in El Salvador, in Honduras, and other countries to address.
And those efforts are working? That's been successful?
Oh, this is a
Time's
process
expired.
That takes time and delivers an enduring solution.
Senator Grassley?
Mr. Secretary, what specific criminal conduct would cause an Afghan evacuee parole to be terminated?
Senator, it is conduct in violation of parole will require us to conduct an individualized examination, understand the facts and circumstances of the violation, and
can you name
we will revoke parole.
I'm after the type of criminal activity that would cause the parole to be terminated. Just give me a couple, 3 examples.
It could be anything. It could be.
Okay, then let me go to the next question then. What's the status of an Afghan national housed at Fort Bliss who were involved in an alleged attack on a female service member on September the 19th? Has that parole been terminated?
Senator, I am not familiar with the case of which you speak. I do know that an individual who sexually assaulted another individual on a base is being criminally prosecuted, and immigration detainer has been posted as well, so that immigration enforcement proceedings, removal proceedings, can follow the consequences of the criminal prosecution.
So they will be removed then?
I don't know specifically the name of the individual of which you speak, but if we have the same case in mind, the answer is affirmative.
Okay. Now, another case, and this could be the one you're referring to as well. I don't know which one you might have in mind, but what's the current status of an Afghan national housed at Fort McCoy who was recently indicted for assaulting his wife? Has his parole been terminated? And if so, when would they be removed?
Senator, I don't know the name of the individual, the case to which you refer. It's hard for me to answer based on a generic description of the case, but I will say this. An individual who is charged criminally, an immigration detainer will be placed on that individual. Pending the outcome of the criminal charges, we will determine whether the immigration enforcement proceeding will in fact be pursued, removal will be effected, and of course, parole terminated.
Okay, the last question. Then another case like that. What's the current status of an Afghan national flown out of Kabul and transferred to the United States on August 26th, who was convicted of felony rape in Idaho in 2010? So that's already convicted. When will that person be removed, and to what country will they be removed?
So, Senator, once again, I would need further identifiers with respect to that case, and I would be surprised if we discovered a prior conviction that parole was not already terminated, and I would be pleased to follow up with your office on the facts of that case.
Then on those 3 specific cases, or maybe it's 4, I will make sure that you get a written request and answer those specific cases, because if these people are criminally charged we want them removed.
Thanks, Senator Grassley. Senator Blackburn.
Chairman. And Mr. Secretary, thank you for allowing us a second round. During the first round, for the record, I just want to say this. You wanted to challenge the stats that I was using, but the stats we're using are government stats, and they are accurate. But your attitude during that response was duly noted. I want to go to part of the response you gave to Chairman Durbin when you talked about technology. I have talked with local law enforcement and Border Patrol on the border, and yes, they all say they have needed the wall. They need technology where the wall cannot go. They need more agents and judges. But they have told me repeatedly that you all are removing technology from the border. So I would like to know if that is accurate or inaccurate, and if you want to come back to me with a response in writing, that would be helpful, because technology is something they need for surveillance.
Senator, I'd be very pleased to follow up with you, because I'm not aware of the removal of technology. And let me also, if I may, because you referenced my attitude, and I hope I was unflinchingly respectful in response to your questions,
Well,
and I apologize if you took it otherwise. I certainly did not mean to be.
Let me return to a question. Senator Graham has asked you, and I notified your staff that I was going to ask you this question. The total number of illegal immigrants in this country with an NTA or an NTR, and we would like to have that total number. And today you've been unable to provide that number.
I have that number, if I may.
Okay, that'd be wonderful.
Senator, between January 1st and October 31st of 2021, my data indicates that 210,465 non-citizens were issued notices to appear, and 94,581 were issued notices to report. We've discontinued the practice of issuing notices to report.
Okay, so we still have a lot of people that we do not know where they are in this country. If those are your numbers for what you have issued as NTAs and NTRs, but you also say there are 1.7 million people that have entered. In talking to Border Patrol, they think the gotaways number is high as 1.5 million. So, you know, it leads me to this number that you all say is in the country, where you continue to use the 11 million number, and I know Yale and other universities in their studies have challenged that number. You, as head of DHS, should have a more appropriate number for us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Listen, have there been any FISA orders or warrants obtained to assist in the investigation of what happened to January 6th?
So I think you can appreciate, Congressman, I'm not in a position to talk about any matters that occur before the FISA court involving the implementation of the...
Well, the only way that we can have oversight to discern whether or not that we should ever allow FISA to continue is if we find out what's been going on. And I was here beginning January of '05. We talked to lots of people from the Justice Department. We were assured nothing but foreign matters were going before the FISA court. So imagine the shock when we saw this order from the FISA court, which basically, well, not basically, it says that all call detail records created by Verizon for communication between the United States and abroad, there's the foreign, or wholly within the United States, including local telephone calls, all had to be turned over. And as I understand, there are still orders similar to that that have a big net, and once that information goes into the database, of your department, of the DOJ, of the NSA, then there are thousands of people that can access that and have accessed that and done searches. So the question, when you have something that we're told is wholly domestic, that it's the domestic threat that's so serious, it is an important question to know whether you're using something called FISA, where the F stands for foreign, to go after American citizens. Because that, I can tell you, when I was here back in 06 and 08, we were taking these matters up. If people had known how badly that was being abused, there were people back then on both sides of the aisle who would have said, wait a minute, this is just being abused so much. So that's why it's a fair question to know in general, not specific cases. Is the FISA court, has it been used to get orders to investigate January 6th?
So again, I'm not familiar with the order that you referred to a moment ago.
Well, it was leaked, I think it was WikiLeaks, and that's what was so shocking to so many of us. And look, the abuses occurred during the Bush administration, the Obama administration, there were some in the Trump administration, and I feel sure it's still going on. We need to know the extent of that. Well, let me ask you about a case in Kilgore, Texas. A lady there working for a private oil company got a text from her nephew. He had been looking through the FBI pictures and said, you recognize anybody in this picture? And it looked similar to her. And she did a LOL, you know, gee, that looks like me, don't turn me in. A couple of days later, 2 FBI agents show up at her place of business demanding to know where she was on January 6th. She was in Kilgore, Texas. And then they threatened her boss that he could go to prison for covering for her. Is there any order from any court that allows the DOJ or the NSA to monitor text messages of American citizens?
Obviously there are court orders, whether they come from federal courts, not the FISA court, or the federal FISA court, that authorize, pursuant to law, search warrants and surveillance.
Yes, but search warrants under the Fourth Amendment have to describe with particularity the things to be searched or seized, and that's not happening. That has not been happening. And so when you have no probable cause to go after somebody in Kilgore, Texas, then, you know, we'd heard about, oh, gee, there's software to look for specific words that allow you to go after anybody that hasn't committed crimes. We really need to know how widespread that is. Can you give us an answer? Is that being used?
It's just really important to point out, sir, that the way the law works is that the federal judge, a federal FISA court judge, will only approve an order based on probable cause that an individual is an agent of a foreign
Mr.
power.
Olson, we have proof that's a lie.
Has expired.
It has not
Mr.
been
Raskin is
followed,
recognized
and it
for
needs to
5
be.
minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But welcome, sir. Thank you for your testimony. Dangerous extremists jacked up on racist and anti-Semitic propaganda like the white replacement theory have committed massacres in Buffalo, in El Paso, at the Tree of Life synagogue, in the Mother Emanuel AME Church in Charleston, South Carolina. The American people are obviously very upset about this explosion of gun violence by dangerous extremists. And a number of the extremist groups also participated significantly in the violent insurrection against our government on January 6th, 2021. And I'm wondering about the internal structure of the Department of Justice and how it has worked to try to address this threat in the country. I know that after 9/11, the department redefined its mission and priorities to focus on counterterrorism, and this included the formation of the Anti-Terrorism Advisory Council and the National Joint Terrorism Task Force. Have these existing structures created in the wake of 9/11 been adapted to address white supremacist violent radicalization and this new domestic terror threat? Or are there other structures that you have innovated in order to respond to it?
I think it's a really important question, Congressman. I do believe that we are adapting. I mean, the National Security Division, as others have pointed out, and you note, it was formed in 2006 largely to consolidate the department's national security structures to focus on the international threat from Al-Qaeda in particular. We have evolved over time. We have built the ability to go after cyber attacks and cyber actors, for example, and we've increased our ability there. We have a FARA unit to go after transparency. The question you raise about domestic terrorism, this year I established a domestic terrorism unit within our counterterrorism section to increase our focus on the types of threats we face from domestic violent extremists. I think in addition, I have formed with the Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Rights Division, Kristen Clark, an ongoing partnership because so many of the attacks that you mentioned, whether it's Buffalo or Charleston or El Paso, these are not only domestic violent extremists attacks, but they are also hate crimes. And we have learned over the years that our hate crimes are our most effective federal criminal tool to go after those, and in support of each other in partnership, a partnership that maybe wasn't an obvious one 15 years ago between the National Security Division and the Civil Rights Division has proven to be very effective at making sure that prosecutors on both sides are bringing all of our resources and expertise to bear on the growing problem that we face, as you noted in your question. So I think we're evolving. We're working again with the FBI, which has a domestic terrorism operations section to focus on this threat. But look, there's more we can do, and we are going to continue to be driven by the nature of the threats we face.
Well, I appreciate that because violent far-right terrorism is striking all over the country, in churches, in mosques, in synagogues, in movie theaters, at Walmarts and grocery stores. Of the 30 domestic terror fatalities last year, CSIS found that 28 of them resulted from far-right terrorist attacks. So the vast majority, nearly all of them. You previously testified that the number of FBI investigations of suspects accused of domestic extremism had more than doubled since the spring of 2020. Has this jump in the number of investigations led to an increase in actual indictments and prosecutions, if you're excluding for the moment the January 6th prosecutions?
So I don't have a specific number on that, Congressman, because that number, that jump, that doubling does include the January 6th cases. And of course, there we have over 800 arrests of individuals. Not all of them are characterized as domestic violent extremists, to be clear, but many are, and those do account for at least a significant portion of that jump from over the past 2 years in the number of investigations.
Okay, and are there any other proactive measures you're taking to try to address this threat?
I'm sorry, say again, sir.
Are there proactive measures that DOJ is taking to address the threat of far-right terrorism?
Absolutely. In fact, part of the challenge is that we have not historically done a good job of categorizing and capturing the numbers. So just the data collection, because many of these cases are actually prosecuted at the state and local level or by federal U.S. attorneys' offices around the country. So we're getting better at trying to just capture that data. That's one proactive aspect of this threat, as well as training that we're doing around the country.
Thank you for your service. I yield back.
Thank you.
So where is it? The laptop.
Sir, I'm not here to talk about the laptop. I'm here to talk about the FBI cyber program.
You are the assistant director of FBI Cyber. I want to know where Hunter Biden's laptop is. Where is it?
Sir, I don't know that answer.
That is astonishing to me. Has FBI Cyber assessed whether or not Hunter Biden's laptop could be a point of vulnerability, allowing America's enemies to hurt our country?
Sir, the FBI cyber program is based off of what's codified in Title 18 Title 18, Section 1030, a code which talks about computer intrusions, right, using nefarious intent network.
But you've talked about passwords here. I mean, Hunter Biden's password on his laptop was Hunter02. He drops it off at a repair store. I'm holding the receipt from Max Computer Repair, where in December 2019, they turned over this laptop to the FBI. And what now you're telling me right here is that as the assistant director of FBI Cyber, you don't know where this is after it was turned over to you 3 years ago.
Yes, sir, that's an accurate statement.
How are Americans supposed to trust that you can protect us from the next colonial pipeline if it seems that you can't locate a laptop that was given to you 3 years ago from the first family, potentially creating vulnerabilities for our country?
Sir, it's not in the purview of my investigative responsibilities.
But that is shocking that you wouldn't, as the assistant director of cyber, know whether or not there are international business deals, kickbacks, shakedowns that are on this laptop that would make the first family suspect to some sort of compromise. Mr. Assistant Director, have you assessed whether or not the first family is compromised as a result of the Hunter Biden laptop?
Sir, as a representative of the FBI cyber program, it is not in the realm of my responsibilities to deal with the questions that you're asking me.
Has anyone at FBI Cyber been asked to make assessments whether or not the laptop creates a point of vulnerability?
Sir, we have multiple lines of investigative responsibility in the FBI. They're all available in public source.
Well, I would think you'd know this one. I mean, I would think that if the president's son, who does international business deals, referencing the now president with the Chinese, with Ukrainians, I mean, have you assessed whether or not the Hunter Biden laptop gives Russia the ability to harm our country?
Sir, again, we can do this back and forth for the next couple of minutes. I don't have any information about the Hunter Biden laptop or the
But should you? I mean, you're the assistant director of FBI Cyber.
By the block and line chart, no, sir, I should not.
Who should we put in that chair to ask questions about this laptop that FBI has had for 3 years?
Sir, I'm not in a position to make a recommendation who should say.
So you don't have it, you don't know who has it, you don't know where it is, you're the assistant director. You know, earlier you talked about whether or not you were the Grant Hill or the Christian Laettner. It sounds like you're the Chris Webber trying to call a timeout when you don't have one. So I mean, who is it? Do you even know who has it? Do you know who we should put in that chair to ask these questions to?
No, sir, I don't know who has it.
Well, could you find out and tell us? You're going to have to give us briefings, thanks to Mr. Liu and Mr. Massey's question about whether or not the FBI was taking a $5 million test drive on the Pegasus system that was being used to target people in politics, people in government, people in the media, people in American life. So will you commit to give us a briefing as the assistant director of FBI Cyber as to where the laptop is, whether or not it's a point of vulnerability, whether or not the American people should wonder whether or not the first family is compromised?
Sir, I'd be happy to take your request back to our office.
Gosh, I mean, will you advocate for that briefing? You will?
I will be happy to take your request back to FBI headquarters.
Well, do you believe that that is a briefing that the Congress is worthy of having, I guess?
Sir, I'm not going to answer that question. Right? I'm here to talk. The
Is that
invitation,
time
sir,
out?
the invitation says oversight of the FBI's cyber division. It does not say anything.
Well,
about
right,
the
but I
top
mean,
draft.
this is a cyber asset. This
It's
is a
not a
point of
cyber asset.
vulnerability. If there are passwords, if there are business deals, if there are references to things that could harm our country, like you can't even sit here right now and say that you know that there's not a point of vulnerability. Maybe there are other crimes, maybe there are tax issues or whatever, but as it relates to is the first family sufficient cyber infrastructure to protect? You don't even know if they're compromised. Tell you what, Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record of this committee the contents of Hunter Biden's laptop, which I'm in possession of.
I'm not.
There's no objection to that.
So I can't say no objection.
I've never had.
I will object pending further investigation.
And what's the basis of that objection?
It's a unanimous consent request, and I object pending.
Very well. I have a subsequent question. Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the receipt
It may very well be
from the Mac
entered-
shop.
It may very well be entered into the record after we look at it further.
Very well, Mr. Chairman, I have a
Ms.
subsequent
Demings is now
unanimous
recognized. Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the receipt from the Department of
Mr.
Justice
Chairman, this is
to
Ms.
the
Demings.
Mac shop.
Am I next, or am I next?
Without objection, and now Ms. Demings.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Assistant Director Vondram, for your patience, your endurance, and most of all, for your service to our nation. In a February 9th advisory, FBI and partner agencies warned about the continued prevalence of phishing emails, remote desktop protocols, exploitation, and exploitation of software vulnerabilities as attackers' strategies for gaining access to systems. Assistant Director, could you tell me why these strategies have been so effective or are so effective?
Ma'am, could you restate that question? I missed part towards the end. I just want to make sure I'm crisp on the answer.
Yes, regarding the phishing emails, remote desktop protocols, exploitation of software vulnerabilities as attacker strategies for gaining access to systems. Could you please tell us why these strategies have been so effective?
Sure, because remote desktop protocol is going to give any adversary direct access to essentially command and control of a server or of a user end computer, and that will give them the rights, the administrative rights to arguably do whatever they need to do to meet the intent of their attack.
Which tactic, phishing emails versus software exploitation, is most commonly used by cyber attackers?
Ma'am, it's any of the above, based on what's going to work. So attackers will often look for broad vulnerabilities and deploy multiple different tools or vectors of attack to achieve their goals. So it's very, very challenging to say statistically which one is more prevalent. The better question is, how have we as a collective at the American level, but also the corporation level, armed ourselves to defend against them?
Okay, and could you answer that question?
Sure. I mean, it's all about, hygiene for information security. I've mentioned a few of these, right? Multi-factor authentication, two-factor authentication for all of us at home on general accounts, complicated passwords, having active backups, those types of standard, what I would call hygiene, operating system, routine operating system maintenance is very, very important.
What level of cooperation have you seen from the private sector in terms of arming their systems and working with you to do just that?
I mean, we have very, very strong relationships with the private sector that cross-cut, pretty much every industry in this country. And so I mentioned this earlier in my testimony, I think the private sector has really answered the bell here in the last year about coming and being part of solutions, because they own a lot of the infrastructure that we all use to have our daily access to the internet. And so they're seeing adversary activity very, very quickly, and they've been a tremendous part of the solution in the distant past, but really in the recent past.
What other, type of cyber attacks, or we talked about the phishing emails, we talked about the software exploitation. What other types of strategies did you see in 2021?
Well, we look at it, there's ransomware, botnets, I mean, the list goes on and on. Spear phishing is a very, very important targeting tool that all of the adversaries use. It's not as simple to say that 80% of all cyber intrusions occur because of spear phishing. I know that statistic is out there, but there's a lot of interdependencies once an adversary has access to a system. But really arming an organization or institution with understanding what spear phishing looks like, very, very helpful step for any organization.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
First, I want to thank the senior senator from the state of Iowa for his tenacity in pursuing the truth and ignoring all the false attacks leveled against us during the course of our multi-year investigations into corruption at the highest levels of the federal government. Both of us have been firsthand witnesses and at the same time victims of the dishonesty of our Democrat Senate colleagues and their willing accomplices in the media. When it comes to our investigation into the vast web of foreign financial entanglements of the Biden family, those attacks have had one goal in mind: to cover up the extent to which President Biden might be, and almost certainly is, compromised. Over the course of our investigation into how Hunter Biden used his father's position and name to enrich himself and his family, the dishonest press published countless stories reporting on the Democrats' false charge that Senator Grassley and I were soliciting and disseminating Russian disinformation. Once we issued our September and November 2020 reports, which were based almost exclusively on U.S.-sourced documents and interviews with U.S. citizens, the media largely ignored it. When they did write a story, they declared that our reports found nothing new, a classic media cover-up. I've always said the bias in the media is revealed far more in what they don't report than what they actually do report. But all the false attacks did not deter us. We have continued to uncover the truth, and fortunately, our reports also served as a catalyst for others to come forward and for more investigative journalists to keep digging. The American people deserve the truth. That's why we're presenting additional evidence today and over the next few days. For example, this is the first time this document is being made public. As Senator Grassley described in detail, it shows that money from CEFC, which is effectively an arm of the Chinese government, went directly to Hunter Biden. Bank records like this piece of evidence are pretty hard to deny and sweep under the rug. Our reports were chock full of irrefutable evidence like this, and yet the media buried those details in an attempt to keep it hidden from the American people. Because the mainstream media and our Democrat colleagues had no substance to refute our reports, they reverted to their time-honored tradition of lying, making false accusations against us, and engaging in the politics of personal destruction. Again, their goal was to destroy the credibility of our reports before the American people even had a chance to read them. They were fully aware that the lie can travel halfway around the world before the truth has a chance to put on its shoes. For example, listen to what New York Times journalist Nicholas Fandos said about our report. Quote, "Lack of meaningful new information," unquote. And again, quote, "Overlap with a Russian disinformation campaign," unquote. The then Democrat minority leader was quoted saying about our report, quote, "As if Putin wrote it, not United States senators." A Democrat senator described our investigation as being, quote, "rooted in disinformation," end quote, from Russian operatives. Separately, a Democrat senator also said about our report, quote, "Bottom line, the Johnson-Grassley investigation is baseless. It is laundering Russian propaganda for circulation in the U.S., unquote." But of course, all those quotes were disinformation. Disinformation designed to distract all of us from the truth. As Senator Grassley reiterated, our reports were based almost exclusively on government records from the Obama administration and transcribed interviews of government officials. So, how did the Democrats and the liberal media allies carry out this false attack on us. We describe part of what they did in Section 10 of our September 2020 report. Their disinformation and smear campaign against us in our reports was extensive, but in the interest of time, I'll give you a shorter Cliff Notes version. On July 13, 2020, then Minority Leader Schumer, Senator Warner, Speaker Pelosi, and Representative Schiff sent a letter to the FBI to express a purported belief that Congress was the subject of a foreign disinformation campaign. The letter included a classified attachment that had unclassified elements that attempted to tie Senator Grassley's and my work to Andrei Derkach, a Russian agent. The Democrats speculated that based on this unclassified information, Senator Grassley and I had received materials from Derkach. This was false. Nothing could be further from the truth. But this information purportedly linking Senator Grassley and I to Derkach was leaked to liberal media outlets to start a false narrative to smear us. Until news reports of this false allegation surfaced, I had never even heard of Andrei Derkach. We immediately and forcefully denied the false allegation, but Democrats and the media continued to spread the lie. To this day, no one has ever apologized to either of us for spreading that lie, even though it is proven conclusively to be a lie and disinformation. Next, my staff and Senator Grassley's staff did a transcribed interview with George Kent. During that interview, Democrat staff members introduced Derkach's materials into our record. Then Democrat staff members asked Mr. Kent about it. He stated, quote, "What you're asking me to interpret is a master chart of disinformation and malign influence." That was Mr. Kent's evaluation of the Derkach disinformation that Democrats were spreading, that they entered into our record. So the actual truth of the matter is that Democrats, not Senator Grassley nor I, introduced known Russian disinformation into our investigatory record. They did the exact thing they were falsely accusing us of doing. Again, not my staff, not Senator Grassley's staff. Democrats were disseminating Russian disinformation, just like they did with the Steele dossier. Then ranking members Wyden and Peters sent me and Senator Grassley a letter asking for an intelligence briefing relating to our investigation. Now, such a briefing was completely unnecessary, but it was an effort by our Democrat colleagues to further falsely taint our investigation, hoping to discredit it and discredit the truth. On July 28, 2020, Senator Grassley and I reminded them that the FBI and relevant members of the intelligence community had already briefed the committees in March of 2020 and assured us that there was no reason to discontinue our investigation. Then in August 2020, Senator Grassley and I were provided a briefing from the FBI, a briefing that we did not request, that was also leaked to the press to further smear us. This unsolicited FBI briefing was also not necessary and was completely irrelevant to the substance of our investigation. The FBI briefers did tell us that they weren't there to, quote, quash, curtail, or interfere, unquote, in our investigation in any way. No government entity ever warned us that our investigation into the Biden family's financial deals was connected to any kind of Russian disinformation campaign, because it wasn't. But again, the substance of that FBI briefing was later leaked and contorted to smear us, which was exactly why we suspect we were given the unsolicited briefing in the first place. Those briefers promised confidentiality. Clearly, that confidentiality was breached and resulted in another smear operation on Senator Grassley and I to deflect allegations of corruption and conflict of interests that could compromise a President Biden. To date, we do not know who all was involved in this smear campaign. But even after repeated requests, Director Wray and Director Haynes have refused to come in and fully explain who requested and directed this briefing and why it was provided. I think we know why it was provided. So to review, senior Democrats and liberal media cooperated to smear me and Senator Grassley with false accusations of receiving and spreading Russian disinformation. They created documents, leaked them, asked for briefings, and then leaked those too. And then they themselves disseminated Russian disinformation. You can't make this up. Fortunately, they failed to discredit our investigation because we stayed true to government records. We stayed true to the facts and the evidence. And the evidence is stunning, and it is growing. Over the next few days, Senator Grassley and I will come to the floor to present additional evidence that has not yet been made public. These records show extensive connections between the Biden family and elements of the communist Chinese regime. We're talking high-dollar transactions, some of which we've already highlighted in our September and November 2020 reports. But our speeches will introduce new financial documents into the record for all to see. Now, we expect Democrats and the media to continue to use their power to smear us and cover up for the Bidens. But the truth has a power of its own, and we intend to continue to reveal the truth. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to set the record straight. Earlier, our colleague from Virginia said Republicans have manufactured investigations. So again, I want to set the record straight. Lois Lerner targeted conservatives. That's not Ranking Member Comer saying that. That's not Jim Jordan saying that. That's not Republicans saying that. That was the Inspector General at the Treasury Department saying that. The Democrats, specifically Hillary Clinton, tried to misinform, mislead the American people about the tragedy that happened in Benghazi. Here's what she said just days after that tragedy. Some have sought to justify this vicious behavior as a response to inflammatory material on the internet. She tried to blame it on a video. John Koskinen, who came in to, quote, fix up the IRS, he actually destroyed backup tapes that were under a preservation order. Republicans haven't manufactured anything. Democrats certainly have when it comes to President Trump. Democrats targeted President Trump. They lied to the FISA court. They altered evidence in front of the FISA court. Again, not Ranking Member Comer doing that, saying that. This was the Inspector General at the Justice Department, Mr. Horowitz. They did all that. We know they did it all to do what? To spy on President Trump's campaign. The Washington Post wrote about this, that the FBI had someone posing as somebody else bump into Papadopoulos in Europe. You know what they call that? When someone pretends to be somebody else and they're being paid by the FBI to bump into someone associated with this campaign. You know what they call that? Spying. That's what they did. And this all led to Jim Comey leaking the memos to create momentum to get the special counsel, which they got, Robert Mueller, 2 years, 19 lawyers, 40 FBI agents, $30 million later. What did they find? Not a darn thing. And he says Republicans manufacture things. They manufacture, they're still doing it. 7 years they've been going after President Trump. We just want to do the legitimate investigations, and this is certainly one. How do we know? Because last spring, the Washington Post did 2 articles, March 20th, 30th, this spring, 2 articles, 8-page articles, 4 minutes apart, talking about the Hunter Biden laptop as being real and his connections with Chinese companies. This is as real as it gets. So I guess the real question is, what are the Democrats afraid of? We're just asking for information. We're not asking for anything. Just give us the facts. We want to know the communicate. We want the information. That's all we're asking for. And it's kind of important when you think about what happened in 2020. What happened in 2020? 51 former Intel agents misled the country when they signed the letter saying the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation. No, it wasn't. The Washington Post told us so March 30th of this year. Oh, and what else happened? The FBI went to Facebook and said, hey, you might want to be on the lookout for Russian disinformation. Wink, wink. Don't talk about this story. And what else happened? Maybe the most important thing. We had whistleblowers go to Senator Grassley and say that FBI agents, specifically Timothy Thibault, suppressed evidence about the Hunter Biden family operation just days and weeks before the most important election we have, a presidential election. And so what we have in front of the committee today is simply, let's just get the information. Let's let after the American people were lied to prior to the 2020 election about this story, why not let them have the truth now? It's 2 years too late to have an impact on the most important election we have in our nation. 2 years too late, but at least we should get it. And Democrats say, no, no, no. Let's just say that Republicans do things that are manufactured investigations when in fact they're not, because the Inspector General at Treasury, the Inspector General at Justice have all said they were legitimate investigations where they did wrong things. We're simply asking for information. And you guys know we can't do it. We can't do it. We're not going to do it. We're going to defend Joe Biden no matter what, even though all the evidence is there, even though the Washington Post, your favorite newspaper, said so this past spring. This is a good resolution. We should do it. I can't believe the Democrats are opposing it. I yield back.
Sorry, Madam Chairman, I thought
I am hearing from the ranking member who I should be recognizing.
Yes, ma'am.
And we are recognizing you.
Chairwoman, thank you very much. Chairwoman, we've had an opportunity today, and we thank you for bringing up hearings that we can express our opinions. We've heard them on gun violence. We've heard them on electric vehicles. We've heard them about a lot of these things. But let me see if I can click down these just one at a time. We've already heard about now for 4 years or more about Donald Trump. This House went through extensive hearings to try and impeach the president, impugn the president, badger the president. We simply think that's fine if you choose to do that, but a Hunter Biden story we hear nothing about from official law enforcement. And I think I've seen these kinds of things before. I don't try and do this often, but my father, when he was FBI director, got the boot because he chose not politically to get engaged in political things. President Clinton saw it differently. We get that. Avoiding the appearances of politicalization by the FBI is critical, not just to the FBI. It's important to the American people to have confidence. I have confidence in law enforcement. I want to have confidence, however, that they can take on an investigation that deals with China and is inside the White House appropriately and properly. Silence. Secondly, we've heard about how great electric vehicles are. We already know that California is 25 years ahead of everybody else. California literally is shutting down the use of electric vehicles and people who live in California because they have gone green. And we are seeing how this is a disaster and would be a disaster for the rest of the country, because you see electric vehicles get their energy off the grid, which competes against homes and business and economic growth. It's not as though everything is green. We need all of the above, and that's what these hearings have been able to develop. Gun violence. We've probably had 4 or 5 separate hearings on gun violence. What you really want is gun registration and gun control. Meanwhile, the people who are held hostage, we see it every day in your hometown of New York City. We saw it on a regular basis in Chicago. Criminals run wild because people live in a city, in a state with gun control where they can't even protect themselves. They become victims by criminals who take advantage of opportunities that they see because a person can't protect themselves. They know they have to show up in public without the ability to protect themselves. Madam Chairman, what we're trying to say here is that we believe, as we defend the positions that we hold, there are equal sides. There's no one controls the balance of what's right or wrong, but we're trying to aim for a balance, and that is based upon rule of law, Constitution, and the ability for people to see that a balance, whether it's on Hunter Biden and Donald Trump, a balance on electric vehicles, a balance on what you call gun violence. But what happens is that every single time the majority party, the Democratic Party, who holds all three, the House, the Senate, and the presidency, hold all three of these key decision-making points, attacks us as Republicans for bringing back what we believe is balance. So I think today is about also our ability, and we respect you and appreciate you for allowing us to talk about a balance that would be involved in policy that would be good for people to protect themselves, to have their opportunity to buy the vehicle of their own choice, and to be able to not be in a brown-out zone because of some wacko left-wing policy. And secondly, that Hunter Biden deserves his right to have a day in court, but that needs to take place.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I thank the gentlewoman.
Gentleman's.
Thank you, Chairwoman Maloney. This resolution of inquiry requires President Biden to hand over documents in his possession that are related to the Biden family's international business schemes and influence peddling. Oversight Republicans' ongoing investigation has revealed the Biden family has peddled excess to the highest levels of government to enrich themselves, and unfortunately, often to the detriment of U.S. interests. By passing this resolution of inquiry, we will provide the American people with much-needed transparency to understand the Biden family's businesses. It is time for President Biden to answer some questions about his participation in his family's business schemes with some of our most significant adversaries for years, including the Chinese Communist Party. For far too long, James and Hunter Biden have faced no accountability for their deal-making with shady and CCP-connected associates. Now, there's a lot of talk about Hunter Biden. It's often easier to just ignore the story than to consider what has been revealed since Joe Biden told the American people he never even discussed his son's business dealings with him. We know Hunter's closest business partner, and who was later appointed by the Obama-Biden administration White House to a position in the federal government, visited the White House and other official locations while Joe Biden was vice president. The same person, Eric Sherwin, became president of Hunter's company, Rosemont Seneca, and wrote checks to Hunter Biden from the vice president's account because the vice president owed Hunter money. We know that meetings included sit-downs with then Vice President Biden in the West Wing with foreign billionaires with whom his son was arranging business. We know that the Biden family has done deals with China worth millions of dollars. Those deals were arranged by individuals with direct ties to Chinese intelligence. Hunter Biden himself called his client, quote, the spy chief of China, unquote. We know that then U.S. Deputy Chief of Mission to Ukraine, George Kent, emailed State Department officials in 2016 to alert Washington that Hunter Biden's business dealings were undercutting the United States anti-corruption mission in Ukraine. We know James and Hunter Biden told their business associates that if they did business with them from 2017 to 2020, they would reap the rewards and profits under a Biden administration, even before Joe Biden announced he would run for president. And of course, we know President Biden has told the American people repeatedly that he does not know anything about Hunter's business dealings. He even said that again in the 60 Minutes interview this week. We need to know if this pay-to-play between Hunter and the now current president and foreign entities has continued. For years, the U.S. government has warned that high-end art sales have been the perfect vehicle to launder money or pay indirectly for access to favor. To his credit, Hunter seems to be reading the memos. And when Joe Biden became president, overnight, Hunter Biden became one of the highest paid artists in America, listing works of art for $75,000 to even $500,000. We know he sold at least 5 paintings for $75,000 apiece. Today, we still don't know who bought Hunter's art. The Democrat Party, the Biden administration, big tech, the swamp, even Hollywood and others have done everything in their power to run cover for the Biden family. Twitter removed the Hunter Biden laptop story just weeks before the 2020 election. The FBI put Mark Zuckerberg at Facebook on notice. With a wink and a nod, the FBI told the tech giant to be on the lookout for Russian disinformation. Then the platform suppressed the laptop story. Meanwhile, the Treasury Department, shortly after Joe Biden took office and Republicans began looking deeper into Hunter Biden's activities, changed its policies regarding suspicious activity reports, or SARS. The Biden administration changed the rules to severely restrict Congress to access to suspicious activity reports with no explanation. And remember, Maxine Waters filed legislation that passed the House later to change that back to where Congress could have access to SARS. I supported that. So I don't support many of Maxine Waters' bills, but I supported that bill. As I've stated before, Hunter Biden and other Biden family members have racked up at least 150 suspicious activity reports for their shady foreign business dealing. That number of SARS is simply unheard of in the banking world, and I was a director of a bank for over a decade. We must have access to this information to see if Joe Biden has benefited from his family's dealings with foreign adversaries. If the Democrats vote against this resolution, then they are continuing in their coordinated effort to shield a potentially compromised president from necessary congressional oversight. They, of course, have been doing this for 2 years. Since a cabinet-level Biden administration official has not testified before the full committee, this entire Congress, 0 cabinet officials in the Biden administration have testified before this committee for 2 years. We must shed light on the Biden family's international business schemes to determine if they're a national security threat. I look forward to us joining together to conduct oversight, ensure our national security, and strive for transparency in the government for the American people. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself. This resolution of inquiry would ask President Biden to turn over all documents related to his son, his brother, his sister-in-law, as well as various other people and companies. None of these people has a role in the Biden administration. Mr. Heiss is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just say the reason that the ranking member has sent 34 letters is because all 34 have been ignored. There's not been a single answer, and you would think at some point there would at least be the integrity to answer some of those letters. And quite frankly, if there is nothing to fear with Hunter Biden, then there is no reason Democrats should refuse an investigation. If there's no problem, then that's fine. There's no problem. But we believe there is a problem. We believe it's the responsibility of this committee to do its job and to investigate. I support totally House Resolution 1243. Whether Democrats care to admit it or not, there are serious concerns about the business dealings of the Biden family. There are serious concerns. These get to whether our commander-in-chief, the President of the United States, has sought to enrich himself and his family at the expense of our national security. Again, if there's nothing there, then that's fine. But let's investigate it. We have serious concerns that indeed there is something there. The Biden administration has sought to pretend that these issues do not exist. They will not answer questions from the press about the Biden family's business affairs with foreign countries. They ignore to request oversight committee Republicans for documents and information. They claim that their policies do not allow for the production of such documents.
All of this is nothing but hiding, trying to avoid what is potentially extremely damaging, not only to the Biden administration, but to our nation. This administration is content to hide behind the safety blanket provided by the mainstream media that any evidence of these matters is misinformation. President Biden has insisted that he was not even aware of Hunter's business dealings. Business dealings, by the way, that involve companies tied to the Communist Party of China, America's chief rival on the national stage. But there is indeed, in fact, mounting evidence that President Biden was not only aware of what was going on, but was involved in what was going on. Why would President Biden lie about this? In the absence of truth, we're left with no other option but to draw our own conclusions. If this were President Trump, which the Democratic Party continues to be obsessed with, they would be having a feeding frenzy over this. But with President Biden, absolute crickets. It is not misinformation that there are serious concerns and mounting evidence of wrongdoing, and this needs to be investigated. What possible reason is there not to investigate this matter? What possible reason is there not to want to get to the truth? Let's learn the facts. Madam Chair, I urge you, let's learn the facts. Let's investigate this, which is, by the way, supposed to be the responsibility of this committee. Let the Biden family explain their actions. If there is nothing to hide, then there's no problem. But we need to know the truth. We need the truth. And the documents we are requesting through this resolution will help us find the truth. There is no reason to oppose this resolution. And with that, I'll yield back.
Mr. Director, I've listened from my office to your testimony today. Tell me who had the authority to call out the National Guard on January 6th?
My understanding is that the decisions to call out the National Guard, in one sense, are the responsibility of the Secretary of Defense, but in another sense, have to be...
Mr. Director, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think we can agree that the FBI had credible information that there was likely to be violence on January 6th. Can we agree on that?
Well, I don't know that we had assessed its credibility. We certainly had information that was concerning about the potential for violence in connection with the January 6th events. And as we discussed here this morning, one piece of information that was most specific that I'm aware of was passed, quite quickly.
Well, based on that information, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we just keep nibbling at the edges and dancing around the issue. And I understand. I'm not asking you to throw anybody under the bus, Chris. I get it. But we need to find out what happened. Now, if you were king for a day, based on the information that you had, maybe not at the time, but later on, would you have called out the FBI? I mean, the National Guard?
You know, Senator, as you said, I really want to be careful not to be armchair quarterbacking others. I think the National Guard, we have seen, can play a very important role in crowd control.
Excuse me for interrupting. Yeah. Boy, I sure, I'm not trying to be rude, but my time's limited. Well, who made the call not to, based on your information, who made the call not to call out the FBI, whether they should have or shouldn't?
Not to call the FBI?
I'm sorry, I'm tired. The National Guard.
Well, I would defer to others who are more involved in that discussion, but from what I have heard, what I have read, my understanding is that at one stage of the process, the local government was of the view that it did not need the National Guard's assistance.
Who do you mean by the local government? The mayor?
Yes.
So the mayor didn't call out the National Guard?
At the beginning.
What do you mean by the beginning?
Well, you know, in the day or two leading up to the 6th.
Okay.
Then as to exactly how it played out on the 6th itself,
I understand
I'm not
that,
as
but
sure about, yeah.
I mean, clearly, our people were overrun by the nut jobs. So we're making progress here, okay? So the mayor or the city government decided not to call out the FBI, the National Guard ahead of time. What about the House Sergeant at Arms?
I don't know what role the House Sergeant of Arms played with respect to the National Guard.
Okay. How about the Senate Sergeant?
Same answer.
Okay. How about the Capitol Police, the Chief of Capitol Police? Did the Chief of Capitol Police make the call not to call out the National Guard?
I don't know the answer to that. My understanding is that the law enforcement officials here with responsibility over the Capitol, that there were differing views about whether or not the National Guard was appropriate and when at what level, but all I really know on that is what same thing you've seen, you know, in the press coverage of the events.
Okay, that's enough on that. I listened to your comments about diversity, and I thank you for your good work there. I think any fair-minded person has to conclude that that diversity is a strength, not a weakness. But this subject comes up a lot, and I think it's going to come up a lot again. And that's not a criticism. That's just an observation. Thank you. Do you believe that the FBI is a systemically racist institution?
No. Now, having said that, I do believe the FBI needs to be more diverse and more inclusive than it is, and that we need to work a lot harder at that, and we're trying to work a lot harder on that.
Do you believe that the FBI is a systemically sexist or misogynistic institution?
Again, that's not the way I would describe the FBI that I know and see every day, but again, it's a place where we need to be more diverse and inclusive, and we need to work harder at that. And we are working hard at that, and we've got progress that we still need to make to at least to be satisfactory by my standards.
Okay. Fair enough. Mr. Director, have you ever been to Hong Kong?
No.
Wonderful place, wonderful people. The Chinese Communist Party is destroying it. If Congress passed a bill and said to the good people of Hong Kong who yearn for freedom, come to America. We're going to follow our friends in Britain. Say, come here. You want to get out from under the thumb of the Communist Party, come to America. We welcome you. Do you think the FBI and law enforcement has the ability to screen for spies? One of the criticisms of the proposition I just stated is, well, we would be letting in spies. Do you think, based on your knowledge of security, that we could catch most of the spies? Well,
I yield to no one in my faith and confidence in the great work of the men and women of the FBI, but I will tell you that the Chinese counterintelligence threat is the greatest threat, certainly the greatest counterintelligence threat that we face as a country.
Right.
And the sheer number of what we would refer to as non-traditional collectors working on behalf of the Chinese Communist Party is something that is a massive resource challenge for the FBI.
That was probably an unfair question. I'm not asking you to guarantee anything. In the few seconds I have left, and begging the indulgence of our esteemed chairman, who's doing a much better job than Durbin, by the way. Oh, he's back. The Horowitz report. Can you tell me how many people you have referred for prosecution at the FBI as a result of the Horowitz report?
Well, for prosecution or for discipline?
or prosecution first? Just give me numbers, because I don't want to abuse my time.
Well, the prosecution issue related to anything to do with the Horowitz report is in the hands of Inspector.
I get it. How many have you fired?
So most of the people involved in the Horowitz report are former employees. Of the ones who are current, every single one of them, even if mentioned only in passing, has been referred to our Office of Professional Responsibility, which is our disciplinary arm. Now that piece, and this is important, that piece of it, because we're cooperating fully with Mr. Durham's investigation, at his request, we had slowed that process down to allow his criminal investigation to proceed. So at the moment, that process is still underway in order to make sure that we're being appropriately sensitive to the criminal investigation.
Okay. So you've had to hold up as a result of the criminal investigation. I'm sorry I went over, Mr. Chairman. And I'm sure glad you're here. Booker was just screwing everything up.
Senator Padilla, and I'm sure you'll do a better job than the previous questioner.
Madam President, when Attorney General Garland went through the confirmation process for his current job as Attorney General of the United States, he made a solemn pledge to keep politics out of the Justice Department. I, for one, was encouraged by his statement, having seen the disastrous politicalization of the Justice Department under former Attorney General Eric Holder and Loretta Lynch. Attorney General Garland said this, he said, quote, "I will never make a decision in the department based on politics or partisanship." I took him at his word. I hope we wouldn't see a return to the days when people saw double standards play out in the Justice Department based on who happened to be in office, who happened to be investigated. But clearly, under Attorney General Garland's leadership, the Department of Justice has pointed its arrows toward concerned parents, for example, who are exercising their First Amendment rights to speak up about their children's education. Attorney General Garland has sued the state of Georgia and the state of Texas, for example, claiming that ballot integrity measures that were within the prerogative of the states to pass were somehow suppressing the public's right to vote. We're going to start voting in about 50 days from now. That's the main election date. In Texas, we'll start voting a full 2 weeks before that date, where without any reason whatsoever, you can show up and vote in person 2 full weeks before the general election. Yet Attorney General Garland spins a false narrative that somehow the state of Texas is suppressing people's rights to vote. And then Attorney General Garland, I think, shocked everybody by authorizing an unprecedented search warrant on a former president and a current political rival, when less intrusive means and methods would have produced the same documents that they claimed to be after. Time to time again, the Department of Justice under Merrick Garland has taken aggressive actions that are viewed by the Biden administration as politically advantageous. For everybody else, though, it's a different story, that double standard. When Supreme Court justices are receiving death threats, including the interdiction of a deranged man who was out to kill Justice Kavanaugh here at the nation's Capitol, the Attorney General did not respond by taking appropriate steps to prevent that violence. In fact, he fanned the flames. Instead of protecting the justices, he chose to criticize them and encourage what amounts to irresponsible conduct on the part of people on the left. And now I'm concerned about the department's double standard in handling of the Hunter Biden investigation. The public reports are that the president's son has been under investigation by the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Delaware for a long time now. There's a lot, of course, we don't know, but reported leaks and evidence seem to show that Hunter Biden may have committed various felonies, including tax fraud, money laundering, and foreign lobbying violations. Despite the severity of these concerns, recent news reports have painted an alarming picture at the Department of Justice's handling of this investigation, silencing whistleblowers, downplaying or discrediting inculpatory information, prohibiting the Department of Justice and FBI employees from communicating with members of Congress. This does not look, sound, or smell like an impartial investigation guided only by the facts and the rule of law. Just across the street from here sits the Supreme Court of the United States. On the front of that court is the inscription, "Equal Justice under Law." There's no footnote, there's no asterisk, there's no exception for relatives of the President of the United States. Every American is entitled to fair and equal treatment and equal justice under the laws. The Attorney General must guarantee that Hunter Biden receives the same treatment as any other American who is under a criminal investigation. Not better, not worse, but the same. Today, 32 of my colleagues and I have sent a letter to the Attorney General Garland urging him to provide special counsel authorities and protections to the U.S. Attorney David Weiss, who is leading the investigation into Hunter Biden. This is a critical step that the Attorney General can and should take to restore faith in this investigation and avoid even the appearance of impropriety. So I hope he'll honor our request, do what he pledged to do when he was confirmed, and keep politics out of this investigation. And in the process, restore public confidence to our nation's most revered institutions. Madam President, on another matter, the migration surge at the southern border has been at a crisis level for a year and a half now. Coming from a border state with 1,200 miles of common border with Mexico, we've experienced a disproportionate impact of that humanitarian surge, as well as the drugs that have found their way into the United States as a result. This, after all, is part of a business model or plan by the cartels who get rich smuggling people and drugs into the United States. But just in terms of the volume of migrants coming across, we've logged more than 150,000 border crossings every month for each of the last 17 consecutive months. That's unprecedented and shocking. Alarm bells used to sound when illegal border crossings topped 100,000 a month, but we haven't dipped below that level since President Biden took office. In the last year, Customs and Border Protection has logged nearly 2.3 million border crossings across the southern border. Now, these records come with serious consequences for everyone involved. Our Democratic colleagues and members of the news media focus their attention on how this surge impacts the migrants themselves, and there's no question that migrants endure a brutal journey to reach our country. They typically pay thousands of dollars to travel with human traffickers, or coyotes as they're sometimes called, who are known to rape, rob, abuse, and abandon for dead their customers. Those who survive the perilous journey to our border still face serious dangers. These are people who come not through our legal immigration process, but want to jump ahead of the line of the people who are waiting, even though we naturalize about 1 million people a year in the United States. In June of this year, 53 migrants, including 3 children, passed away after being locked in a tractor-trailer rig on a 100-degree day in Texas. A horrible way to die. The Washington Post described it as the deadliest smuggling incident of its kind in U.S. history. Last month, 2 children died attempting to cross the Rio Grande and drowned in that river attempting to make their way into the United States. One was a 5-year-old girl from Guatemala who was swept from her mother's arms into the river. And just 2 weeks ago, Customs and Border Protection confirmed that another 9 migrants had died trying to cross the Rio Grande. Since last October, more than 750,000 migrants have died at our border. That does not include the ones we have not yet discovered, but will eventually discover as a rancher comes across the bleached bones of a migrant who's been left behind by the heartless coyotes. Migrants are suffering every day, and we can't lose sight of the humanitarian crisis. But the migrants aren't the only victims of the border crisis. They've chosen to try to enter the United States irregularly, other than through legal means, and turn their lives over to people who care nothing for them, but care only about them as a human commodity and how much money that they can make smuggling them in the United States. But migration surges have a devastating impact on border communities like the border communities in my state, in Arizona, New Mexico, and California. Over the last year and a half, I've visited our border communities several times and repeatedly have heard of the strain of this crisis. Nonprofits who try to assist in a humanitarian way. The migrants lack the space or resources to care for the thousands of people entering our country every day. Local businesses try to stay afloat amid safety concerns and significant financial losses. Morgues have reached capacity due to the influx of deceased migrants. As we've discussed during a Judiciary Committee hearing last week, local health systems and emergency response services are stretched to the breaking. Last year alone, in a small town called Del Rio, Texas, 15,000 Haitian migrants showed up under a bridge. Can you imagine? A town of 35,000 people having to deal with trying to address the needs and treat these migrants in a humane way. Well, during the 2019 surge, Customs and Border Protection reported that it was on track to refer more than 31,000 migrants for medical treatment, compared with only 12,000 the previous year. Of course, the surge in 2019 pales into comparison to what's happening now as a result of President Biden's failed border policies. The number of migrants needing medical care today is much, much higher. The strain this places on local hospitals and public health systems not only impacts the migrants, but also the American citizens who live and work in these border communities. We all remember the strain on our healthcare systems during the height of the pandemic. Hospitals inundated with COVID cases made it more difficult to get care in the event of you were experiencing some other public or other health emergency. As Brooks County Sheriff Martinez wrote in his testimony in the hearing we had last week, ambulances that ordinarily would respond to emergency calls from local citizens are now diverted to answer calls in remote areas, to answer the needs of the migrants who are experiencing a health emergency, reducing the medical services available for the local residents who actually pay the taxes that support those services. The impact of this crisis on border communities in Texas is not a consideration for the Biden administration. They simply don't care. Or, frankly, most of my Democratic colleagues here in the Senate. We heard from the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, the senior senator from Illinois, complaining about the terrible state of our broken immigration system and what's happening now as migrants are being bused to places all across the country, including Chicago. But he's the only one who can convene a markup of legislation. Our Democratic colleagues have a Democrat in the White House, a Democrat speaker, and a Democrat majority leader in the United States Senate. Yet we've not seen a single piece of legislation offered or past to try to deal with the crisis. It's always somebody else's problem, or it's just a political issue that you flail in the run-up to the coming election. Migrants are arriving in someone else's backyard. What do you care? Inundating someone else's public health system along the U.S.-Texas border and filling up somebody else's morgue. Apparently, the Biden administration doesn't care.
Thank you. As we discussed on the phone, and this would come up today, so I want to give you an opportunity to address it, there's some reason to address, I believe, the very few but nonetheless billable hours on behalf of the China National Offshore Oil Corporation. And the reason why it's of concern is because it fits the fact pattern for how the Chinese Communist Party aggressively, plays abroad. And in particular, here are the basic facts as I understand them. And so I think the first thing is I want to make sure I understand the facts the members of the committee do. In April of 2018, a partner at the firm, I believe in the China office, asked for help because he was working for their client, this CNOC, I guess, China National Offshore Oil Corporation. And it was related to a March 2018 release by the U.S. Trade Representative of the findings of the investigation into China's acts, policies, practices related to technology transfer. The report included the government's evidence for how the Chinese government provided competitive intelligence through cyber intrusions to Chinese state-owned enterprises in furtherance of its Made in China 2025 goals and as part of its military-civil fusion. And the report explicitly stated that in 2012, this company twice requested and received intelligence from Chinese intelligence services that helped them in negotiations with 5 U.S. companies. In fact, the report specifically found that these examples illustrate how China uses the intelligence resources at its disposal to further the commercial interests of Chinese state-owned enterprises to the detriment of their foreign partners and competitors. So the key, the core nugget in the report is there is no distinction really between a Chinese company and the government. The government they do, American corporations competing with a foreign corporation don't get to go to the CIA or NSA or whatever and get intelligence information to negotiate and compete, and these guys do. So, but the fact pattern about you being asked by a partner at the firm to look into it I believe is correct. So if you could just tell us what was the nature of the work, why were you called in to do it, what did you do?
Thank you, Senator Rubio, and thanks for raising this and flagging it in our call the other day. That was very good of you, and I appreciate you asking about it. And I think it's an appropriate thing, an important thing to ask about. Just in terms of the facts, I think you have the facts largely right. It was actually a partner here in the States who does trade stuff. So that partner was looking to see what trade sanctions kind of consequences there could be because of these allegations. And he thought, to be complete, he wanted to find out if there were any criminal exposure. So he asked me to have an associate write a memo that just said, these are the criminal laws that could be implicated. That associate did that. I passed the memo back, and as you said, it was 2.8 hours of work. It was, I had no contact with a client, did no advocacy, talked to nobody, didn't call anybody in the government. It was literally sort of like almost a law school exercise by the associate. But it was on behalf of the Chinese oil company. And look, you raise, I think, very legitimate concerns about, and not just here, but you're a leader in this area, and I know that you and Senator Warner have done a roadshow with members of academia and industry to raise the alarm about what China's doing. And I agree with you in the need to do that and the fact that that's happening. We're seeing now an assault sort of across the board in every space, political, economic, military, by China to try to become dominant over the United States and change the world order. So I agree with that. And in fact, I think I mentioned this the other day, harking back to my time in the National Security Division at DOJ, 2006 to 2008, that's when there was just a dawning realization that in terms of technology theft, that the Chinese were rapacious. And so my colleagues and I were really sort of banging the drum, sounding the alarm about that back then to try to get academia and the industry to pay attention. And so this is consistent with what I've seen over the last 15 years, and I can assure you that if I get into the position at INA, I will keep sounding that alarm.
Yeah, and so I mean, and my time is about to expire, but I'm curious, what did you know about this company before this work came to you? The way you've described it is a partner came to you and said, can I get answers to this? You handed it off to an associate who did a law school type exercise, came back with a memo, you reviewed it, and you submitted it to the partner that requested it. But what did you know about this company at the time? And I'm just curious, obviously, did it make you sort of queasy in any way or concerned that the firm was advocating or trying to help a company that undertakes these sort of actions that implicate national security concerns?
Well, a couple things. I think when I thought about it, I thought that he was looking at a range of sanctions, didn't have the expertise to look at white collar. I was just the one through whom the assignment would go to somebody in the white collar space to look at that and say, these are the possible, possible laws that could be implicated. Just to clear one thing, you said advocate. I don't think there was any advocating that went on. This was a sort of an explanatory exercise. And I honestly didn't think about it probably as much as I should have.
To be clear, I meant the firm representative was an advocate on behalf of this entity, not necessarily you directly or even the associate.
I believe they were doing trade work with them, but I honestly don't know for sure. But to answer your question, I should have thought more about it than I did that day.
Senator Wyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, first, let me express my thanks to you for your responsiveness to my concerns about what's happened in Portland. And to Mr. Weinstein, I appreciated visiting with you. And as you know, I believe in making sure witnesses know what we're going to talk about. And so you're aware of
I appreciate that very much.
When the Trump administration sent Department of Homeland Security troops into my hometown in the summer of 2020, the department's Office of Intelligence and Analysis was there too. According to a report by the department's Office of General Counsel, the Intelligence Office sent untrained, inexperienced personnel to Portland without a plan or clear management. So I spent months battling to get the General Counsel's report released to the public so that Oregonians would know about the abuses that took place. The report was finally released last October, but because of redactions, I am still pushing to get the full picture out for Oregonians. One issue in particular I have focused on is the General Counsel's finding that dossiers were developed on people, presumably including my constituents, who apparently were no threat to Homeland Security. According to the report, some junior personnel were so upset about this, they refused to even work on them. So that's why Oregonians want to know what went into these dossiers that were distributed around the Department of Homeland Security. But so far, that information is just being withheld. So, do you believe the Department of Homeland Security intelligence personnel ought to be collecting and distributing dossiers on Americans?
Thank you again for the meeting the other day, and thank you for your practice of giving a heads up for all the questions that you're going to ask a nominee like myself. I was troubled by what I read in that report and the part that's been made public. I've been heartened to hear about a number of the changes that have been put in place to address some of the lack of training, lack of guidance, and as you pointed out, lack of ability on the part of some who were concerned about what was going on, but who felt that they couldn't raise the alarm. I can assure you that that will not be the situation if I'm heading up INA. People will feel fully comfortable to step forward and raise their concern.
So what about these dossiers, though? Should there be dossiers? What information ought to be in them? Who should get to see them? Because that's what my constituents want to know.
Yeah, and that goes to the guidelines, and it's very clear. Now, let me step back a second. As you and I discussed, open source collection, which is what INA does, it can be fraught when it's, especially if it's done in the context of protests or demonstrations. And so there are clear guidelines about what DOJ should do, what DHS INA can and cannot do. So for example, they can only collect information and distribute it if it's relevant to a departmental mission, like protecting against terrorism. They cannot collect just if somebody is exercising the First Amendment rights. You can't do that. You have to use the least intrusive means of collecting information. And then once that information is collected, in terms of disseminating it, this is U.S. person information that needs to be carefully handled pursuant to executive order and pursuant to law. And so it shouldn't be just distributed, without regard to privacy. And what I read in that report is that there was insufficient training and guidance as to how information about those U.S. persons could and couldn't be distributed.
I'm getting ready to run out of time. If you're confirmed, would you release to the public this and other information about this office in Portland that I have been pushing to get unredacted? That's a simple yes or no question. Would you be willing to release it to the public?
I won't have the authority to release, but I assure you that I will push hard to release it to the maximum ability of the department.
Is there any reason why it shouldn't be released?
I know there's some redactions that might have to do with personal information, private information. There might be sources and methods, but I can assure you that your concerns have been passed on. Folks at DHS are already engaged as of last week with folks in the General Counsel's office, and they're working hard to try to absolutely minimize the amount that's withheld.
I will only tell you, you got to think, because this is what happened in my hometown. We saw what the Office of General Counsel said. You got to think it's going on elsewhere. And I will tell you, there's a pretty ominous history in this committee, as Chairman Warner knows, about the use of dossiers. So I'm going to get to the bottom of it. We'll continue to work with you between now and the time this committee votes on your nomination. I'll have additional questions, and I hope we can have a second round as well, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Appreciate it, sir.
And let me just...
From Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ask to speak for, you must have as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Why did it take so long? Why did it take so long to pass this, bring this legislation to the floor? It's been over a month since the leak of the draft opinion, over a month of threats on Supreme Court justices and their family, over a month of protest at their home. Why did it take so long? I mean, the protests at their home are a direct violation of the law, 18 U.S.C. Section 1507. Over a month. It's been over a week, or actually a week, since an assassination attempt on a Supreme Court justice, on Justice Kavanaugh. Think about that for a second. An assassination attempt on a sitting United States Supreme Court justice. And what did the Speaker of the House say last week? No one is in danger. No rush on this legislation. No concern here. The Senate passed this bill a month ago. Why hasn't the House? Why did it take so long? I think the answer is obvious. Because they've always wanted to intimidate the court. That's been their goal since the get-go. Their goal was to intimidate the court. That's been their objective all along. Think about the history. First, we had the Kavanaugh confirmation mess, where the left just made up things about Justice Kavanaugh and his family. Then we had the leader of the Senate, the Democrat leader of the Senate, on the Supreme Court steps say to two justices, Mr. Kavanaugh and Mr. Gorsuch, he said, "You've released the whirlwind. You will pay the price." Last April, the Democrat chair of the Judiciary Committee introduced legislation to do what? To pack the court, to add 4 associate justices to the United States Supreme Court. Why 4? Why not 1? Why not 2? Why not 3? Why 4? Because 4 would give them a majority on the court. Then there was the sustained attack on Justice Thomas and his wife over the last several weeks. The Democrats on the Judiciary Committee even had hearings about Justice Thomas. Then, of course, there was the leak of the draft opinion itself, something that's never happened. And then there were the protests at Supreme Court justices' homes, again, in direct violation of the statute. And then, finally, there was the hearing the Democrats had in the Judiciary Committee about the abortion issue while the Dobbs decision is pending in front of the court. You remember that hearing. That's the one where the Democrat witness said men could get pregnant. That's the history here. And then, of course, Then, of course, last week, we had an assassination attempt on Justice Kavanaugh. Intimidation is their goal. It's the same reason the Department of Homeland Security stood up the Disinformation Governance Board. It's the same reason the Department of Justice is targeting parents who have the nerve to show up at a school board meeting and speak up for their kids. It's all about intimidation. That's how the left operates, and we've seen it play out now against the Supreme Court. But the good news is, finally, this bill's going to pass and give the justices of the highest court in our land the protection they and their families deserve. So I say better late than never. We support this legislation. Should have passed a darn long time ago, and we reserve our time, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
Thank you. Let me tell you why it took us a few weeks rather than just 1 week to pass this legislation. It's because Republicans refuse to protect the families of Supreme Court employees who are at risk. Shame on you for not doing that. And by the way, there are threats to justices across the board. I support this legislation. I just note that recently there was an article in CNN titled "Justice Sonia Sotomayor was targeted by gunmen," federal judge tells 60 Minutes, dated February 19, 2021. Intimidation goes on both sides. I support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio.
And that's why Republicans have condemned violence every single time it happened, Madam Speaker. We condemned it when it happened on January 6th, but guess what? We also condemned it when it happened in the summer of 2020. And it hasn't been a few weeks since the leak of the draft opinion. It's been 6 weeks. So, the Senate passed this legislation unanimously, and they wouldn't bring it up. They wouldn't bring it up. In fact, the Speaker of the House, as I said before, the Speaker of the House said last week there was no need to bring it up. But oh, now we're going to. Thank goodness for that. I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from California, my friend, Mr. Ison.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, listening to the initial debate here, you would believe that there was a legitimate difference of opinion here on the floor about protecting the justices. Clearly, there was no such difference in the U.S. Senate. What there is, though, is a story that I think needs to be told. When I authored this legislation a month ago, I knew that we had support in the Senate, and I knew that we would have support in the House. The first thing I did was I called up the most senior member of the Judiciary Committee on the other side of the aisle and said to him, I believe we should do this. He agreed. Not a second, not checking with staff. He agreed that this simple bill of protecting those who would be intimidated and those who would be threatened and those whose lives could not be replaced in a timely fashion without changing the outcome of the court. And that was it. I had my co-sponsor. A day later, mysteriously, another bill, very different, was dropped in the hopper by the Speaker's staff. And it was done so without a Republican co-sponsor, without a call to the ranking member who stands here today. And that was done because they wanted to play message with it. They wanted to delay. And the Speaker has delayed for a month. Madam Speaker, 18 U.S.C. 1507 is not a suggestion that you prevent intimidation of the court. It is a law. It is a law that the President of the United States has sworn to uphold, and through his Attorney General has negated the responsibility. So this legislation is not only essential to protect against another assassination attempt or of justice or their family, but it is even more important because this administration, as we speak, is not obeying the law that they have sworn to obey, one that the Attorney General is required to. So it is a double-edged sword that I come with here today. Democrats who took 30 days and had to see a week after the attempted assassination of a Supreme Court justice before they would bring a common-sense, non-controversial piece of legislation to the floor. I applaud all those who will vote for it today, and I suspect it will be voted unanimously here on the floor. But justice delayed or protection of our justice delayed could have led to the death of a justice, and even as we speak, still could. So let's pass it. Let's pass it without further controversy, and let's never again do something as shameful as ignore the law and delay protection of people who are being intimidated. And I thank the Speaker and the ranking member, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman reserve? Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Republicans are misleading you. Supreme Court justices already have protection. Let me say that again. Supreme Court justices already have protection. This is about families of Supreme Court justices, which I support them having protection, and Democrats were fighting for families of law clerks, employees of Supreme Court. They should have protection too. Let me tell you the threats to employees of Supreme Court. Soon after the draft decision leaked, a right-wing activist posted the personal details of a law clerk who he basically claimed had leaked Justice Alito's draft opinion overturning Roe v. Wade. This right-wing activist even posted the clerk's wedding announcement and singled out the clerk's spouse. And Republicans don't want to protect that person or their families. After another Republican strategist claimed that a different law clerk had leaked the opinion, an extremist anti-abortion rights group issued a press release targeting that clerk and the justice the clerk worked for. The author of the press release had served years in prison for conspiring to blow up an abortion clinic. Referring to the people in the justice's office, the group's leader said that he could smell their fear. Republicans don't want to protect the families of Supreme Court employees. Shame on them. And recently, a news outlet obtained a DHS intelligence report identifying threats to murder justices and their clerks. Why don't Republicans want to protect the families of Supreme Court employees? I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heist.
I thank the gentleman. Look, unfortunately, this bill is necessary because we have a radical and unhinged left-wing activist group of individuals that also have been encouraged by a slow-walking Democratic Party in hopes of intimidation being used to influence the courts. That's why we're here today. We have assassination attempts on Judge Kavanaugh. We have fire bombings of women's resource centers and healthcare facilities. We have U.S. senators, sitting U.S. senators, encouraging violence against the children and families of Supreme Court justices. And ever since the leak took place some 6 weeks ago, there have been at least 14 coordinated attacks on women's pregnancy care facilities. And Democratic leadership has endorsed and encouraged physical threats to their political opposition. It's totally unacceptable. It's un-American. The unhinged left is not the party that empowers women. If that were true, they would not be trying to destroy women's resource centers, nor would they be trying to attack and intimidate those who work there. They would not be threatening the life of and encouraging violence towards the children of the fourth woman to serve on the United States Supreme Court. The protests that have been taking place outside the justice's home these past months are unacceptable, and Democratic leadership have refused to condemn the threats of violence. And one great example of this is the prohibition, despite the law, and the prohibition against such protests. Jen Psaki, while she was White House press secretary, stated, quote, "We certainly continue to encourage that outside the judges' homes, and that's the president's position." This is the position of the Democratic Party. Intimidation, fear, and now it's getting out of control. It's about time the Democrats are coming to admit it.
Time has expired.
I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. President, I'm a firm believer in the American dream. People come to this country perhaps as legal immigrants, start with little, invest themselves in a lot of hard work because they don't have anything else to invest, provide for their families, maybe even eventually start a small business of their own, create jobs and a means to earn a livelihood for their employees. That's what I think most people think of when they think about the American dream. And it's built on an economic system known as capitalism, as distinguished from socialism. And capitalism has lifted more people out of poverty than any other economic system known to humankind. There are those that have a different point of view. They call themselves Democrat Socialists. I actually have here before me the Democratic Socialists of America web page that asks the question, what is democratic socialism? They start first with a criticism of capitalism. They say capitalism is a system designed by the owning class to exploit the rest of us for their own profit. That is an incredibly cynical and I think misguided view, but that's their opinion. And they go on to say we must replace it with democratic socialism. And there are a number of members of Congress, notably the junior senator from Vermont here, who's an advocate for democrat socialism. I read where he gave a speech explaining why he thinks that's a better way to go. And then there are a number of members of the House, known colloquially as the Squad, who are members of the Democratic Socialists of America and advocate their particular point of view. Even though Joe Biden was elected President of the United States in 2020, he essentially has embraced the Democratic Socialist agenda. The Green New Deal, Medicare for all, free college, free child care, free everything. Well, to no one's surprise, once people called it what it was and what it is, it didn't make it very far. The American people experienced a severe sticker shock when they heard the cost of these proposals. One estimate pegged the cost of the Green New Deal at a whopping $93 trillion, an absolutely unfathomable amount of money. And much to our Democratic colleagues' surprise, families do not want the federal government managing every little detail of their lives, from making their child care arrangements to determining which doctors they can see, or rather, which doctors they can't see. Our Democratic friends found that socialism wasn't as popular as they hoped. But they weren't ready to give up on the bigger government dream, so they made a few marketing changes. They switched branding. They adopted a new strategy. And now what we are seeing, I believe, is the new socialism. Now, it's not as in your face, not as startling as what we saw a couple of years ago when people openly advocated democratic socialism. But the new socialism, I believe, is just as bad and even more dangerous because this time it's actually coming to fruition. You don't need to look very far. Just look at President Biden's claimed authority to, quote, forgive, close quote, student loans. The president announced that he would cancel student loans for millions of borrowers. Any family with a mortgage or car payment or credit card debt knows there's no such thing as canceling debt. Every dollar that was borrowed will have to be paid back by somebody. Traditionally, and legally, that responsibility lies with the borrower. The person who took out the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loans without a thought about how they might eventually pay it back. But the president decided to throw tradition, personal responsibility, and I would argue the law out the window in favor of a socialist approach where everybody chips in. To state the obvious, not every taxpayer has outstanding student debt. Many of our fellow Americans never went to college. Many have very good paying jobs because they've pursued a trade, carpentry, plumbing, or the like. Or they may decide they want to be a teacher or perform some other work that doesn't pay perhaps as well as a Wall Street job. Many people who did get a degree decided they needed to work, at least part-time, to help pay for their bills. And then many, perhaps most, decided they had to pay the loans back after they graduated, just as they had agreed to do. Still, every person without a college debt will be expected to shoulder the cost under President Biden's proposal for someone else's degree, regardless of their ability to pay it back. College degrees are not a public good that should be covered by tax dollars. We provide a lot of generous support for higher education, and we should. Pell Grants. Many colleges and universities have huge endowments that they use to give scholarships and financial aid to students. But this is not something that ought to be placed at the foot of the American taxpayer in this form, certainly. Once somebody's agreed to pay back their student debt, to be able to just walk away from it, to me, encourages all sorts of irresponsible conduct and expectations. These aren't shared expenses like commonly used roads, hospitals, or police departments. The individual who decides to borrow the money so they can attend college alone reaps the benefits of that degree. And in fact, if you do go to college, your chances of earning more income tend to go up. But the real kicker here is that student loan socialism will cost the American taxpayer roughly $500 billion, all to pay off the debt that the individuals involved knowingly and willingly took on. Of course, President Biden isn't the only one forcing more socialism on the American people. Our Democratic colleagues have gotten into the action too. Last month, they passed a reckless tax and spending spree that included enough handouts to make Fidel Castro proud. First, they're the expanded Affordable Care Act subsidies. Originally, the subsidies were provided back when Obamacare passed to provide subsidies for people earning less than 400% of the federal poverty level. But our Democratic colleagues last month not only increased the amount of assistance people can receive, they also expanded eligibility. In short, giving more people more money regardless of their ability to pay for their own expenses. Shifting that, again, out of the pockets of middle-class taxpayers into the pockets of those who don't need the subsidies, and especially those who can pay for their expenses themselves. Our colleagues said this was a temporary provision that was critical to the pandemic response, but here we are a year and a half later, and they've already extended it. The people who gained insurance coverage because of this proposal aren't low-income families. Those individuals have already been eligible for Obamacare. Assistance now extends to people earning 750% of the federal poverty level, six-figure earners. So here again, our Democratic colleagues are taking money out of the pocket of middle-class taxpayers who are struggling with inflation and trying to make ends meet, and providing enhanced, generous subsidies to people making 750% of the federal poverty level. So even as this started out as a temporary fix, I don't have any reason to believe that our Democratic colleagues will ever allow these subsidies to expire. In the words of Ronald Reagan, the closest thing to eternal life on earth is a temporary government program, and our Democratic colleagues seem to be intent on proving the accuracy of that statement.
FBI Director Wray, on October 6, 2018, the families and close-knit community of Schoharie County in rural upstate New York experienced the deadliest transportation disaster in the U.S. in almost a decade when an illegal extended limo that shouldn't have even been on the road crashed and instantaneously killed 20 people. Are you aware of this? I know you have deep ties to upstate New York.
I'm very generally aware of it, partly because of my ties to upstate New York.
I'm asking about this at today's Worldwide Threats briefing because the owner of the limo company, Shahed Hussein, was a longtime informant of the FBI for prominent anti-terrorism cases in the War on Terror, who testified publicly in numerous high-profile federal cases. And it is our job in Congress to conduct proper oversight of the FBI's activities, including the proper and improper use and handling of informants when it comes to addressing worldwide threats. This FBI informant had multiple run-ins with the law and various state and federal agencies that miraculously were brushed away again and again and again. He lied on tax returns and immigration papers. He misled FBI handlers, committed bankruptcy fraud. His hotel that he owned racked up code violations and tens of thousands in unpaid property taxes with no consequences. And most tragically, this deadly limo company falsified reports, lied about the alteration of an illegal vehicle, and the out-of-service rate for this vehicle was 80%, unimaginable. I believe that this deadly limo tragedy, the biggest transportation tragedy in this country, could have been avoided had we addressed the illegal acts of this FBI informant. And the FBI owes families answers. There's been extensive reporting on this issue. So my questions for you are, once a relationship is established with an informant, does the FBI allow an informant to engage in criminal behavior that is not related to the case, in this case, the anti-terrorism cases or investigations that they are informing on? Yes or no?
There are very specific and somewhat detailed and lengthy policies and guidelines that govern how we use our
correct, the confidential informant unit?
Yes, I think the answer to that question basically requires going into some depth about those policies and guidelines. And in addition, over the last couple of years, we've made very significant changes, separate and apart from anything to do with this matter, involving our confidential human source program, and we'd be happy to have somebody brief you on some of those changes because they're quite significant. As to the particular matter, as I said, I'm generally aware of it, but I'm quite confident I don't know all the details, and anytime we start getting into questions of who is or isn't a source and what they were or were not doing, I have to really tread carefully. So I think what I would suggest is let me have my staff follow up with you and see if there's more.
I would expect you to follow up with me directly. We're talking about 20 innocent lives. And to give you a sense of the impact this has had on the families, one father who lost his 2 sons was so destroyed by the crash that he suffered a series of strokes and now can no longer remember having children. One mother lost her son and her daughter-in-law and is now, as a grandmother, the guardian of kids age 4 and 5, who when they pass their parents' house and they see a car there, they think their parents miraculously are at home. The first responders stated the carnage was so extreme that veteran paramedics attending the crash site, who I've met with, developed disabling mental health issues. So I expect a response from you directly. But just to follow up some of the questions that are important for the people of this community to learn, in this case of Shahed Hussein, this is the informant, was the FBI aware that his company, Prestige Limo, repeatedly violated New York State transportation laws while he was an informant? Because I know that you're required to do that as part of the confidential informant unit.
So what I would say is my heart aches for those families, and I feel horrible about what's happened to them. I would say as to the specifics of this particular individual, partly because I don't know all the details, and partly because I have to tread very carefully whenever we start talking about somebody as a source or not a source, and when they were a source, and what they were doing as a source, and that kind of thing. I really need to make sure that any information we provide with you is consistent with policy, but also is accurate.
Great. I have a litany of questions. I am requesting your commitment today to turn over all the FBI's documents, including the source file related to Mr. Hussein, his family, his companies, and any involvement in the investigation. And as Congress, while I am requesting you to work with us, I will not hesitate to compel this, particularly next year, to issue a congressional subpoena with support from my colleagues, because these families deserve answers. And they've been yearning for answers, and it's been brushed under the rug. Yield back.
Mr. Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Wray, I wanted to follow up on a question that Representative Stewart asked about Pegasus. You said that the FBI has tested the Pegasus software from the NSO group for counterintelligence purposes. Are you aware of any incidents of the Pegasus software being used by a foreign power against the United States? And if anybody else on the panel has anything to supplement on your answer, that would be very much appreciated.
I'd have to think about whether there's anything I could share here. If I could suggest, let me give a little thought to that, and maybe there's more I can provide on that in closed session this afternoon. I mean, certainly, I think there has been open source reporting about different governments using the technology, but whether it's been used against us, I'd have to think a little bit about that. And I also need to kind of keep straight in my head what I know about NSO from classified sources versus what I've heard in open sources.
No, I would appreciate that. And just as a reminder, this software has been used to target human rights activists, journalists, ordinary citizens by governments around the world. And NSO is a company that was developed in Israel by Israelis. And so Israel has been a strong friend of the United States. And I want to ask y'all whether you have pressured the Israeli government to crack down on Pegasus and a cottage industry of similar groups in Israel, whether y'all have taken that up with the Israeli government.
Thank you, Representative Castro. I'm not aware of any of us taking it up specifically with the Israeli government, but we can provide to you, I think, an answer after this hearing. Does that sound good?
Are you aware whether the White House has, or I know you're not the State Department, but the State Department has? I'm surprised that we haven't, especially because we have a very open line of communication with Israel, that we would not have spoken up about this.
We very well may have, and I just don't have.
Sure. I also have a question on, we value, of course, here classified intelligence that your agencies gather and analyze to inform policy, but I want to ask a question about open source unclassified intelligence, which is also important. Open source intelligence is critically important to helping U.S. policymakers and the national security community navigate our country's role in the world. And it helps us engage with the American public. It informs media that can promote awareness of issues and promotes communication between different policymakers. And today, the reality of what's happening in Xinjiang by China and Ukraine by Russia is laid bare through open source information, often through translated documents. And so my question, Director Burns, is why did the open source enterprise stop publishing translated documents publicly? And will you push the OSE to put out more of their translations publicly?
Thanks, Congressman. And I know Director Haynes may want to add to this because we've been working quite intensively with her and the rest of the intelligence community on open source issues, in part to address the question that you raised. I mean, I agree with you. I think open source information is going to only become more and more important in the years ahead. And then what use we make of that, including making public some translations, I think is only going to grow in importance.
Yeah, just to add to what Director Burns has indicated, this is an area where we absolutely agree with the fact that it's critical to our work, frankly, and across the enterprise, and DIA has also taken a big lead in this area. And essentially, we need to, we're going through a process where we're trying to make sure that we're organized effectively so that we can leverage our resources across the community, and also that we actually have devoted enough resources to open source. You'll see it, I think, in our budget submissions.
Sure, and I've got one last question, and we only have less than a minute, so you won't be able to answer all of it. But as you all know, the cyber threat from Russia and other nations is very real, including to our critical infrastructure and our defense systems. Simply put, even our most sophisticated weapons with strong effective cyber attacks can be neutralized and made ineffective. And so my question is about the status of our cyber alliances around the world. How strongly have we developed our cyber alliances, both for defense purposes and, if necessary, for offensive purposes in cyberspace?
So, Congressman, I think that what you've hit on is really the key for the future, these series of partnerships that we have. And we've seen the partnerships. I sit next to Director Wray, who has been a tremendous partner in our ability to get after some of the cybersecurity threats here in our nation. But it's broader than that, as you had indicated. So we have rich partnerships with, obviously, our Five Eyes partners, a series of other partners within both Europe and the Pacific. And as far as the work that we do full spectrum, I'd like to take that on this afternoon because I think that would be appropriate given the discussions we've had this morning on Russia and the Ukraine.
Sure.
I would just add, completely agree with General Nakasone, but I would add that just about every significant major takedown that we've engineered together against foreign adversaries, cyber adversaries, whether they be criminal or nation state, almost invariably involve a whole slew of foreign partners all acting in concert. And one of the clear lessons from the last few years is that that is the most effective weapon against cyber adversaries, is joint sequenced operations. I like to say cyber is sort of the ultimate team sport, and we do that with our foreign partners.
Thank you.
And I ask unanimous consent that I be able to speak for up to 15 minutes, Senator Marshall for up to 5 minutes, and Senator Menendez for up to 5 minutes before the scheduled roll call votes.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to speak on two topics, Mr. President. First, inflation. President Biden's economic policies, unfortunately, have waterboarded the budgets of most Americans and most Louisianians. We see the official statistics, and the statistics are that inflation is going up 7%. And I understand that that's what the experts say, but most Americans and most Louisianians know that inflation is much worse, much worse. And I'm sure that's been the experience of the good people of Georgia as well. I mean, I did some calculations before I came down today. From December of 2020 to December of 2021, most recent numbers we have, gasoline is up 49.6%. In my state, in Louisiana, it costs Louisianians $27 more than it did last year to fill up the tank of a Chevy truck. That's every time they fill up the tank. Used cars and truck prices have increased by 37.3%. In New Orleans, for example, in my state, Mr. President, used car prices were up 38.2% through last September. We all have to eat, Mr. President. Meat, poultry, fish, eggs up 12.5%. New vehicles, if you can find one, up 11.8%. Household furnishings, furniture, up 7.4%. Electricity, up 6.3% and headed higher. Clothes, 5.8%. Fruits and vegetables, 5%. Cereals and bakery products, 4.8%. And I could keep going. The truth is that most Americans are having to spend, on average, about $3,500 more per year because of President Biden's inflation. Now, to some people, that may not sound like much. That's a lot of money to the people in my state. An extra $3,500 out of the budget of most working Americans is a lot. You know, I wish it weren't so, but this inflation has been caused by the Biden administration's economic policies. Inflation is not complicated. It's too much money chasing too few goods. The President Biden's coronavirus bill was the tipping point. That's clear. Now, we all voted for a number of coronavirus bills, but the last coronavirus bill was way too expensive. It was unnecessary. There wasn't a coronavirus bill. The president said, oh, we got an emergency. We got an emergency. And then you read the bill and find out that the bill's got nothing to do with the coronavirus, and the money's going to be spent over like a 10-year period. It's not an emergency. The current inflation has characteristics, I've not seen this, of both cost push and demand pull inflation. And it can be traced directly to the economic policies of the Biden administration. And the Biden administration keeps pushing. It keeps trying to stuff more diapers down the toilet. The Biden administration wants to throw another $5 trillion, not billion, not million, $1 trillion of gasoline on the fire and it'd Build Back Better bill. And if we pass that, there'll be another $1 trillion. I mean, this administration spends money like it was gully dirt. I've never seen anything like it. And then we have inflation. We have all this liquidity, which leads to inflation, and the Biden administration will not accept responsibility. President Biden has blamed inflation. He blamed it first on COVID. Now, I'll admit COVID is spreading, but I don't see people walking around coughing inflation on each other. Then he blamed it, I think he blamed it on China for a while. Then President Biden blamed it on greedy corporations. I expect next he'll say that inflation originated in a bat. But the truth of the matter is it's not complicated. It originated with his spending policies. And it is just killing my people. It is killing them. And Mr. President, we have, as you know, we have a lot going on here in Washington. And a lot of issues in front of us that are important. Ukraine, for example. The president shortly is going to nominate a new member to our United States Supreme Court. We have a multitude of bills that we're considering. And all those are important. But inflation's important too. And it is hurting the American people. And it's hurting the least among us the most. Yes, we're seeing inflation in terms of services, but we're seeing inflation more in terms of goods. And low-income Americans, as you well know, spend proportionately more of their income on goods than they do on services. The president's policies, I regret to have to say, have administered a sucking chest wound on the budgets of the people in my state and the people of America, and it's got to stop. Let me say one more thing, Mr. President, if I could. I lost a good friend in Louisiana, and Louisiana lost a good friend last week, Mr. Clifford Smith. Clifford happened to be a civil engineer, but he was so much more. Clifford was born in New Orleans, but he lived his entire life in Terrebonne Parish. Terrebonne Parish in my state is one of our most southern parishes. It has been experiencing, for a variety of reasons, wetlands loss for decades after decades after decades. We were started experiencing wetland loss as soon as we levied the Mississippi River. Now, I'm not saying we shouldn't have levied it, because it has obviously created a lot of commerce in America and in Louisiana, but the river could no longer overflow and deposit the sediment, and the sediment has not been replenished, and the current sediment has sunk. And when your land sinks and the ocean rises, then you're going to have wetlands loss. Clifford Smith was one of the first Louisianians, if not the first, to talk about the need for coastal restoration in my state. Clifford Smith, throughout his career at T. Baker Smith, the name of his company, created jobs for thousands of the people in my state. He was on every board imaginable. When his church burned down in Houma, Clifford said, "I'll be responsible for raising the money and rebuild the church." It took him 5 years, and he did it. And Houma is not it's a wonderful place, but it's not a wealthy place. But Clifford did it. He had a lot of help, but Clifford was the quarterback. He was whip smart, he was visionary, he was wise, he was very charming. I remember, I've known Clifford for 30 years plus. I remember when I first decided to run for office, I called Clifford and said, "Will you support me?" And because everybody knew Clifford Smith. Everybody respected Clifford Smith. Everybody admired Clifford Smith. And I knew if I had his support in his area of my state, it would be critical. And he said, "Yeah, Kennedy, I'll support you." And I said, "Well, Clifford, you know the question that's coming next. I can't run a campaign without financial resources. Will you give me money?" He said, "No." I was shocked. This is my friend. He said, "I will not give you money." He said, "But I'll tell you what I will do, Kennedy. I will, since you've decided to run for office, I will buy you a gift certificate for a psychiatrist." Well, that was Clifford. What a poignant statement. Of course, he ended up supporting me financially. But he went on to give me advice and say, "You sure you want to do this? Politics is a rough business." I miss Clifford. I'm going to miss him. He's got a wonderful family, wonderful kids, wonderful grandkids, wonderful great-grandkids. Joanne, his wife, is just a lovely person. And I know that they will continue to spread the truths that were so important to Clifford Smith. But I went down to the funeral on Monday to say goodbye, but I wanted to say goodbye on the floor of the United States Senate and recognize my friend and a Louisiana favorite son, William Clifford Smith. We celebrate his life, but his loss, Louisiana weeps. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor to my good friend from Kansas.
Madam President.
Senator from South Carolina.
Thank you, ma'am. This week, President Biden's State of the Union addressed an issue I have long worked on, the issue of police reform. After years, and I do mean years, of Democrats touting unpopular defund the police policies, they have finally seen the light. Maybe it's the light on their sinking polling numbers, and are now voicing support for funding our men and women in uniform. Crime is one of the top issues people across this country are facing. Homicides are up 44% in major cities since 2019, and minority communities that have been impacted the most are crying out for help. 85% is the number of the increase from 2019 to 2020 in the murders, the violent crimes in Black and Hispanic communities. In addition, last year was one of the most dangerous, deadliest years for law enforcement on record, with the most officers being shot in the line of duty since they began tracking the numbers. That's nearly a 70% increase in officers being shot while simply trying to do their duty, take care of the community, and return to their families. So this is not an issue between law enforcement or the minority community. This is an issue of both. Today, 80% of African Americans all over the country want the same level of policing or higher levels of policing. They want their neighborhoods safe because they understand more than anyone else with the 85% increase, they understand the importance of the presence of character-driven law enforcement officers patrolling our communities. The numbers, they simply do not lie. That's why we must increase funding for police departments so they can have the training and the equipment, the resources necessary to do their jobs, keeping themselves safe and the neighborhoods that they patrol safe at the exact same time. In his speech this week, President Biden named things I've been working on and supporting for years, along with my Republican colleagues. We have literally been supporting the issues he raised for the last 2 or 3 years. My legislation, the Justice Act, was filibustered on this very floor by Senate Democrats in 2020. It contained hundreds of millions of dollars for the very things President Biden, under duress, in a re-election year, for so many Democrats, he is now advocating for. In my bill, as an example, we funded training, we funded storage, and we funded the purchase of more body-worn cameras for our officers because the polling and the stats are undeniable. Violent crime against our officers go down. Violent crime against the community goes down. We funded training on alternatives for the use of force. We funded de-escalation training. We addressed the issues of behavioral health. We funded efforts to ensure law enforcement officers come from diverse backgrounds that reflect the communities that they serve. But Democrats refused to support those efforts. Fast forward to 2021. The legislation that I was negotiating on over the last year would ban chokeholds, with the only exception being the life of the officer. We took a strong stance on no-knock warrants. We worked to provide support for officers who are experiencing PTSD, and we supported providing co-responders to scenes where there was a mental health episode happening. The truth is, we were almost there. Getting a bill done when my negotiating partners left the table. In this election year, I'm glad to hear President Biden and Democrats are now suddenly talking positively about an issue that every community around the country has been talking about for the last 2 years. But I want more than talk. I want to see action. I'm still at the table. I'm still waiting for anyone from anywhere at any time to show up at this table and take care of our police officers so they can continue to take care of our communities. I look forward to reintroducing legislation very quickly to refund the police after so many efforts to defund the police have succeeded in cities across our great nation. I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, come back to the negotiating table that I never left, so that we can ensure the proper level of funding for our officers who provide great levels of safety for our communities. Madam President, also for the last 3 years, I've worked really hard with my friends across the aisle on lynching legislation. Lynching legislation that has failed in this body 200 times. And we passed it. We passed it twice under Republican leadership in this Senate, only for it to fall apart in the House. Well, the House has taken that legislation, they've renamed it, and that's a good thing if they'll pass it. If it takes a new name and minor tweaks to get this legislation signed into law, legislation that has failed 200 times, I welcome a new name. I welcome some technical changes. I think we're almost there on this too. This is the year and now is the time that we do the right thing, not for Republicans or Democrats, but for Americans who have watched with bewildered eyes, confused hearts, their government fall short on issues of importance to them again and again and again. Let this year be the year we put politics to the side and we get it done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right now, we have a massive crisis at our southern border. My home state of Texas is bearing the brunt of this crisis. In the last month, CBP agents encountered 180,034 illegal immigrants crossing the border. That is a 674% increase from last May. That is stunning. We are on path to have over 2 million people cross the border illegally this year, the highest rate in 20 years. Where were we last year? Last year, we had the lowest rate of illegal immigration in 45 years. To my Democratic colleagues on this committee, I ask you, why haven't you gone down to the border? Joe Biden refuses to go to the border. Kamala Harris refuses to go to the border. Indeed, Kamala Harris seems to go everywhere else except our southern border. In 6 months, the Senate Judiciary Committee has not had a hearing on the crisis at the border. The approach of congressional Democrats is they don't want to know. The approach of President Biden and Vice President Harris is they don't want to know. When asked about it, Vice President Harris laughed and said, well, I haven't been to Europe either. Well, you know what? Joe Biden's in Europe right now. Maybe it's time for the person ostensibly in charge of the border from this administration to go to the border. And there's a reason Joe Biden doesn't want to go to the border. There's a reason Kamala Harris doesn't want to go to the border. There's a reason Senate Democrats on this committee don't want to go to the border. Because they know if they go to the border, the TV cameras will come with them, and they have no answer for this humanitarian crisis that is playing out. I challenge my colleagues on the committee, go look at the Biden cages. I've seen them, cage after cage after cage of little boys and little girls packed in, 1,700% capacity. COVID rate of positivity, 10%. Go look at the children that are paying the price for this failed immigration policy. And let's be clear, this crisis is the direct result of decisions made by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. The very first week in office, Joe Biden immediately halted construction of the border wall. The very first week in office, Biden returned to the failed policy of catch and release. The very first week of office, Biden ripped to shreds the Remain in Mexico international agreement that had produced the lowest rate of illegal immigration in 45 years. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris caused this crisis, and congressional Democrats are perpetuating this crisis by hiding from it and keeping the policies that aren't working. And let's be clear, it is evident to anyone who looks at the problem what the cause is. Here's what the president of Guatemala said when Joe Biden took office, quote, "The very next day, the coyotes were here organizing groups of children to take them to the United States." That's the president of Guatemala. How about the president of Mexico? Here's what he said. He said that people see Biden, quote, as the migrant president, and so many feel that they're going to reach the United States. The message from Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the traffickers, to the cartels, is the gates are open, come on in. The message is, give us your children, and I will tell you to my colleagues, look in the eyes of the little girls and little boys that are being physically abused, that are being sexually abused. This is not compassionate. This is not humane. Children are suffering because of your policies. And what do Senate Democrats do? Don't have a hearing on the crisis. Let's have a hearing on amnesty instead. The two bills here, one would grant amnesty to 3 million people, another would grant amnesty to 4.4 million people. Mr. Edlow, what message do the traffickers hear? What message do the people thinking about coming here illegally hear? What message do the parents getting ready to give their small children to traffickers to come to America here when Congress's message is, we will grant amnesty if you come? What's the effect of that message?
Now is the time to come. That is the message. Come across now. You have a good chance of being able to stay here, either under the radar and wait for the next amnesty, or you may even be able to benefit from this one because the availability for documentary requirements here include, at minimum, 2 affidavits from people. It's very easy. That invites fraud. It's so easy to get 2 affidavits to say that you've been here since before January 1st of this year, even if you haven't. So now is the time to come because nothing is going to happen. The enforcement mechanism of this country, in immigration enforcement, has been turned off. Prosecutorial discretion is ruling the day just like it did back in the Obama era, and the result is going to be the same with flagrant disregard for the law by criminal aliens and by those that want to exploit our laws now, like the smugglers. And that's why we see things even months ago, like horrific car accidents where close to 20 migrants were found in an SUV that was overturned, and many were killed and seriously injured. And that's because of these policies. There is absolutely no enforcement along the southern border. There's absolutely no enforcement except for a small little bit of what's left from ICE in the interior of this country. And immigration courts are being told to just go ahead and terminate cases if they don't meet the stringent requirements that they're needing to for priority. Because suddenly priority is based on limited resources that seemingly just turned up overnight. I don't understand what's going on right now, because I can tell you, Senator, how it's supposed to be at the border. I can tell you how we're supposed to see people when they come over and what's supposed to happen under Section 235 of the Act. I have no idea what is going on. And I can tell you, Senator, whatever Border Patrol and ports of entries you visited, whatever Border Patrol sectors you visited, you are only seeing what's going on there. I don't know what's going on at the other ones. And I don't believe there's any consistency in the way that it's being administered.
Thank you.
Senator Coons.
Thank you, Senator Padilla. I'd like to open by thanking Chairman Durbin for his 2 decades of tireless effort to focus our attention on dreamers, on those who've been brought here by their parents when they were children and who've contributed to our society over decades. There are literally millions of undocumented people who are working here, living here, paying taxes, serving in our military, or in the case of 2 of our witnesses today, as frontline essential workers who have contributed to saving lives in this pandemic. None of these people should have to live in the shadows of the only home they have ever known. It was in 2018 that I was honored to partner with the late Senator John McCain in introducing and advancing the Uniting and Securing America Act, which was a bipartisan proposal to pair the DREAM Act with common sense border security measures. And while that got just 52 votes on the floor of the Senate, I'm happy to be continuing conversations across the aisle now with Chair Durbin and Senators Graham and Cornyn, Tillis and others in an attempt to try and find some compromise that can address these issues that have challenged us for decades. And while all of us have the ability to give stem winders and soliloquies to grow our viewers and supporters by attacking each other, I think our real challenge is to try and solve this problem. What I hear in Delaware and what I've heard across the country is that Americans would like us to actually solve the problem rather than swing wildly back and forth from one administration to the next in our tone, tenor, and actions with regards to immigration. I want to thank the witnesses today for sharing your relevant and inspiring perspectives, the challenges you've faced, or the work that you've done, or the service you're currently providing. And for those who are essential workers who testified today, I just want to thank you for being on the front lines of both advocating for TPS and Dreamers, but providing life-saving support for Americans with COVID-19. Dr. Mia, if I might, I think it's important for folks watching to recognize the impact on your life of having an uncertain status, of lacking a permanent legal status here. You have 2 younger siblings who were born citizens, so you've got a personal experience around this, yet you continue to persist and engage and advance. And I'm so grateful to Loyola for providing you the opportunity at a medical education, and hopeful that your residency will soon conclude and lead to your position as a physician in Oak Lawn. Delaware State University, in my own home state, offers opportunity scholarships that Don Graham funded. More than 150 Dreamers have now attended and graduated from Delaware State University, including one, Indra Islis, who I got to know, who is also interested in following your footsteps as a medical professional. So in Delaware, we've seen the same sorts of things. I've heard from her, but I'd like to hear from you. What was the impact on your life of having uncertainty as you grew up and as you pursued your dream of becoming an emergency medical room physician?
Sure. Thank you for your question, Senator. So throughout my career, from, like I mentioned earlier, from the very beginning of me trying to attempt to get a driver's permit, that's when I first started noticing these barriers, and they were only more evident after that. From me applying to colleges, to me later on trying to see if I could even go to medical school, there was barrier after barrier. But somehow, you know, whether it was the timeline of President Obama's DACA memorandum or my innate resiliency, somehow I found ways to overcome these barriers, and that's led to my success as an ER doctor, and will continue to lead to my success. There's no doubt that I've faced many barriers, and I will continue to face barriers, but as long as I'm given the opportunity to reapply for DACA every 2 years, I will continue to do so, because that just takes one thing away. It gives a little bit of security, although temporary. It does give a little bit of security to my career and everything I've faced.
The gentlelady yields back. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Borndran, why did the Biden administration release Burkhoff?
Sir, Mr. Burkhoff was investigated by the U.S. Secret Service, not by the FBI. I don't know specifics. What I do know is that there was no swap or concession, and it's my understanding that his release...
So we didn't get anything for it?
Sir, to the best of my knowledge, there were no swap or concessions.
Well, why do you think we... I mean, you've said Russia, your statements today, formidable foe, foremost adversary, and the threat is current. Mr. Burkhoff has been described as an asset of supreme importance, one of the most connected, skilled, malicious hackers ever apprehended by U.S. authorities, and you don't know why we let him go?
No, sir, it's a Department of Justice question. The FBI
But you're the
doesn't have a-
director of cyber at the FBI in the Department of Justice. It's part of the Department of Justice, right?
Sir, yes, sir, it is, but obviously we're our own agency.
Now, look, I read your bio, and other than the degree from Michigan, it's pretty impressive. You've worked at FBI for like 20 years, right? You've held all kinds of positions. You're the director of cyber, and you can't tell me why we let the most notorious Russian hacker go, and you don't know what we got for it.
No, sir.
Were you consulted?
It's not an FBI investigation.
But you're the cyber man. Just Mr. Gates just talked about you're the key guy. You're the guy the administration sent here today to talk about cyber in lieu of in light of the fact that last week President Biden said the threat from Russia is imminent. You've confirmed that today. You said it is current, is as we speak, and you can't answer if it was a good idea or not, whether you were consulted?
Sir, I don't actually, no, to your question, I was not consulted.
You were not consulted. Okay. You think it was a good idea?
Sir, I'm not in a position to comment on that.
The head of cyber is not in a position to comment. The guy in front of the Judiciary Committee at a time when the most formidable foe, our #1 enemy when it comes to cyber attacks, with the threat that's imminent and current, can't answer whether it was a good idea or not, to release the most notorious Russian hacker we've ever caught.
Sir, it was a Department of Justice decision through the U.S. courts process, right? I would refer all the questions on Mr. Burkhoff.
Mr. Borndran, why'd you come? So far today, you've not been able to answer questions about Pegasus. We can't answer questions about sensitive investigative matters. Mr. Gates just went through the whole thing on Hunter Biden's laptop. You couldn't answer any questions about that. Can you answer questions about anything today? Can you answer questions about the school board situation, the spying on parents? You know anything about that?
Just to correct the record, sir, I actually did answer the questions to 2 representatives about NSO and Pegasus. To your point, I have not answered questions about the Hunter Biden laptop or about
the sensitive investigative matters.
I was just going to say that, if you let me finish, or about the sensitive investigative matter audit.
You know how many threat tags are on parents? How many of the threat tags that say EDU official have been assigned? How many cases now have that threat tag designation? Do you know anything about that?
Sir, no. All those questions should be referred to the Department of Justice.
Last week, in Mr. Biden's speech, he said this. I mean, just to emphasize, I can't figure this out. He said, when he's talking to business leaders, the magnitude of Russia's cyber capacity is fairly consequential, and it's coming, as we've talked about before, and as you've said as well. We'll help you, saying to the business leaders, we'll help you in any way to deal with cyber attacks. Do you think it helps the businesses who the president is asking to do everything you can to shore up your systems? Do you think it helps to release the most notorious Russian hacker we've ever apprehended?
Sir, I'm not going to answer any questions about Mr. Burkhoff's Secret Service case. As I said, the decision was made, through my understanding, through the ordinary course of action by the U.S. courts.
Well, you've agreed to give us briefings on other issues. Do you think there's someone at the FBI who can brief us on the Burkhoff situation?
Probably not, because it's not our case.
Do you think there's a chance Mr. Burkhoff's name was on the Hunter Biden laptop?
Sir, I have no idea.
No idea. And that says it all. That says it all, because we want someone in front of the committee, as Mr. Gates alluded to earlier. We want someone who can answer these questions about our constituents come up to me and talk to me about the school board situation. They come up and talk to me about the Hunter Biden laptop. They talk about all this. They're concerned with the fact that we had an FBI that has abused the FISA process. Looks like they've abused this sensitive investigative matter process. We've sent letters on it not to get a response. And by the way, we did send a letter to the Biden administration on the Burkhoff situation, asked them to respond by 5 o'clock yesterday. Got no response from them, and then the guy we send today, or the guy who comes in front of the committee today, can't answer any questions about that either. Seems to me that'd be the most important question that we'd want the witness, Mr. Chairman, to be able to answer, is the whole, why did the United States of America let go Alexei Burkhoff? Why did we release him, put him on a plane back to Moscow when this is the biggest cyber threat we face is from Russia? With that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you. Over here. Since 2015, we've seen foreign adversaries try to manipulate our elections and national politics with false and misleading information being shared online, and sometimes we've seen domestic politicians amplify that disinformation and media hosts. Using a mix of bots and organic posts on social media, Russia, China, and Iran have spread or amplified disinformation in a coordinated attempt to influence the outcome of both local and federal elections. Can you talk to us a little bit about why disinformation campaigns are so difficult to identify and take down, and how does the FBI work with public and private partners to neutralize disinformation campaigns?
Sure. So what you're primarily talking about is what we would term foreign influence. And, you know, I'm on the record already saying this, but I'm happy to go through it again. The FBI has very specific responsibilities and authorities. By design and necessity, the FBI is just one part of the solution amongst many other U.S. government partners. Important to note that we follow the actor and the activity. The problem is when an actor masquerades as someone he or she is not and amplifies disinformation through obviously a coordinated campaign. We worked really hard over the past couple years to build relationships with private sector partners so that we can transparently and in timely fashion take appropriate action in line, allow those companies to take appropriate action in line with their corporate terms of service. And we do all that, what we consider very mindfully, legal process as appropriate. And you know, I think just underscoring all of this is ensuring we're respecting the rights of possible U.S. persons, as Americans have had very broad rights to consume, create, and spread information. So that is our position on foreign influence as an organization.
Okay, yes, and of course there's the First Amendment right to consume and spread information, but of course we wish that our people in leadership positions would not spread disinformation quite so freely. I want to turn to something that's impacted some of the retirees in my community. Cyber fraud that has impacted some of our seniors. One couple in particular in my district was targeted by a cryptocurrency scam that ultimately defrauded them of almost $1 million in retirement funds. So it's a nationwide problem. According to the 2020 Elder Fraud Report, of the 791,790 complaints reported to the FBI Internet Crime Complaint Center in 2020, about 28% of the total fraud losses were sustained by victims over the age of 60, resulting in approximately $1 billion in losses to seniors. So this is, you know, folks who've worked hard all their lives and tried to save for retirement. Can you tell us a little bit about how the FBI is working to protect seniors from internet scams and what we could do to help you in that quest?
Sure. I mean, the Department of Justice, for as long as I can remember, has had a very, very keen focus on what we would call elder care fraud and elder care abuse. And that's something that the FBI takes very, very seriously because they are amongst, like, children, our most vulnerable. The fraud schemes that are run against that population are very, very vast, very complicated, and unfortunately very lucrative for the criminals. So we have dedicated FBI agents, dedicated analysts. Department of Justice has dedicated prosecutors dedicated to this problem, and only this problem throughout the entirety of the country. In terms of what you can do to help us, it's all about awareness. Right, and I think that you know, all of us who have elderly people in our lives that may not understand the current trend of technology and the vulnerabilities that it poses are very, very important from a messaging perspective.
Thank you. In 2020, one of the counties that I represent was targeted by a ransomware attack, and the attackers extorted, I think it was $25,000 in ransom, and it took months of staff time and resources for the county government to recover from the attack. So we've seen these attacks against local governments, and obviously they have personal information of folks that could be at risk. But one of the wrinkles that we ran into was trying to get insurance coverage back. And I was wondering if the FBI has any information about working with these private insurance companies or whatever. There was questions about whether the FBI had negotiated with the ransom attackers, and I understand that's not the position of the FBI. And some insurance companies are requiring that they appoint a negotiator. So I was wondering if you had any recommendations with respect to that.
No, I don't, unfortunately. The insurance industry is a difficult conversation for the Bureau, and certainly from a cyber perspective. And so those relationships that really exist between generally retained counsel, third-party incident response firm, and then the insurance company. This is why exercising incident response plans are so important to companies, so that they know what their insurance company is or is not going to be looking for in that moment, and they can plan for that effectively. But to look back on as 2020 hindsight and offer a recommendation, I really don't have one.
Thank you, Director Ray. I'm going to try to look forward, then we'll talk a little bit about January the 6th. Do you think the National Guard presence at the Capitol at the level we have today should continue? If so, for how long?
You know, Senator, I'm not sure that I'm really the best equipped to evaluate the National Guard presence.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. You're the best equipped to talk about the capability of the FBI. Do you have enough people and resources to deal with all the threats we've been talking about this morning?
Well, needless to say, Senator, I welcome and appreciate the question. Everywhere I go, someone has really good ideas about things they think the FBI should be doing more of. But I have not found very many people with great ideas, or at least responsible ideas, of things the FBI could be doing less of. And so our folks are busting their you-know-whats to try to deal with all these threats. We need more agents, we need more analysts, we need more data analytics, et cetera.
Let's just stop there, because we need to learn as much as we can from January the 6th. This is the 20th anniversary of 9/11. Are you concerned about international terrorists paying us a visit?
Absolutely.
Okay. Are you concerned about the interaction between international terrorists and domestic terrorists?
That's a growing phenomenon, certainly something we're watching with concern.
One of my great concerns was that as people flowed into the Capitol with backpacks on, you had no idea who they were and what they were carrying. So it'd been very easy for some international terrorist group to infiltrate this crowd. Do you agree with that?
I do think it would have been easy for that to happen. I don't know that we've seen evidence that it did happen, but that's certainly one of the specific things we're looking for.
After the attack, don't you think international groups are seeing this as a vulnerability in our system?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the...
International terrorist groups may have found a way to get closer to the Capitol by integrating themselves into domestic political movements.
Well, certainly we think the events on January 6th have been, at a minimum, an inspiration to a number of terrorist extremists out there, and may even have been worse than that.
So here's my challenge to you. Sit down and put pen to paper, and in the think big, not small. What do you need that you don't have in terms of agents and resources? And put it to paper. I'm on the Appropriations Committee with Senator Durbin. Many of us here are. I think we've got an opportunity here to plus you up. Is it fair to say that since 9/11, domestic terrorism has exploded as a threat?
Well, it's certainly grown dramatically.
Okay, grown dramatically, which takes resources to combat. Is that correct?
Yes.
Has the FBI grown dramatically since 9/11?
Not as dramatically as the threat.
Okay, so what I want you to do is take the number of agents and resources you had on 9/11 and tell us where you're at today, and make sure that we understand that the threats you're facing are much greater than they were 20 years ago, and challenge us to give you the resources to meet those threats. Back to January the 6th, is it fair to say as director of the FBI, you were not informed of the raw intelligence coming from the Norfolk office? Is that correct?
Not before January 6th.
Okay. So this was an internet posting that somebody captured?
My understanding is that this was information posted online under a moniker or a pseudonym. It was unvetted, uncorroborated information, but it was, and it was somewhat aspirational in nature, but it was concerning. It was concerning and was specific enough that our folks in Norfolk thought the need to get it out, even if we hadn't had a chance to corroborate or vet it.
Okay, looking back, what would you have done differently with this information? Because this is a hard one. You get something on the internet that's concerning, you don't know if it's true or not, you capture it. What are the lessons learned in terms of how we could have acted better on that information?
I think the truthful answer is we're still looking at that. You know, this was, you know, I look at intelligence, both collection, analysis, dissemination. We need to get better at collecting, obviously, but the key part here was we often don't have the luxury of time to analyze this information before it gets disseminated. And in this instance, our folks in Norfolk and Washington Field made the judgment that, and I think it was a reasonable judgment, to get the information, like I said, in 3 different ways to their partners, even though they didn't know whether it was going to turn out to be accurate.
Play that out a bit. Let's say it made it up to the top levels of the Capitol Police intelligence units, to the head of the Capitol Police Force. Given that raw intelligence, what would you expect them to have done differently?
You know, I really want to be careful not to be an armchair quarterback here.
See, that's the problem, because I don't know how to answer that question myself. Because you can capture stuff today that may foretell an attack tomorrow, but how much? This is a problem. I just don't want people to run down the road, there's an Intel screenshot. I mean, there's a screenshot on some computer somewhere. We need to turn the whole government upside down. It's just a tough situation. Is the Proud Boys, are they a domestic terrorist group?
Well, I don't think we have treated the Proud Boys itself as a domestic terrorism group, but we certainly have individuals.
What does it take to make the list?
Well, there is, as you may know, Senator, under federal law, under U.S. law, there is no list of domestic terrorism organizations the same way there is for foreign terrorist organizations.
Well, let's think about that in the next 47 seconds. Oath Keepers, are they a domestic terrorist organization?
Again, as with Proud Boys, we have individuals who associate themselves with that group who are
Was Antifa a domestic terrorist organization? Same thing, same answer?
Same answer.
So why don't we think about how to gather better information and expose some of these groups? If they were on a list, would it make it easier for you?
I think the issue of whether or not to designate or have a formal mechanism for designating domestic terror groups in the same way we do with, say, Al-Qaeda or ISIS, I think there's reasonable debate about whether or not it would really advance the needle.
Is the KKK a domestic terrorist group?
Well, there is no legal designation for domestic terror.
My point is, I don't know if we should have one or not, but I think it's time to think about it.
Thank you, Senator Graham. Senator Feinstein.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome. Last November, the Associated Press reported that hate crimes rose to the highest level in more than a decade. The AP also reported that the United States recorded the most hate-related killings since the FBI began collecting data in the 1980s. Despite this finding, only about 14% of the agencies in the FBI hate crimes report indicated that hate crimes occurred in their jurisdictions. So here's the questions. What actions are you taking to make it easier for local agencies to collect and report this data to the FBI?
So I appreciate the question. As your question references, we do know that there is a phenomenon that I think is fairly widely accepted of underreporting of hate crimes. And so even though the number of hate crimes reported continues to grow, we don't know whether that means the number of hate crimes is growing or whether the number of reports of it is now starting to grow. We are trying to do a lot, and we do hundreds of these outreach, training, et cetera, of state and local law enforcement to help them understand better how to identify and report hate crimes. We also have a manual that we put out that helps explain better how to identify that. Of course, a lot of times the offenses that they're looking at under state and local laws don't necessarily come with a neat label that says this is a hate crime on it, and so that's part of the challenge. But we're working with them to try to improve awareness so that we can get better reporting on the subject.
Well, that's certainly appreciated. I want to ask about the threat of domestic terrorism by white supremacists. It isn't new, but it's gained a lot of attention within intelligence circles in recent years, and it's the biggest domestic terrorism threat, I understand. Last year, you testified before the House Homeland Security Committee that, quote, the most lethal of all domestic extremists since 2001 have been racially and ethnically motivated. Similarly, the former acting DHS secretary testified before the Senate that, quote, white supremacist extremists, from a lethality standpoint over the last 2 years, particularly when you look at 2018 and 19, are the most persistent and lethal threat when we talk about domestic extremists. Why is the threat of white supremacist terrorism so prevalent in this country?
You know, I think that's some of that is a sociological question that I'm not sure that I'm really the right person to address. Certainly, as you say, it has been the biggest chunk of our racially motivated violent extremism cases, and itself the biggest chunk of our domestic terrorism caseload overall. And the most lethality over the last decade has been from these same extremists. The things that drive these people, you know, I think range. One of the things that we struggle with in particular is that more and more the ideologies, if you will, that are motivating some of these violent extremists are less and less coherent, less and less linear, less and less easy to kind of pin down. In some cases, it seems like people coming up with their own sort of customized belief systems, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and they put it together, maybe combined with some personal grievance of something that's happened in their lives, and that drives them. And so trying to get your arms around that is a real challenge.
What we just saw on this floor was stunning. I am genuinely at a loss for words. This bill is common sense. There is not a constituent in Texas or Nevada or Connecticut who, if you asked, would it be a good thing to have more police officers keeping our kids safe, wouldn't say, of course it would. There's not a constituent of ours who, if you asked, would it be a good thing to have more mental health counselors on campus to stop people from committing crimes, would say, of course it would. I was informed a few days ago that when I was going to seek unanimous consent, the senator from Connecticut was going to object. Now, the senator from Connecticut styles himself the leading advocate of gun control in the U.S. Senate. I was asked by reporters, why are the Democrats objecting to this? And I'll tell you what I told reporters. I have no idea. They haven't said. They haven't told me why they object to it. And so I was genuinely looking forward to seeing the senator from Connecticut's remarks. I was sitting here waiting to see, why do you oppose more police officers to keep our kids safe? Why do you oppose mental health counselors in schools? I've been in the Senate 10 years. The senator from Connecticut and I were elected at the same time. I've engaged in many debates on this floor, including with the senator from Connecticut. The fact that he chose not to say a word about why he objects is stunning. I find myself genuinely flabbergasted. I will say one of the reasons I think the senator from Connecticut feels content not only not to argue, but now to walk off the floor and not even listen to the debate he's ostensibly participating in. One of the reasons he feels free to do so is if you look up to the Senate gallery, I can count them, there are precisely 0 reporters in this gallery. Not a single one of the corporate media will report on this, and I think the senator from Connecticut feels absolutely certain. When he walks out, he will have reporters that will say, tell me how terrible Donald Trump is. And he'll lean in and say, oh, Donald Trump is really terrible. But not a one of the reporters will ask, hey, wait a second, why don't you want police officers keeping our kids safe? None of them will. The Democrats are protected by a dishonest army of propagandists in the corporate media. CNN will not have a panel sitting around discussing why is it that the Democrats simply do not care to defend their positions. Let me tell you, when there's a mass murdering and the Democrats stand up and give speeches and they point at Republicans and say, blood is on your hands, it's great political rhetoric. It's dishonest, but boy, it gins up their donors. It gets people to go and write checks to Democrats and fund their campaigns. What we just saw reveals that Democrats have one objective when a mass murder happens, and that is to take away the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens. That is always, always, always their solution. Never mind that it doesn't work. Never mind that it doesn't stop violent crime. Never mind that if you look at the jurisdictions across the country with the strictest gun control laws, almost every single one of them consistently has among the highest crime rates and murder rates. Earlier this year, the senator from Connecticut authored his big gun control package, rammed it through this body. A package which will do nothing, zero, to stop mass murders. We will see another mass murder. I pray that we don't. But evil exists in the world, and if another lunatic attacks a school, and there's not a police officer at the front door to stop him, remember right now. Remember this moment when the Democrats said, no, we will not protect our kids. There are lots of arguments the senator from Connecticut could have made. He chose to make none of them. If he does not like how the money in this bill is specifically spent, I'm now going to propound a second unanimous consent bill. There are right now $135 billion in unspent COVID relief funds to schools. Under the rules the Democrats have put in place, those funds cannot be spent on school security. The second bill that I'm going to ask this body to pass is a bill that is very simple. It's one page. It says schools can spend some of that $135 billion on school security. They can decide what to spend it on. But if they decide they want to hire an additional police officer, they can spend the money on that. If they decide they want to enhance the physical security of their campus to make their students safer, they can spend it on that. They can invest in school security. Right now, the Democrats have blocked them from doing this. These are funds Congress has already appropriated that haven't been spent. And this bill is unbelievably simple. It says the schools can choose to invest in school security. Therefore, Madam President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions be discharged from further consideration of S. 4586, and that the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator is right. I'm not going to engage in a colloquy on the merits of this request or the previous request. This isn't real. This is a TV show. This is clickbait. This is theater. This isn't an actual attempt to pass legislation. Senator Lankford approached me about this particular bill on the floor a week ago and asked to engage in a dialogue with me about it. I thought it was a legitimate request, and I set my team to task of trying to work something out with Senator Lankford, and now there's a unanimous consent request to pass a bill that's under negotiation and discussion between serious legislators who actually want to find a result. So no, I'm not going to debate the merits of these UCs. This isn't real. I object.
Madam President.
Objection is heard. Senator from Texas.
Madam President, the senator from Connecticut just gave us the sum total of his wisdom as he walks off the floor again, which is he says this isn't real. The presiding officer is well aware of how the Senate operates. When a senator arises for a unanimous consent request, one of two things happens. A senator objects, or the bill passes. I've stood on this floor and passed unanimous consent requests because our colleagues chose not to object. One of the more notable instances was following multiple instances in the House of House Democrats making anti-Semitic comments. The House tried to pass a resolution condemning anti-Semitism. And sadly, the radical left in the Democratic caucus objected, and the House Democrats couldn't pass a resolution condemning anti-Semitism. I joined with our colleague, Senator Kaine from Virginia, a Democrat. We authored a resolution, the Cruz-Kaine resolution, a bipartisan resolution that was a clear and unequivocal condemnation of anti-Semitism. It condemned BDS as anti-Semitism. It condemned explicitly the anti-Semitic comments made by those House Democrats at the outset of the dispute. When Senator Kaine and I came to the Senate floor, we did not know if a senator would object. There were numerous senators in this body that had not joined the resolution and could easily have walked out on the floor and objected. And we stood up and asked unanimous consent, and much to our very pleasant surprise, the opposing party chose not to object. And the resolution passed. It passed 100-0. When the senator from Connecticut says this isn't real, the only reason this bill has not passed the United States Senate is because the senator from Connecticut stood up and uttered two magic words: I object. Had he done something really simple, just shut up. Just shut his mouth, just sat there, we would be standing in a position where both of these bills would have passed into law. What does it say, Madam President, about the Democrats' view of the American people? That they don't engage in debate, they don't engage in discussion, they don't defend their positions. They instead arrogantly say no and have full confidence their compliant cheerleaders in the media will never even tell anyone about it. I don't know how you defend the position he just took. I was genuinely looking forward to hearing some form of an argument. I can tell you when I forced a vote on the Cruz-Barrasso bill on this floor and the Democrats voted party line. No, we don't want more police officers in school. No, we don't want more mental health counselors in school. No, we don't want additional funding for school safety. To the best of my knowledge, no reporter asked a single Democrat, why are you leaving our kids vulnerable? Why aren't you acting to protect children in school? Because you know what? There's no money on the left for actually stopping these crimes. The money is for disarming law-abiding citizens. It is a narrow-minded political focus. We could have just passed the most significant school safety legislation ever passed by the federal government. Why didn't we? Because the Democrats objected. That objection is wrong. It's irresponsible. and it shows a willingness to play political games while demonstrating contempt for our constituents. Today, the United States Senate failed the American people. Today, the United States Senate failed the school children of America. And I pray that the consequences are not truly horrific. I pray that this body will show up and do its damn job. Debate real issues and pass real legislation that will actually stop crime, rather than the empty political gestures of the left. I yield the floor.
They're upset about is the number of guns in the country. This isn't about, modest age restrictions that are unconstitutional. It's not about better record keeping. They want fewer guns. They think that the answer is fewer guns. And that is what is creating a lot of discomfort among our fellow Americans who cherish their guns and cherish their Second Amendment rights and have actually committed no crimes.
They cherish their children, Mr. Gates?
You know what? Their children aren't the ones at risk as a consequence of law-abiding gun owners.
All children in America are at risk.
That's what you get wrong. It's not law-abiding gun owners, David. Okay.
Were those children in Uvalde at risk?
Here's the tension. Here's the tension, okay? You guys are spasming into this reflexive response, and you call it an emergency hearing, right? And the basis for the emergency is what happened in Uvalde. And we all agree it was awful and tragic, but you are not providing the thoughtful solutions that would actually reduce the likelihood of that. When you make an argument in the Judiciary Committee for a change in the law, there are two components. You have to demonstrate a need for the change, and that what you're bringing forward will actually affect that in a positive way. And it's the second part of the argument where the bills you've presented today undeniably fail. And in Florida, I would suggest we had a process that's a little bit better than what we've observed here. In Florida, following Parkland, every Floridian wanted to reduce the likelihood that that could ever occur again for precisely the reasons that animate your passions today. But instead of rushing to town, stumbling bills together, we got our very best sheriffs, our very best police chiefs, former members of law enforcement, people with tactical experience, even parents of slain children. And we put them on a board to review a school shooting as if it were an airline crash, dispassionately, thoroughly. And then as a consequence, what we saw was actually a failure in law enforcement. That the sheriff in Broward County was so recalcitrant in not doing the training, that the on-the-ground law enforcement were so derelict in their duties that children died that didn't need to. And so Governor DeSantis rightly fired that sheriff, replaced them, put better training in, more money to harden our schools and our synagogues, our houses of worship across the state of Florida, and we're safer as a consequence. So it's not that we're particularly here to talk about abortion or the border. We understand we have to make these things less likely, but whether it's you holding an emergency hearing to respond to a leaked draft opinion that's not even final, or now when the Congressman Roy from Texas says, gosh, before you have the emergency Uvalde hearing, maybe we ought to figure out what happened in Uvalde so that we can make that frequency less likely to occur. I think there's also a balancing of interests here that the American people need to understand. You say if it saves one life, anything that saves one life is totally worth doing. And certainly every loss of life is tragic, and certainly every preventable loss of life is tragic. But Mr. Cohen gave up the game earlier when he said, we acknowledge on the front end of this hearing that there will be deprivations of liberty to law-abiding people, that we will at times stop law-abiding people from doing what is otherwise constitutionally legal. So while I certainly want every American to safely store their firearms, while I certainly want every American to be trained on the safe storage of firearms, I'm not entirely sure that the Congress of the United States is the appropriate entity to tell Americans how to store firearms and then punish them as a consequence. And if the result of all of this is there's a a life or two that we save, and the result is, like, how many tens of millions of Americans are you willing to deprive of their constitutionally guaranteed liberty in order to achieve that objective, when there might be a more narrowly constrained, appropriate way for gun enthusiast groups, hunting clubs, local government, states, to try to educate and encourage proper safety of the storage of firearms. So again, we share your goal of making these shootings less likely, whether they be in our schools or elsewhere in our communities, but we don't think that in the name of saving one life, that fundamentally constraining the rights of all Americans is necessary, especially when we are still awaiting the results of the review of what happened in Uvalde that shocks the conscience of all of us. So please spare us the spirited screaming. We want to stop the violence. We just wish you would listen to some of the ideas that we think would help. And from my standpoint, if you hold schools out as gun-free zones, as soft targets, you make those school shootings more likely. And I don't think you want to do that. But I think that if we got rid of the gun-free zones and if we empowered people that could be helpful, we might see a reduction in violence. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Move to strike, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized.
The gentleman from Florida said that he and his Republican colleagues want to stop the violence in this country. But it's difficult to believe that when there are common sense steps that Congress can take and they are unanimously obstructing those approaches. I want to elaborate something that my colleague, Mr. Cicilline, said earlier today, because it is clear to me that the more my colleagues misinterpret the Second Amendment and the Supreme Court's decision in D.C. versus Heller, the more they are giving up the fact that they've not actually read those documents. Let's start with the Second Amendment. The text is clear. The amendment protects the collective right of the people as a whole to possess arms solely for the purpose of forming a well-regulated militia. Now, last time I checked, the National Guard doesn't depend on teenage boys owning semi-automatic rifles with high-capacity magazines. Notice that while the Second Amendment is explicit that the government has the authority to regulate the use of arms, the Second Amendment does not include a single word, not one word, about an individual right to own a gun. In fact, the claim that the Second Amendment protects an individual's right to own a gun is so indefensible that even the conservative former Chief Justice Warren Burger, a Nixon appointee, no less, had once denounced it as, quote, one of the greatest pieces of fraud on the American public he had ever heard. No wonder the Supreme Court never recognized an individual right to own a gun from the ratification of the Constitution in 1789. Until 2008, when the Roberts Court's far-right majority issued its 5-4 opinion in Heller. So let's talk about Heller. Yes, Heller did set a constitutional baseline that there is a right to own a handgun for self-defense in the home. But even in that egregiously mistaken decision, even in that decision, the court made clear that we can still regulate gun ownership and possession, particularly in sensitive places, as well as prohibit an individual from possessing firearms. As the late Justice Scalia's opinion explains, quote, like most rights, the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited. And, quote, the right was not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever, in any manner whatsoever, and for whatever purpose. In fact, Justice Scalia went out of his way to emphasize that the sort of measures we are considering today would be plainly constitutional. He wrote, quote, nothing in our opinion, nothing should be taken to cast doubt on laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places, such as schools and government buildings, or laws imposing conditions and qualifications on the commercial sale of arms. And he continued that, quote, another important limitation on the right to keep and carry arms is that only, quote, the sorts of weapons protected were those in common use at the time. The Constitution does not condemn us to allow weapons of war to flood our neighborhoods. Make no mistake about that. My colleague's desperate citation to an outlier ruling by 2 Trump appointees in one circuit, and when have they ever been fans of the Ninth Circuit, as my colleague Mr. Neguse pointed out earlier, does not change the reality of what the Supreme Court has said. That is why even more circuits have upheld age restrictions on firearm purchases. The Fifth Circuit has twice upheld restrictions on particular weapons for 18 to 21-year-olds. The Supreme Court declined to weigh in both of those times, allowing the Fifth Circuit to be the final word in upholding these age restrictions.